And we welcome you to the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. My name is Ryan Osborn. Joining you live here, we have Caleb Ramos and Ari Nachshon over to my right. A whole host from Hornet Radio as we get set to bring you the action. First game of the day. Well, this is actually the second day of the tournament, guys. You look at this first game of the day, it's Cerritos and Citrus, two very different styles. Caleb, I'll start it off with you.
Yeah, you look at both teams, and just Citrus is ahead of Cerritos in every major statistical category, and by a large margin, I might add.
So I'll bring it over to you, Ari. You look at these two teams. What's one thing that you can watch for in the early going here?
Well, obviously, the shooting numbers for both teams aren't great. So when it comes specifically to the three-point shooting, to see maybe that'll make the big difference here today.
So as we get set for the tip, it is going to be Cerritos on our right-hand side, going to our left, and Citrus, who ends up winning the tip, going from our left to our right. Rihanna Escobedo is going to take the ball to start. She'll get it, try and toss it over to a teammate. Can't get it at the right side of the arc. That one is scooped over towards the left to Leilani Argueta. Argueta turns that one over, and the Falcons will take it away. So Jaden Estrada with it. She'll pop it over to Genesis Salinas. Salinas with Estrada once more. Turned over to Nakamura. Nakamura into the corner, looking for Estrada. Estrada tries to go baseline. There's a turnover. No score in the early going, just underway here live from the Hornets' Nest on the campus of Fullerton College. Ryan Osborn, Caleb Ramos, Ari Nachshon on the call here as we bring you Cerritos and Citrus. That's our first matchup of the day. Second turnover here for Citrus as they take it the other way. Here come the Falcons. Genesis Salinas with it. She'll call out a play with her left hand. On her right is Estrada, and trying to bring it back up towards the top of the arc is Francine Carrillo. Carrillo watches on Nakamura with the scoop shot, and she will score.
You look at yesterday's games, and both teams did win yesterday, with Cerritos beating Porterville 71-60, and Citrus beating Santa Barbara 63-52.
You mentioned those scores, of course. For those of you who were able to watch yesterday, there was 3 games across yesterday, 3 today, and 3 tomorrow. We're going to bring you each of the 3 today and 3 tomorrow as well. This one's brought over towards the top of the key. Scoop down towards Estrada behind the three-point line. She'll step back. Little touch on that one as it will be deflected away. Doesn't make the 3, and with 8:14 on the clock, here comes Citrus. Bouncing it is Escobedo. She'll scoop it over to Argueta. Argueta takes a 3. That doesn't make it. So these two teams struggling in the early going, trying to get their offensive set and running. High pressure by Jolene. Now she'll switch over to her left. Here's a chance for Carrillo. She tries to get the scoop to roll, and it does work. So it's 4-0 Falcons to start here. Guys, you take a look at this Citrus squad. Very simply, like you mentioned, statistically they have the edge, but they have one person in particular who has had a really good season to start.
Yeah, you look at Jolene Olia and her averaging 16 points. She's playing possibly a bit banged up today, as we had talked to the coach beforehand, but we'll see if she can keep up her production even with that.
Samantha Martinez gets that one to go. Ollier in on the help there, trying to get the extra possession. So Citrus is on the board, and Cerritos will take it. Ball goes up top, scooped underneath. Little skip pass there, backdoor shot doesn't work, and Estrada is now 0 for 3 to start. Quickly the other way is Brianna Escobedo. Escobedo will find Argueta. Back to Escobedo. She's not shy about taking a 3. Doesn't end up getting that one to roll, or doesn't end up getting that one to go. Not roll, but for Citrus, they just haven't been able to connect on the shots that they want here in the early going of this one, Ari.
Yeah, but all eyes are on Citrus today, as they have a much healthier squad. Cerritos is only down to 7 players, while Citrus is only missing 2. So especially with their best player available for today, they should be able to come out here and dominate.
Opportunity, shot clock winding down. Korea has to get it away, and they turn it over. So 6 combined turnovers between these two sides. in the first, we'll say just about 3 minutes, 45-ish seconds. 47 if my math's correct, which it's not normally. Couple subs come in. We'll get you the lineups here in just a moment, as entering for Cerritos will end up being Natalie Poppin. Also joining her was Mia Avalos. Underneath, nice pass play there, and Citrus will get their second bucket of the game. So a design play there, guys. Samantha Martinez has her 4th point of the day, and we're now tied at 4.
Both teams seem to be a little bit, I want to say, uncomfortable, nervous to start out. We'll see if that gets shaken once they start getting into playing more.
Speaking of getting into play, Natalie Poppin just entering the game, and she is able to get herself on the board and give Cerritos a 3-point lead. Nice 3-point shot there, and trying to answer on the other side is Escobedo. That one doesn't end up connecting for her. And it will end up being a foul that goes against the Cerritos Falcons as well. We're going to have a timeout coming up, as Cerritos will take it. You're watching the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. Ryan Osborn, Caleb Ramos, Ari Nachshon here on the call. Guys, you look at the early going. Not the cleanest of play that you're looking for if you're either of these two teams to start.
No, definitely a bit jittery. Looking for, they're trying to get into the rhythm too fast and are turning the ball over way more than we'd expect from both of them.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like either team has a set play that they want to go to. It seems very uncomfortable, and they both are unsure of what they want to do on the offensive side of the ball.
Citrus seems to be pressing, which is a new thing.
So Citrus trying to go with the high press, breaking it easily as Cerritos, almost getting the transition bucket the other way was Poppin, but she has to reset. It'll go right back up to Salinas. Salinas into the corner looking for Estrada. She's 0 for 3 at the moment, tries to make it 1 for 4. She does exactly that. It's 6, make it 9 to 4, Cerritos. See, again, like I said, math isn't always correct.
But we already see how Cerritos is able to get those easy buckets right now, especially in the paint, to get that lead early in this first.
3-point shot attempt doesn't work. Turnover for Cerritos the other way. It is a layup that is given to Citrus. So the score there is brought by Swasti, and it will make it 9-6, the score.
Citrus has been switching back and forth between woman to woman and 2-3 defense, and it seems to be working well so far, but you gotta see what works better in the long run.
Here's Salinas on a stop and pop 3. It's smooth and it works. That's gonna go down as a 3-point shot, so it's 12-6 Falcons. And Cerritos off to a good start here. Under 4 minutes to play in the first quarter. Swung over towards the left. A 3-point shot there by Maria, and she will get that to go. So Morella makes it 12-9, and both these two offenses go from having a really rocky start to getting things rolling. Salinas the other way. They break the press quickly. Back over to Correa. Left-handed shot. That doesn't end up going. A foul will go against Cerritos. Little hip check there. And it will allow for Cerritos to maintain possession as the foul goes against Citrus, excuse me.
You look at both teams so far, they're taking a lot of 3-point shots, and not all of them are connecting, as both of them are shooting around 25% for the season from 3, but it seems like they're connecting on a bit higher rate than normal so far today.
Here's Carrillo, she gets that one in. Now with Estrada. Estrada currently 1 for 5 so far in this one. Carrillo will set up top. Pressure beyond the arc. 15 seconds on the shot clock. Estrada scooping to her left. Salinas thought about it. Instead, she gets to the top of the key, to the top of the paint, still looking for an opportunity, has to scoot back towards the three-point line. Heavy pressure applied by Swasti. Swasti is able to force a turnover. Beautiful defense there, guys, as Swasti is able to keep the ball in front of her and never allows the in-the-paint penetration.
It's just great keeping yourself between the defender or the person with the ball and the basket, and you just exactly what you want, ideal defense.
Here's Martinez. She'll bring it over to Morella, who gets her second three-pointer of this one, and she'll tie it up.
Yeah, something about that timeout clearly got both teams into a bit of a more comfortable playing style, because now we're seeing a lot more three-pointers, a lot more comfortable play, and they're both starting to pick up on the scoring.
Poppin with a nice pick that she sets on the right side of the paint. Now it goes over to Estrada. Estrada wants to work to her left hand, dumps it over to Carrillo, who turns around on the jumper but can't connect on that one. 2:20 on the clock in the first quarter, as coming across the timeline will be the Owls. Owls are going from left to right in the navy blue with white uniforms. On the other side for Cerritos, they are in the all-white uniforms with royal blue and black as the outlining and piping. Here's Martinez, stepping just inside the free throw line, and she will connect on it. So all of a sudden, it went from a 12-4 lead for Cerritos, and now the Citrus Owls lead at 14-12. Carrillo breaking the press. Here's Salinas trying to put it up off the glass. Can't get the shot to go, but she will go to the free throw line for two.
Hard foul there. Obviously, you want to make them earn it, but that seemed a little bit more excessive than was needed.
It's a difficult one, too, because you know that the press ends up getting broken, right? So you're all trying to get back in transition defense, prevent the layup from taking place underneath the basket, but also at the same time, you're trying to stop the ball, stop the shot, and hope that your teammates can get back in time as you prevent the easy transition score. In this case, she ends up getting the foul, and with the first free throw going in, it will now be a 14-14 game. So the Falcons and the Owls tied at 14, coming to the closing stages of the first quarter of play. Ball over towards the left-hand side, where it will be kicked over to Argueta. Argueta looking for a teammate. She finds Martinez. Into the corner on the left side, it goes to Varai. Varai, three-point shot that goes to Argueta, can't connect. There's a rebound chance for Citrus. The Owls put it up, put it in. That's going to be credited to Swasti.
Good, tough, and one there by Swasti.
Coach Kozlowski not exactly thrilled with that opportunity for Citrus, but she has a conversation with the officials, and the free throw to finish off the and one doesn't go. So 16-14 is our score. The Owls with the lead. Three-point shot by Estrada ends up going long. Can't get her own rebound as Martinez is able to get the carom. Back the other way. Here's Morella. Morella to the wing to Varai. Underneath to Martinez. That set play is working for them. And under a minute left to go in the first quarter, Cerritos will take it. Up the front court, they will fly. Here's Salinas trying to drive, kick out. Opportunity for Nakamura for three. Front rim, back rim, doesn't go. Transition offense here for Citrus, thinking about the skip pass. Was Morella. Instead, she'll drive with her left hand, gets the easy shot, but can't get that to go. It goes off of Citrus and out. Poppin is the last one to get position on it. 30.6 seconds on the clock. Should be a brand new shot clock for Cerritos. They break the press with a 3-on-0 if they hurry. Here's Salinas. Salinas is going to take it all the way. She'll score.
I don't think Citrus realized it was Cerritos' ball. I think Citrus thought it was theirs. They just left the court wide open.
I think you're correct on that one because they were setting up in a half-court offense inside the three-point line. Then once that ball goes in behind them, there's really nothing that they can do. Looking for the last shot of the first quarter is Citrus. Here's Morella. Morella looking for Argueta. Argueta takes a three-point shot. It's up. It's in the air. It's off the glass. It's no good. The rebound is brought up by the Owls. The shot is there. It doesn't land, and that will take us to the end of the first quarter of play. So at the end of one, it is 16-16, a tie between Cerritos and Citrus. You're watching the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. Ryan Osborn joined by Caleb Ramos and Ari Nachshon. Guys, I'll take it over to you. That first quarter, different, we'll call it.
Yeah, it looks like both teams were willing to give the other team three-pointers, and as they, like I said earlier, only hitting 25% on the season, both teams have been knocking them down as they've been given, and Cerritos is keeping up with Citrus a lot more than I expected.
Yeah, definitely got to do a little bit better job closing out on those three-pointers. But for the most part, the numbers don't back up the need to, as the three-point percentage isn't very high for either team. But right now, the leading scorers being Genesis Salinas for Cerritos. She has 7 points. And then Citrus has 2 that are tied, and that'll be Kristen Morella and Samantha Martinez. So it's kind of a bit of a battle here. The scores being tied is a bit surprising. We wouldn't think Cerritos with only 7 players would be able to keep themselves in it, but it's only the first quarter, so we definitely have to see how it goes for the rest of the game.
Cerritos is 4-7 on the season, and Citrus is 8-3. So, like you said, bit surprising that Cerritos is keeping up with Citrus, but like you said, we'll see how it goes for the rest of the game.
16-16 is our score as we start the second quarter of play. Here's Nakamura in the corner. She'll kick it out to Estrada. Estrada looking for Carrillo. Carrillo holds it for a second. Salinas thinks about a stop and pop, but has to kick it over to Estrada. Little runner outside the lane. She scores. Coach Kozlowski can be pretty happy about that one, guys. That is a very nice offensive set to start off a quarter.
It was a great look. Multiple good shot opportunities. They just waited and looked for the best one, and they converted it.
3-point shot the other way. Goes off the front rim and out. Citrus with the offensive rebound. That's their fourth. Argueta. Now for Martinez. Martinez will find Morella. Around the horn go the Owls. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Martinez into the corner. Opportunity inside the three-point line for Swasti. Doesn't go. Offensive rebound number 5 for the Owls. Kick back out. Here's a shot for 2. Connected on.
Didn't quite look like that pass was meant for her. It looked like it went through somebody else's hands and then just ended up right where she needed it for an easy open shot.
For Morella, she gets that one to go. Here's a transition shot for Salinas. That doesn't fall. And it's now still an 18-18 game just underway in the second quarter. Other way, here's Morella. Does she get that one to count? She does, and she will go to the free throw line.
She just looked like a blur on that one. She was just faster than everybody else, and they were reaching in, trying to stop her, reached a bit too far, and got the end one.
Yeah, and it looked like, honestly, after that first basket right there that Cerritos had got, maybe the momentum would go their way starting the second quarter, but Citrus was just better on the offensive side. They were able to out-rebound Cerritos, and now we're seeing them start to take this lead.
21-18 is our score. Fullerton College is going to play later on today as the Hornets make their appearance here at the Hornets' Nest. Taken away, Elizabeth Camargo with the steal on that one. Camargo is going to take her spot on the right wing. Argueta now on the left-hand side. She tries to scoop towards the inside. That's going to be a foul on the floor. Second of the quarter to be charged to Cerritos.
2 quick fouls from Cerritos, like you had just said, with only being a minute 46 in to this game so far. Cerritos looks a bit frantic. They look like they're panicking slightly.
High pressure from Nakamura. Swung over to Camargo on the skip pass. Argueta takes a 3, front rim, back rim, and out. She was close. Almost the 6th offensive rebound for Citrus. And instead it will be a jump ball. So the question is, where does the possession arrow lie? It looks like it's going to stay with the Citrus Owls. So they're going to take it out baseline, but only 6 seconds left on the shot clock.
I'm sure they have a set play for this. Got to get something up quick, and they're running their play right now.
They go with a box pattern. It's going to go to the right wing where Argueta has to put one up in a hurry. Doesn't catch the rim. Would have been a shot clock violation, but it's taken away by the Falcons. Here comes Salinas. She wants to run, but instead she'll have to reset. Nice transition defense there, guys, by the Citrus Owls as they all get back as a 5 in unison. Looking to check back in will be Escobedo in a few moments. Carrillo wants to take a left-handed jumper, doesn't work. Offensive rebound taken by the Falcons. Nicely done there for a moment, picked up by Jasmine Briggs. Briggs has her second carom of the game. 18 for the Falcons, and they're looking to improve on it. 3-point deficit for Cerritos. If you're a fan of the Falcons, it goes to Carrillo. Carrillo tries to get a pass underneath. Doesn't go. Here's Nakamura. She draws a foul, and she will go, I believe, to the free throw line.
She seems to have landed awkwardly after that last one, maybe limping a little bit on that right foot.
Substitution in. Deja Mitchell is going to enter. Escobedo also enters, and then Martinez, who currently leads the Owls in scoring, will take a seat. Martinez, 2 offensive rebounds, 6 points to her credit. First free throw is in for Nakamura, so she is able to make it 21-19. And the second free throw is away, but doesn't go. 21-19, 2-point difference between these two squads. Out and away go the Owls. Skip pass to Morello. Morello sees a 3-point shot offered by Escobedo, doesn't go. Goes off the Falcons and out. Deja Mitchell goes to retrieve. So they go right back to the box pattern. What we mean by that, you have 2 at the top of the key, 2 at the low block, and they all break in unison. Left-hand side to Morella. Into the corner. Ollier. Swung back to the left. Escobedo has it. Not shy about taking a long 3 if she has to. Here's Morella. Now to Escobedo for 3. There it is. So just a few seconds after saying she isn't shy about taking a deep 3, she ends up doing exactly that. 24-19 is our score, a 5-point difference.
Citrus has switched back to their 2-3 defense, it seems.
Here's Salinas trying to break through that defense like you mentioned. Carrillo into the corner. Salinas with it once more. Gets that one stripped away from her by Escobedo. Citrus on the run. Here's Morella. She finds a streaking teammate in Camargo. Layup doesn't go. Offensive rebound number 7 for Citrus. They've done a very good job of cleaning up the offensive glass. Ollier into the left-hand corner. Stop and pop on a 2. Bounces front rim, goes out. Salinas will take it up, and a timeout will be taken. So a timeout going to the Cerritos Falcons. That will be their second taken of this game. And with 5:40 on the clock in the first quarter of play, you are watching the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. Ryan Osborn joined by Caleb Ramos and Ari Nachshon. Guys, you look at that opening 4:20 of play-ish. See, I'm getting better. Opening 4:20 of play-ish in that second quarter. The pendulum has swung completely in Citrus' favor, but mainly just because of how well they're cleaning up the glass.
Yeah, on the offensive side of the ball especially, they're able to dominate. I mean, we see it on the defensive side, but it's not very unusual to be the better rebounding team on the defensive side, but they're taking all the chances that they get on the offensive side too. They're getting a second, a third, maybe even a 4th chance on some plays, which if you're letting that happen, you're going to get scored on and you're going to lose your lead that you have. And now we're seeing that as Cerritos is down 5. But the star player for Citrus still scoreless, so they're a little bit lucky when it comes to that. She hasn't played very much, Ollier, but we'll see in the rest of the second quarter and maybe the second half if she can pick it up and keep this lead going for Citrus.
Cerritos only have 33.3 averaging rebounds per game, and Citrus is up at 37.5. So obviously very big rebounding difference in both the stats and gameplay as we've seen so far today.
24-19 is our score. 5:20 left in the second quarter of play. On the right, it goes to Avalos. Avalos trapped in the corner. 2 seconds on the shot clock when the ball goes out of bounds. And the Falcons are going to have to find a play in a hurry and a shot as well. Other thing to notice, guys, you mentioned it earlier, Cerritos only has 2 players on their bench in this one. Here's a 3-point shot from deep. Goes off the back rim. Are they going to say it is a shot clock violation? No, it's a foul off the shot. So it's 3 shots going to Salinas as she will go to the free throw line.
And another big advantage for Citrus here. On the Cerritos team, they have 1 person above 5'7". Citrus has 5, so they definitely have that big height advantage for all those rebounds that they've been getting on the offensive side as well.
Going back to your height difference thing, Sylvia Garcia for Citrus, their tallest player at 6'1", is unfortunately out today. And we haven't really noticed the lack of height because, like you said, not many people above 5'7" for Cerritos, but I'm sure that's a big loss for them in their style of play for Citrus.
So only one of the 3 connected on by Salinas. It makes it 24-20. Here's a half runner there by Ollier, who is able to get on the scoreboard.
Just as you mentioned, Ollier not scoring.
Finally starting to pick up the pace. Hopefully she can get to her normal average of 16 points a game here.
26-20 is our score, 6-point difference. Poppin is going to recheck in at next available opportunity. Salinas on the right wing. Now over to Avalos. Avalos for Nakamura. Nakamura on the kick out. Now to Salinas. Steps into a 3. Back rim, no good. Mitchell. She'll get the second chance opportunity and say, hey, I'm not going to make it a second chance opportunity. I'll switch it back over to the offensive side. There's a carryover, and Escobedo knew it immediately. So a turnover going to Citrus. Carryover, not something that you see called very much at the college level in the last 5-ish years. But nonetheless, it takes place, and it's a ball that goes to Cerritos.
You don't see much called at the pro level either.
I'll put it this way. You'll never see it called at the pro level. 26-20 is our score. Here's Poppin. Turning to her right, looking for Nakamura. Goes and glances off of her hand, but she recovers. Poppin already has a 3 in this one. She's 1 of 1. Carrillo right at the free throw line. That goes front rim and out. 26-20. Still 6-point lead for the Owls. Stepping into a transition 3. Can't get that one to go. Ollier deflects it away, and it will be Cerritos who picks it up. 26-20 is our score. The Falcons going from right to left. The Owls going from left to right. Here at the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover on the campus of Fullerton College, as a 2 is connected on there by Jasmine Briggs. Nice job to front at the low post and get that one to go. Front rim, back glass, doesn't work, doesn't fall, and the Owls can't get that 3 from Camargo.
But just like you talked about, Caleb, Cerritos is scoring much more evenly distributed. Now everyone who's played has actually taken a part in that scoring for them today.
Carrillo tries to go off back window, and the rebound picked up by Camargo. Deja Mitchell is going to help on the low block. We'll find Argueta. Argueta with Ollier. Underneath, looking for Mitchell. She'll kick it out. Argueta for 3. Side rim and out. Mitchell almost gets to that one. That will be a foul, loose ball foul that will be credited to Cerritos.
Good, tough fight there, but a little bit too much body checking. That's what gets called right there.
That should be their 3rd team foul.
Verre subs in for Camargo there.
26-22, 4-point difference for these 2 squads. All over towards Mitchell as she goes to the top of the arc. Full shot clock here for Citrus after the foul was called. So Argueta's going to pick it up, and she's going to look over to her left. Argueta with it once more as she'll find Camargo. They play catch. 3-person weave. Around the horn they go once more. Here's Camargo. Great defense here by the Falcons as they take it away. So you see the defense there by the Falcons. What they do is they put 3 beyond the three-point line or pressuring the three-point line, which doesn't allow for any entry pass that the Owls wanted to go to with their set plays. Pop in on the other side for 3, side rim and out, and it will be picked up by Ollier. 26-22. Averaging about 16 per game. She'll find a skip pass. Now down underneath to Mitchell. Mitchell on the bounce pass to Argueta. Again, those set plays going down low to the block, just outside the paint, and then having someone streak towards the middle, right down the middle of the key, has been working for the Owls. However, they just haven't been able to get points on each of the last 2 times they pulled it off. Carrillo on the spin gets that one taken away, but it's a foul that produces the takeaway.
We also saw a new substitution. It'll be Avalos who came in for Nakamura to let her get her first rest of the game. And then it was Virai who came in for Camargo. So we can already see how this Cerritos' small bench is going to affect them for the rest of the game.
Here's Carrillo. Nice shot. Gets that one to roll. And that will be a 26-24 lead in favor of the Owls. So this has been a close one the entire way through. Largest lead of this one was actually 8 points in the early going. That was to the favor of the Cerritos Falcons. Ever since then, Citrus has had the lead as Avalo takes it away on the miscue by Argueta. Salinas calls for it with under a minute to play in the first half. Avalos, left wing, wants Poppin. That's deflected twice. Poppin does get it back off the deflection. Avalos on the no-look pass to Carrillo. Top of the arc, back to Avalos. She goes to spin, turns to her left, almost taken away. 10 seconds on the shot clock. Off Carrillo, they have to reset. Salinas, not afraid of taking a shot. She gets to inside the paint. Little runner with her left hand, no good. Shot clock violation. 0.3 seconds separate the shot clock and the game clock. So most likely what you're going to see here from Citrus is that they will hold for the final shot of the first half.
Either that or they try and get a quick bucket, because Citrus has been able to stop Cerritos. Maybe they're thinking possibly get 2 possessions here somehow.
Here's a chance for Camargo. She tries to go baseline with it. Goes off of Jasmine Briggs and out. .7 on the clock. They all break. Here's Ollier. Into the corner, off the screen, back to Camargo. Ollier for 3. No good. Front rim out. Under 10 seconds left for Cerritos. They've got to hurry and get it across the timeline. Nakamura against a double team. Carrillo with 3 seconds left. Kick to Poppin for 2. Side rim and out. No good. It's a good possession there for Citrus, or excuse me, for Cerritos to get the shot opportunity, but they can't get it to go. Score is 26-24 in favor of Citrus at the half. You are watching the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. Ryan Osborn, Caleb Ramos, Ari Nachshon. Caleb, Ari, you look at that first half of play, all over the place in terms of style, in terms of cleanliness, in terms of how well these teams have been able to get their defenses to roll. How do you look at the first half of play?
I look at it as both great offense and honestly kind of mediocre defense, but sloppy offense as well. You look at both, huge amount of turnovers for both teams, and they are able to score at a good clip, but not able to convert as well as they would like.
Yeah, and it definitely looks from the scoring perspective, it's the guards who are taking over today. We have Morella, who's the highest scorer for Citrus, and Salinas, the highest scorer for Cerritos on the day. Salinas is up to 8 points, while Morella is up to 11. So we're seeing a bit of a different style of play than maybe these teams are used to, where normally Ollier might be the dominating point producer for the team, where she only has 2 in this first half. So maybe we'll see as Citrus's deep bench allows them to get more rest, and maybe it'll be a little bit of a closer game than we expect because of that. Or maybe it'll be Cerritos' lack of a bench that lets Citrus pull away in the second half.
So now I have to look at you guys and say, okay, You hear what they could do in the second half, but what did they do correctly? I'll start with Citrus. What's the biggest thing that worked for them in half number 1?
For Citrus, the biggest thing that worked for them, in my opinion, was when they switched back to their 2-3 defense after running man. They were able to effectively corral all of Cerritos' players and were able to what's the wording I'm looking for? They were able to slow it down and kind of make Cerritos play at their pace instead of the pace that they wanted to play at.
Yeah, Citrus, on the offensive side at least, was definitely crashing the boards a lot more. And so when it came to getting those offensive rebounds, they were much more dominant, and there wasn't much Cerritos could do against it. Yeah, the height difference isn't as prevalent as we thought it would be, but still, even that extra couple inches, or maybe they work on that rebounding more at practice, it's clearly showing in this game.
You gotta also look at how they've done so far this season. You know, Citrus 8-3 so far, and they are currently ranked number 22 in the state. And Cerritos, on the other hand, 4-7, not even really close to ranked. And honestly, they're doing a great job at keeping up with this high-powered team.
Yeah, their two guards, Salinas and Nakamura, are really making sure that they are able to keep themselves in the game, because they don't really have that big wing or that big center that can help either on the defense or offensive side to somewhat dominate in that sense. So it's a big team effort, especially led by those guards, and we're starting to see that maybe they have a real chance here today.
You mentioned Nakamura. It's a bit weird to see her so quiet. You know, only 3 points in the first half. She is their highest scorer at 10 points per game. But she is currently being outscored by, for season average, being outscored by 3 of Citrus's players in Escobedo, Olia, and Argueta. But seems like maybe all 4 of them a little bit quiet today.
Yeah, definitely some other names stepping up today that maybe we didn't expect, or maybe even the coaches themselves didn't expect to step up, and maybe they thought it would have been the regular high scorers who would have been out there getting all the points today.
Cerritos, going back to last year, they were in this tournament last year as well. They went 1-2 in last year's tournament, winning their first game like they did this year against, coincidentally, the same team in Porterville. They won yesterday 71-60, and they also beat Porterville on the first day of the tournament last year.
Yeah. Cerritos, their coach, it's her 10th year, Trisha Kozlovsky. And for Citrus, it is Jericho Santos, and it's his 2nd year. We'll definitely be seeing how maybe having that long-lasting impact there that Kozlovsky has on the team is keeping them in the game. She definitely has some she has some very interesting play styles that we've seen, and some the way that some of the players are showing on the floor, especially with their shot selection.
So, guys, I'll take a look at that first half, right? You guys mentioned what was working well. You mentioned the coaching staffs for both these two teams. But when I look at this first half stat line, you take a look at Brianna Escobedo. She's not shy of taking shots from beyond the arc. 1 of 6 from beyond, not a single shot from inside. You look at the team as a whole, 3 of 19 from beyond the arc. This is a team in Citrus who so far has basically said, hey, we're going to try and get this 3-point shot working. And if it doesn't work, oh well, but we're going to try. 3 for 19 so far. Yes, that's not a great percentage, but you are continually seeing them say, hey, if the pressure, or if the opportunity is there for us to put up a 3, we're going to do exactly that.
Yeah, and even though they're not shooting at great percentage, they're shooting, I believe, almost 20% right now from 3-point. And you can see them warming up right now. They're all warming up shooting 3s, trying to get into the rhythm and potentially get that number up. But they are, even with that poor shooting percentage and the amount of shots that they've missed from three-point land, they're still winning. So if they can get their rhythm and get their three-point shots to start falling, I think they're going to start running away with it.
Now I want to bring up the game schedule for today. If you're watching online, you see right there, it is Cerritos and Citrus here at 1 p.m. Then at 3 p.m., it will be Imperial Valley taking on Porterville. And at 5, it is the home Fullerton College Hornets against the Santa Barbara City. Do you guys know what their name is?
I don't quite remember how to say it.
The Vaqueros.
Oh, yeah.
There you go. So the Santa Barbara City Vaqueros will be in town taking on the home Fullerton College Hornets. So again, 1, 3, and 5, that's the game schedule for today. Now the next thing that we're going to show you is going to be the game schedule for tomorrow. If you notice, that's just a little bit different in how it presents itself. Same time slots, 1, 3, and 5 p.m. as well, but it's Imperial Valley and Citrus to start off tomorrow's game. Santa Barbara plays Porterville at 3, and then Fullerton will host Cerritos at the 5 o'clock slot. So if you're going to stay with us for the entirety of the Colleen Riley Crossover Tournament, holiday crossover, I should say, we have 6 games on tap for you. 3 today, 3 tomorrow. Again, tomorrow is Imperial Valley Citrus, Santa Barbara Porterville, and then Fullerton College and Cerritos. And then if you switch it back to today, it is Cerritos and Citrus, as you see before you, Imperial Valley and Porterville, and then Fullerton College and Santa Barbara. Now, guys, this is your first tournament like this. When you look at the overall competition across the entire state of California, many say that the CCCAA, 3C2A now, has the best women's basketball across community college in the entire nation. When you get the opportunity to come out to a tournament like this and you get the chance to see this type of competition, what does it do for the exposure of the game of basketball to people who may not have the opportunity to see this quality of competition?
I think it does huge wonders, and we have 3 teams here in the top 20 and one team, or in the top 25, excuse me, and one team receiving votes but just missed. And so having that level of competition and getting this level of exposure as well is great for both the teams and the league itself.
Yeah, I mean, being able to see such high quality play here this weekend is really important for a tournament like this. I mean, you know, if it was a bunch of teams that all had losing records and they weren't playing high level basketball, it would be less, you know, people wouldn't be as interested. But because it is such high quality teams that are all looking to make the playoffs, of course it's going to mean more for them individually, and then of course for the people watching.
You got to look at, like I mentioned, the 3 teams in the top 25 are the home team, the Fullerton College Hornets, number 22, currently playing the Citrus College Owls, and number 23, Santa Barbara City College. And they are currently all 8-3, 9-2, and 11-1. Not in no particular order, excuse me. And you got to look at all of them, and especially for Fullerton College, with this being by far their best start under head coach Dan Desmond, they are currently only 2 wins away from tying his best record of his tenure here.
And then also there's Imperial Valley College, who is 6-4, which they just missed out, as you mentioned. But we also have another team in Porterville who is 5-6, which is, you know, just right there, only a game behind that. And then the lowest being Cerritos College, who's 3-7.
Well, guys, one thing I always love about these tournaments is seeing where all these different teams come from, right? So you look at the tournament this season. Of course, if you're familiar with Southern California, you know where Cerritos College is, just down the 91. You know where Fullerton College is. You probably know where Santa Barbara City College is. Well, let me put it this way. If you can't figure out the city that Santa Barbara City College is in, that might be a skill issue.
Yeah.
But when you look at where Porterville, Imperial Valley, and Citrus are, do you guys know where each of these colleges are? And I'll start it off with the Citrus Owls. Do you know where Citrus College is?
I don't.
It's okay to say no, because There's so many different schools in the 3C2A. So do you happen to know where Citrus is?
I do not.
Okay, so Citrus is in the Glendora area. If you're going down the 210, it's just a shade north of where Azusa Pacific University is. If you guys are familiar with where Azusa Pacific is, just if I remember correctly, you get off on Barranca. You take it north, make a right. If you're going down the 210, that's where Citrus is. Now,
my mom happens to be an APU alumni, so
there you go. So just we'll say about a mile north, or a mile north of APU. That's where Citrus lies. Now, I'll bring it over to Porterville. Do you guys know where Porterville is?
Can't say I do.
So, have you ever taken a trip up the Grapevine, going towards Northern California, or maybe you're looking to be more in the Central Valley? That is where Porterville is. So specifically, if you're looking at a map of California, right, you go to Bakersfield, you keep taking the 5 north. Well, excuse me, I should say you take the 5 north all the way up to where it splits off with the 99. You go past Bakersfield, and then finally off to your right as you get past Tipton, that's where Porterville is. It's a very big agricultural town, very heavily focused on farming and also the agriculture of the land just around. If you have the opportunity to go out towards Porterville, I won't call it a small town because it is a city in and of itself. But one thing that you'll notice is that it is a very community-based area. Lots of people, of course, knowing each other and having the opportunity to grow up with one another. There's a lot of familiarity with those colleges that play each other in that area. You look at places like Visalia that are nearby, also Lindsay and Tulare as well. That's where Porterville is. So we'll finish it off with Imperial Valley. Do you know where Imperial Valley would happen to be?
I don't believe I do.
I know the general region, but I couldn't tell you what city it's in.
Okay, that's fine.
I know it's near the Salton Sea, kind of like Southern California,
Yeah,
like
yeah.
lower.
You are correct.
But I couldn't tell you the name of the city.
Well, I'll give this to you. It is in Imperial Valley.
Right.
So that's the city.
Oh, that's a city?
Yeah, so
oh, okay.
We're on the right track there. But yes, you are correct. It is just south of the Salton Sea.
Okay.
So if you've ever heard of El Centro or Mexicali, it is just north of Mexicali on the U.S. side of things, and it is just a shade northeast of El Centro. So if you've heard of El Centro, that's where Imperial Valley is. They are not quite near Blythe, but that is one of the places that you hear of a lot of community college athletes coming from. If they're on the very border of Arizona and California, they come from Blythe. They may come from Yuma, depending on which side they want to play in the 3C2A or the NJCAA. You get players from over there. But Imperial Valley is right next to Imperial, south of the Salton Sea. It's about a 2.5 hour drive depending on traffic. So that's where all these colleges come from. For people who don't have the opportunity to really explore where these colleges are, or they haven't had a chance to hear where these colleges are from, that's just a quick little overview of the different participants in this tournament.
You gotta wonder, with them being so far away, where they're all staying.
You know, it's a good question. That's one thing that I always like to talk to coaches about. Some of these teams, depending on how far away they are, as the Falcons start off with possession here in the third quarter, there are some teams, Estrada taking a 3, and she will connect on it. But there are some teams who actually decide to just trip it each day. Because if you have someone like Citrus, right? Citrus is just a shade north of APU and Glendora. They are close enough to where they could bus back to their college. And since they're getting the early slot in today and tomorrow, you still have plenty of opportunity to rest. Now, places like Porterville and also Imperial Valley, more likely than not, they're staying in the area. But it's always interesting to hear those travel schedules for these teams. Here's Salinas on a 2. Jasmine Briggs with the offensive board, tries to put it back up. Can she get it again? It bobbles around between both players. It is a jump ball, and it will stay with the Owls. Almost said the Eagles. Different bird.
No, it looks like it is going to the Owls. You were right the first time.
There we go. Battle of two different birds here, and somehow I said Eagles. 27-26 is our score as the Cerritos Falcons have the lead, and they are defending over to our left. Ball over towards Ollier. She'll kick it out now to Morella. That gets blocked by Estrada. Nice play. There's a foul the other way. So that will go against the Citrus Owls, and it will allow for the Falcons to take possession.
Looked like she was trying a bit too hard to recover her loose ball and just ran into her.
Shot opportunity not there. Nakamura, nice job to clean up the offensive glass. Now over to Salinas. Salinas with the basketball and 10 seconds on the shot clock. Nakamura to Estrada. She's already got a 3 in this quarter. Swung over to Salinas. 3 seconds on the shot clock. Nakamura for 3, no good. Briggs can't get the offensive board. Other way, the Owls will turn it over. So what happened there, guys, is that Brianna Escobedo thought she could bounce it off the leg of Nakamura the other way and have it go right back to her or go out of bounds. There's a air ball on a 3 that goes for Salinas. But instead, once she got the ball back, her right foot was on the baseline, which causes it to be a turnover. Ollier for 3, no good. Salinas takes the rebound, and she has her 3rd of this game. Here's Nakamura on the leap. Now underneath to Jasmine Briggs, puts it off glass and gets it to go.
Beautiful couple of passes there from Cerritos, you know. Just great vision from both Nakamura and Salinas, excuse me.
Here's Morella. Out to Ollier. Martinez. Little elbow jumper. That connects.
She's just standing there, nobody even close.
Here's the thing, too, for Martinez. If you watch her, when they go through their set plays, how she's able to get separation is impressive. Beautiful steal in transition going to Escobedo. Now Morella, she wants to reset. Escobedo wide open in the left-hand corner, doesn't take the shot. Swings it back up top. Different play set up now with Martinez at the elbow. Martinez turns to her left. Has someone over to her left once more. Martinez on the set play. Kick out Morella for 3. In the corner, it's good. Line drive is there, and taking the lead right back are the Owls.
And that was just some fantastic play there. The constant screen sets and the great passing. Cerritos was just completely confused and couldn't find where they needed to cover all their players.
Nakamura thought about it. Carrillo turning to her right on the spin move. Jasmine Briggs has her 3rd offensive board, puts it up, doesn't go, but she'll go to the free throw line. That's a foul going against the Owls. And almost did it again. Almost did it again. Again, 2 different birds, and somehow I'm naming the one that's not here.
At least you got a bird.
I'll take it. I will take it. So Jasmine Briggs will go to the free throw line. She gets her opportunity to get her 3rd and 4th points of the game.
As you had mentioned just a couple of seconds ago, Briggs with her 3rd offensive rebound in the first 2.5 minutes of play here, or 3.5 minutes, excuse me. But maybe it's superstitious of me. Maybe it's the side, you know. Citrus was offensive rebounding on the right, and they were killing it. Now Cerritos is killing it on offensive boards on that side. Never know.
31-29 is our score. Escobedo down underneath, looking for a teammate, finds one in Swasti. There's a 3, doesn't go. Argueta, nice save, taken away by Jasmine Briggs. It's a 3-on-1 if she's able to hurry. Here's Briggs. Briggs all the way. Briggs lays it up. Briggs lays it in. 31 all with 6:05 left to go in the 3rd quarter of play.
All momentum seems to be going to Cerritos right now.
Escobedo up top. Martinez at the elbow. Is able to shoot from there. That goes off of Argueta and out. Substitution in as Poppin is going to come in for Jasmine Briggs. Briggs does an excellent job in those first 4 minutes and 10 seconds.
Yeah, and it's a bit confusing why she was taken off. I mean, she seems to be the one keeping Cerritos in this game right now.
Well, a big portion of it, as that one is deflected away, is how they only have the 2 people on the bench for this one. Escobedo the other way, drawing a charge beautifully is Salinas.
That was great positioning, just did exactly what she needed to. She probably sold the contact a little bit more than there was, but did exactly what was needed and got the charge.
Still definitely one of the harder things to do in basketball. Drawing charges, while it looks easy, is no easy feat. I mean, if you're having someone running at you full speed, you don't want to get hit on the floor by them.
That is a pass out of bounds. 5:26 left to go in the third quarter, 31-31. Just a little miscommunication there between Estrada, and it looked like she was looking for Nakamura. She thought she had Nakamura on the right. Nakamura had actually peeled over towards her left. Here's Martinez with it. Martinez towards the corner. Turnover for Citrus. So these two teams trading turnovers in the last 2 minutes of play. And neither team with a lead, 31-31. 5:10 on the clock in the third quarter. Nakamura gets trapped, has to get it away, and a timeout is taken by Cerritos. So the Cerritos Falcons will call a timeout. It's 31-31 between the Falcons and the Owls. You are watching the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. Ryan Osborn, Caleb Ramos, and Ari Nachshon here live on the air with you. Also want to give credit to Becky Nguyen in addition to Mark Pavlovich, Corey Neyland, and the ever-present Joe Pavlenko. Getting us all here on the air.
You got to look at Nakamura right there on that last one. She did look panicked, and that's why the timeout was called. But as the timeout was getting called, she was able to get it away. So maybe a waste of a timeout, but we'll see if it comes back to bite them eventually.
Yeah, I mean, Kozlovsky not scared to call a timeout. This is her third one in this game where it doesn't even look like Citrus has even wanted to call one at any point. So definitely she's trying to make the best out of any opportunity they can here.
31-31 is our score. Salinas asking for it on the left. Goes back to Nakamura. Deflected twice. Finally with it. Now over to the three-point line where it doesn't go. Owls with it. Scooped over towards Argueta. Doesn't roll, so 31-31 it remains as the ball goes over towards the left where a three-point shot is connected on. Avalos is there.
First points of the game, and it's a beautiful one, too.
And now everyone on that Cerritos team has contributed with points to this game.
(34-31) is our score. Here's Morella for three. She tries to answer, can't get that one to go. Offensive board to the Owls. Swasti got the second chance opportunity. Blocking foul going towards Cerritos.
Trying to draw a charge once again was Salinas, and she couldn't get her feet set in time. She did get her, it did look like Escobar dropped her shoulder into Salinas, but she didn't have her feet set.
Free throw shot. First one is good for Escobedo. And it's now 34-32. Second one is good as well. 34-33, Falcons with the lead by one. Nakamura, pass up ahead to Carrillo. Carrillo to the left wing where it goes to Avalos. She's 1 of 1 from beyond the three-point line. Avalos looking to help on the reset. Taken away, nice job by Argueta. Argueta with the anticipation, wants to stop, put it up off glass, can't get that to go. Salinas tries to take it away. Argueta with the rebound, it's a jump ball. So lots of pressure applied there by Argueta, and she is able to force the jump ball here.
Unfortunately, it does go the other way to Cerritos, so great job by Salinas fighting for it and being able to, like you said, get that jump ball and keep possession.
Nakamura looking to break. High pressure. Looking almost like a 2-1-2. Beautiful pass there by Avalos for 2. Avalos gives it up to Briggs, and Briggs has 6 points in the third quarter to lead Cerritos, 36-33.
Yeah, no look pass up one is a pretty crazy move, but it worked out, and it was nice and flashy, and it got the point across. You know, 2 is a 2 no matter how you get it.
Martinez gets blocked, baseline out as Morella tries to drive it, but her foot ends up touching the out-of-bounds marker, and it will end up being a turnover. 36-33 is our score with 2:47 on the clock.
Citrus still pressing, but seems to be a little bit less tight than normal.
Here's Nakamura stepping inside, popped up off the front rim, doesn't work. You guys were mentioning it, Nakamura having a little bit of a quiet afternoon to this point. Escobedo is going to bring it out to Ollier. Ollier on the drive, tries to Euro that one forward, goes off of Citrus and out. 36-33 it remains.
Nakamura, like you said, is having a bit of a quiet night scoring-wise, but you can definitely see her impact both on the playmaking and defensive sides, with her being the one to break the press and distribute the ball, and on top of that, getting all of her teammates open like we just saw. Beautiful shot there.
That one splashes in for Poppin. She is 2 of 3 from beyond. Morella now with Martinez right at the free throw line. She gets that to go. Nice shot there by Martinez.
Yeah, definitely a quick response there just to make sure that the momentum doesn't keep up too much for Cerritos. Citrus wants any chance they can to stay in this game.
Poppin swinging towards the left. Nakamura now with Briggs. Briggs can attack the basket. Nakamura leaping takeaway to get the offensive board.
I'm telling you, it's the right side of the court.
Poppin thinks about a 3. Poppin for 2. Back rimmed out. Caleb is convinced the pinball tilt is favoring our right-hand side. 39-35, a 4-point difference with 1:04 left on the clock in the third quarter of play. Backdoor pass, here's Martinez having to swing it all the way back out. It's taken away by Nakamura. Mishandle there for Escobedo, pops off her foot. Transition offense saved by Poppin. Poppin for 3. That's gonna go off the side rim and out. I don't think she was fully set when she goes after that 3, guys. She ends up seeing the opportunities there, but takes the shot before she's ready.
Yeah, it did seem like she rushed it. Her feet looked a little bit wider than they are when she normally takes the second and sets her form and shoots. And it looked like she pushed it a bit more than actually shooting it.
Here's Briggs, deflected twice, no jump ball. Martinez backdoor, puts it up and in. Morella, nice job there just to make herself available on that backdoor cut because Martinez was going to get double teamed, and it is 2 that gets credited to the Owls. Difference is 2 now. Estrada nearly gets that one taken away, but it will be a foul against Citrus. 39-37 is our score. Avalos is going to take it sideline out near the broadcast table with 13.7 seconds left to go in the third quarter of play. It's brought in to Estrada. Jaden Estrada, the 5'7" sophomore out of Anaheim. Estrada wide open for 3, doesn't take it. 6 seconds left. Make it 3. Avalos, Estrada has to put it up for 3. That's going to not make it where she would like it to go, and it becomes a 2-point deficit at the end of 3. So 39-37 is our score. You are watching the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. Ryan Osborn joined by Caleb Ramos and Ari Nachshon. Guys, you look at this fourth quarter of play, it's a very simple formula that goes to Cyprus, or excuse me, not Cyprus, but Cerritos' favor if they're able to continue to manufacture their offense the way that they have been, getting those open shots, swinging the ball around until you get that open shot. It's an easier path to the victory that they want.
I agree, and personally, I think Citrus needs to back off the press. I think they need to just set up half-court defense and just play solid defense rather than trying to force turnovers, because right now Cerritos is not making turnovers. They are breaking the press, getting easy transition buckets. If Citrus backs off and makes them play tougher instead of faster, I feel like Citrus could have a shot at taking this game away from Cerritos right now.
Ari, you swing it over to the Citrus side of things. I know that Caleb just a few moments ago said that they have to back off the high press. Now, if you're looking at it from the offensive side of things for Citrus, we've seen them have a lot of success getting it to Samantha Martinez. Is she going to be the one that they have to get it to get a win in this one?
I mean, more than likely. It'll either be her or Morella with the takeover, because it doesn't look like Ollier is going to be producing tonight. Only one bucket. Maybe it'll change in this fourth quarter, but, you know, normally when your star player isn't out, you always go next man up, and you got to find out who that is today for Citrus.
Foul underneath. That is going to go against the Cerritos Falcons. So that'll be their first team foul of the fourth quarter of play.
I think that might have been a 3 seconds, offensive 3 seconds in the key, as Cerritos takes over possession from Citrus.
39-37 is our score.
Salinas taking the ball down as she has all game.
Here's Salinas, now with Avalos. They're going three-person weave at the top of the arc. Salinas moves the pivot foot just a little bit. Nice defense, but it leads to a cutting drive there by Estrada. The set plays for either of these two teams have been working so well. Now Ollier, runner, good.
Ollier is still Citrus's best player. They might go to her even though she hasn't had the best game.
So Jolene Ollier, like you mentioned, she's averaging about 16 entering in this one. Now has her fourth of this ball game. Salinas kick out to Carrillo. Carrillo on the spin. Now left-hand side of the arc. Taken by Salinas for three. Can't get that to go in. Briggs has a touch on it, but it gets tipped away to Ollier. Skip pass, right wing. Martinez from the free throw line. Doesn't go the way that she'd like, and there's a foul that goes to Cerritos.
I'm not quite sure about that foul call. There was a little bit of contact, but it didn't look like she was even really trying to shoot. She just looked like she tossed the ball up in the air trying to get a foul.
So Swasti is going to go to the free throw line. Puts up the first one and gets that to go. Lead changes for the first time this quarter with 8:19 left to go in this one. And Swasti puts this next one up, and that's good as well. 2-point lead for the Owls, 41-39 is our score currently. Salinas the other way. Heavy pressure there as she's reached by Farai. Farai joined by Swasti, Martinez, Ollier, and Morella. Here's Avalos with Salinas. Salinas trying to dribble her way out of trouble. 6 seconds on the shot clock. She's got to put one up, gets through traffic and scores. The left-handed runner works.
Great Euro step there by Salinas.
Ball left-hand side here, Citrus with Ollier. Deflected away, Carrillo has it. Martinez tries to get it back, but it goes back to the Falcons. So the Falcons tied it up just a few moments ago. They had a lead that was as high as 8. Here's Salinas towards the corner. Carrillo stops, puts that one up, off glass, no good. Rebound, Morella. Morella likes to run, and she's able to do so successfully. Left-handed layup is good. Timeout taken by Citrus, and you have to give a lot of credit there to Morella, as she was able to get the rebound, fly all the way down the court, and with a heavy contest, was able to put that one up with her left hand and in.
Again, like we had mentioned earlier, she just looks faster than everybody else on the court, and it showed once again right there. Going back to what I said earlier about Citrus and their press, I think it depends on who's on the court. Now that I'm watching and realizing more, when Cerritos has Nakamura on the court, they pass and move the ball a lot and break it easy. When Nakamura is off and Salinas is on, Salinas tries to dribble through everything. So I think it's a mix of pressing and not pressing, and making sure you know who you have on the court and who is able to do what.
(43-41) is our score with 7:14 left. Ball in for Salinas. She has pop into her right. Salinas wants to take it all the way off her left hand. Gets that to go off the window and scores. She will go to the free throw line to add one more to it. Tied at 43 now. Salinas decides to go right to the rack and is able to put that one off the glass and in. Caleb, you were just talking about it. When she has the opportunity, she's more than willing to dribble right into that traffic. She does exactly that and scores.
That's her team. That free throw makes her team leading 13th point of the game. And you're right. Like I said, she is trying to dribble through everything.
3-on-1 the other way for the Falcons. Estrada to Briggs. Briggs off the glass and good. 46-43, Cerritos has opened up a 3-point lead here. Citrus with plenty of offensive firepower with Martinez from the elbow. Can't get that to go. Estrada loses it for a second. She's double teamed in the corner. Can't get it away. It's a jump ball. Nice job by Cerritos there. Guys, you look at Cerritos. One thing that you really enjoy about this team, and it's a credit to this coaching staff, is that they're not giving up on the play after a free throw line miss, right? You have Martinez who puts that ball up, doesn't end up going the way that she wants it, caroms off to the side, but immediately you have two Owls who go and trap the ball. They could have just run back, started off their defensive set, but instead they force a jump ball, and the next time that you have one of those opportunities, you get the possession arrow. Salinas into the front court. She's got Briggs to her right along with Nakamura. They go into motion. Briggs down low and Poppin as well. Poppin is going to go baseline. Down to Briggs. Briggs looking for it for herself. She can't get that to go. Taps it away to a teammate. Estrada with a reset on the shot clock to 20. Now down to 15. Salinas once more. Beyond the arc. Looking for Estrada. Estrada will clear out. Back to Poppin. Poppin has 2 threes in this one. Up to Nakamura. Elbow line jumper deflected by Martinez. Almost in over the back. That will be a foul. Is it going against Briggs? It is. So Briggs gets the foul on this one because she doesn't allow for Swasti to make a natural turn once she gets possession of the basketball.
It looked like she was trying to draw a foul, not get a foul called, obviously, and looking for maybe an elbow swing or something, but you're right, she did get a bit too close.
So 46-43 is our score. The Falcons with the 3-point lead. Scooped over towards the left. A 3-point shot for Morella is there. So if you were watching this tournament thinking, all right, I'm going to get a nice, easy entrance into the first 3 games today, and then tomorrow I'm going to get the same, oh, you were wrong. In fact, you got some of the best 3C2A competition that we have seen in the Southland to start off this season. Runner in the lane doesn't go, and Escobedo is going to take it the other way. Find Morella. Morella now to Ollier for 3. Up, no good. Hits the wedge just a shade. Estrada trying to get it away. That will be a foul against the Owls.
Classic reach-in foul. She was trying too hard to get the jump ball, like you had mentioned earlier on the free throw miss, free throw jumper miss. She's trying too hard to get that jump ball and get possession back, and she got a foul.
Salinas will get it. It's Salinas, Carrillo, joined by Estrada, Nakamura, and Poppin. Those are the 5 on the floor for the Falcons. On the other side, it's Swasti, Martinez, Escobedo with Morella and Ollier. Here's Estrada trying to get it away. She needs to find Carrillo. She does. At the baseline, kick out to Poppin for 3. On its way, and it goes in. 49-46, an exciting opening matchup here on Friday. Martinez now out for Morella. Go ahead. Sorry about that.
And that's Poppin's third 3 of the game. And they're just going to keeping her open. She is going to keep hitting those 3s, and there's nothing they can do about it if they don't close her out.
Swasti tries to scoop baseline. She gets pushed out. That is Cerritos, I believe, 15 foul, so she should be going to the free throw line. Actually, I take that back. It is their 14th foul. Reset up top, 20 seconds on the shot clock. Down to Ollier, back to Swasti. Turnaround jumper there for Martinez, can't get that one to run. So the first 3 that she took from that same spot landed. The last 3 that she has taken from the free throw line have not connected. It's a good look there for Martinez though. Just doesn't end up going her way. Here's Estrada to her right, to Nakamura. They trade places. 3-person weave on the right side of the arc. Nakamura once more on the turn, taken away by Morella. Morella in transition, looking to lay it up and lay it in. So you were talking about it just a few moments ago there, Caleb. Morella can get up the floor as quickly as she would like, and she can get past everyone when she does go into transition. 49-48, the Falcons with a 1-point lead. Here's Estrada, started the game off pretty well for this Falcon squad, but it's been Salinas the entire way the rest. Here's Carrillo off the bounce from Salinas. They had the look that they wanted, but it just doesn't fall.
Looked like she stumbled a bit on her run up to try and take the layup.
3-on-2 if Cerritos hurries. Kick out to Poppin. She wants to take it in stride off the side of the backboard and doesn't go. So a shade of a heat check there for Poppin. Doesn't end up connecting. 49-48 it remains. Under 3 minutes to play in the fourth quarter. Morella closed down upon. Now Swasti underneath. Goes off of her arm and it will go out. 49-48, 1-point advantage as Briggs is going to enter, and taking a seat will be Carrillo.
Gotta break the press here if you're Cerritos. They've done it all game. Oh, and as I say, 5-second violation. They weren't fast enough.
So trying to get away from pressure was Nakamura and Salinas, but the high press by Ollier and Morella gets to it first. 2:31 on the clock with a 1-point difference between these two squads. 49-48. Underneath Swasti, beautiful find there by Escobedo.
It just looked like a miscommunication there with Cerritos. Nobody covered the down low block.
Here's Estrada. She ends up seeing that ball go off her. Possession error goes to Citrus, and the defense for the Owls comes up large. 2:17 on the clock. And a timeout taken. I believe it will be by Citrus. 50-49 is our score. 1-point lead for the Citrus Owls. You are watching the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. Ryan Osborn, Caleb Ramos, Ari Nachshon, or excuse me, Caleb, you were about to say something.
Yeah, I was. It looked like Estrada just had a clean lane. I don't want to say for a free, easy layup. There were 2 players down there, but there was nobody really near her at the time, and I think she tripped maybe on her own feet, or maybe she got accidentally tripped or something, but she had a free lane, maybe a clean mid-range jumper if she wanted it, but the trip up ended up costing them both possession and a free opportunity at a bucket.
Yeah, that's what one person was saying over to our left. Because, you know, you always hear the fans in these types of tournaments. You hear the fans saying, hey, you know what, where is the foul? How come there was no foul on that the other way? Well, it's a difficult call to make, especially in a game this close, when it's incidental contact. It's different when you're trying to make an attempt on the ball and you end up clipping feet. That's different. In this case, more of incidental contact, and Citrus is able to take it away.
Yeah, obviously there'd be a foul if she like intentionally stuck her foot out and tripped her, but it was very accidental, and I'm still not sure she was tripped. I think she might have tripped over her own feet trying to go too fast.
Here's Ollier with Escobedo. Now over towards the left-hand corner. Escobedo kick out. Ollier for three. Front rimmed out. Nakamura thought about the football pass, and instead she'll set it up with Salinas. Salinas with Carrillo, joined by Nakamura and Briggs, in addition to Estrada. Estrada will take it off the right hip, tries to put this one up. She's left wide open. And it will end up going for Estrada. So a 2-point advantage given to the Falcons. 1.5 minutes left, 90 seconds remaining in regulation. For three, Escobedo the other way. That goes too far. Salinas has her 7th rebound in this one. Nakamura out for Estrada. She's open. Does she decide to take it? She does, and she decides to connect on it.
I don't really know if that's so much of a decision as just a good shot. You know, if people could decide to make it, then people would be shooting 1,000.
The way that she decides to make it is by putting it up in rhythm. She doesn't slow down on it, doesn't take it out of the natural offensive set as Ollier puts this one back. An exciting one in this one. As there's a little communication here from the Cerritos sideline to the officials, trying to make sure that they can advance the basketball. 57.6 left to go. 54-52 is our score. You are watching the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. Ryan Osborn, Caleb Ramos, Ari Nachshon joining you live. And again, we want to credit our crew in this one. Corey Neyland, Gabby Neyland, Mark Pavlovich, Becky Nguyen, and Joseph Pavlenko for getting us on the air here. In case you are wondering if this is going to be the only game today, well, do I have some good news for you? It is not. We have 3 games today at 1, 3, and 5. And then tomorrow, the exact same 1, 3, and 5, although the matchups will be changed around just a bit. You'll hear a lot more from Caleb, a lot more from Ari as this tournament continues to roll along. We're going to bring you all of that here on Hornet Radio, in addition to some interviews that we will have coming up in just a few minutes. Once this game is over, we'll have an interview with the head coach of the Citrus Owls.
You can hear Coach Kowalski telling her team, be strong with the ball, do not turn the ball over, and that is exactly the last thing you want. You cannot give them a free possession. You need points here.
Here's Estrada. Has a double screen that she decides to go left on. Taken away by Morella. Morella with the intercept, trying to lay it up left-handed, and does not get that to go in. She stares to the sky as she goes back defensively, and now there's only 4 seconds separating the game clock and the shot clock. Salinas with it. She's going to be content to let that clock roll. 2 points separate both teams, 54-52. Reach-in foul that is going to go against the Citrus Owls and Escobedo.
Morella's going to be dreaming about that one tonight. She showed her speed once again. Free open lane, and she just missed. Not much else to go.
Foul there. Going to Citrus. And for Citrus, that should be their 4th foul, so they still have 1 to give. Estrada, Carrillo, Briggs, Nakamura, Salinas. Those are the 5 on the floor for the Falcons. Falcons trying to break. They've got to get it in. Almost a 5. Timeout taken. So a timeout taken by Cerritos. That should be their final one of this ball game. And with 15.2 seconds left to play, it's a 2-point difference between the Cerritos Falcons and the Citrus Owls. You are watching the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover here on Hornet Radio. Ari, Caleb, you look at the next 15.2 seconds. Obviously, if you're Cerritos, your goal is to get this ball in and make sure that you do not turn the ball over, like Caleb said, right? But if you're Citrus, here's the question. Do you foul? And if you do, how early do you do so?
I don't know. I mean, personally, I don't think it depends on what type of situation you are the second the ball is in play. If you are in a position where it would make sense not to foul because they look like they're going for the shot, or there's an open person, like you want to let them just take it. But if you can see someone obviously just trying to run down the clock, maybe try to get that foul just so that they can go to the line and then, try to get that balance out and go back down the floor and see if you can hit a big three or something.
I think you have to cover Salinas and Nakamura as tough as you can and then intentionally foul. You have to give yourself a chance. If you don't foul, you will just let them run out the clock. Ideally, it was not Salinas that you wanted taking these one or two free throws, but
and the deal is, for both these two teams, they're only shooting at 50% from the free throw line in this game. So that first shot goes in. Now Salinas trying to make it a two-possession game. Ball goes up, ball goes in. 4-point difference, 56-52. Timeout taken by Citrus.
You got to find your best shooter, get her somehow get her open, and then intentionally foul once again.
Well, guys, what I think it's going to go to, or I think if you're drawing up a play, you have to draw it up for someone like Escobedo, who has done very well in terms of getting the ball up. You look at just the first half stats, right? 3-point makes. Kristen Morella has been fantastic in this one. In the first half, she was 2 of 4 from beyond. In this half, I believe she is 1 of 4 from beyond. So she has 3 different three-pointers that she is connected on. Escobedo can make three-pointers as well. It's like you guys said, you have to get it to the best shooter on your squad, get a very quick shot, and then you're going to have to foul once more. So as long as you are able to get that shot early on in these 13.7 seconds, you're going to be okay. The question is, can you get Morella or Escobedo open in time? So Escobedo is going to be the one to bring it in. Now, the way that they're set up currently is that Martinez and Swasti are at the top of the key, and then down below are Ollier and Morella. This is going to be a design for Morella because she's going to come off one of those screens, pop to the top of the arc, and get that shot away.
I could see it being for Ollier or Morella.
So here's Ollier. Ends up going to Ollier, and Morella gets called for a foul.
I think that was a moving screen call, and I think that call was correct.
And it was indeed. And the reason why that is because when Morella comes to set that pick, her feet are clearly still moving in the direction of where that pick is going to be. She wasn't set. 10 seconds on the clock. Nakamura gets fouled by Ollier.
Morella, as well as she's played tonight, is going to lose sleep over this one, I think.
It's a tough miss on the layup. Difficult one, but she has plenty of opportunity to get that back in the next matchup that they have tomorrow. We'll remind you of what we have going on tomorrow night, or excuse me, tomorrow afternoon and tomorrow night. 57-52, 5-point difference. Next one is up and good. 6-point lead. Bringing it the other way will be Escobedo. She wants to drive, kick it baseline on the backdoor cut. She's able to find Martinez. Cerritos brings it in, and the Falcons win it. So a final score of 58-52 in game number 1 here on a Friday of the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. That's going to do it for this first game as we get set for the second game in just a little bit. Ari, Caleb, you look at this matchup. Cerritos gets a big win over a ranked team.
Yeah, huge underdog victory for Cerritos, and I think that they just played with more energy. You know, I know it's kind of a cliche to say that, but they played harder, they wanted it more, and they just played better.
Yeah, it was definitely a big team win. Every player, all 7 of them who were on the floor tonight, scored, which means they're all contributing in a different way. There wasn't anyone just running around doing cardio or making it, giving the other team an easy opportunity to score. They did. They simply wanted it more. However, from the Citrus side, they had 5 players who scored. Just 5, which means that one of their starters who didn't score, one of their bench players who did, no one else who came on or if they even played at all. So it's a little confusing from the Citrus perspective because they have a much deeper bench, and it gets a little confusing. You look at it and you go, why weren't those bench players being used at all? Obviously during crunch time, that's totally fine. You want them playing, you want your best players on the floor. But in the second, third quarter, when it's a close game and you just want them playing to get some minutes, let your starters get some rest, it's a little confusing to look at the Citrus lineup and say, why aren't those players getting any minutes?
Yeah, and I do agree with you. They should have played more. They should have gotten more opportunities, more rest for the starters, like you mentioned. But you do look at this score sheet, and you see Morella with 23 points on the night, and Martinez with almost 12 or 14, it looks like. And you have to think, like, if our guys are scoring, we need to keep them in and continue on. But at the same time, you're right. They do need rest, and I feel like fatigue could have played a huge factor in their loss.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Morella and Martinez both did a great job when it came to scoring, but what do all those points matter if you're too tired to make it happen in the end of the game and get the win, It's just empty stats if you don't get the win at the end of the day.
Yeah, and on top of that, great. We had mentioned early in the broadcast about their three-point attempts. Not great stats from Citrus. They took 31 and only made 5.
Yeah, I mean, that's just hard numbers to look at, You look at it and you go, 16%?
Yeah, it's not a good clip at all, and they were warming up and making them in warm-ups. I don't know if you saw that, but they were making them in warm-ups. They just couldn't get into it during the game.
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the field goal percentage, 33%, definitely not great. I mean, you're making 1 out of every 3 shots. The 3-point percent, 16, and that's just so mind-boggling low. I mean, seriously, that's barely more than 1 of every 10 threes you're making. But hey, at least their free throw percentage was good. They only missed 1 today.
Yeah, and it was in the first quarter, so they were able to get their clutch free throws just like Cerritos was, 5 for 5 on free throws in the fourth, and only 64% throughout the whole game, but they made them when it counted, and it was absolutely killer.
And that 3-point percentage being 33 instead of 16% also definitely made a big difference there for Cerritos.
Oh, for sure. You look at their season average, and for 3-point percentage, they're both only at 25%. So to be up in 33%, making 7 of 21, making 1 of every 3 is huge.
Yeah, also that distributed scoring, the leader, Salinas, had 15. Then there's Estrada, who had 12, and Briggs, who had 10. I mean, especially in that second half, Briggs played incredibly well. We saw her crashing the boards and able to get those easy layups when they mattered, just to keep them in the game and then to take over once necessary. Salinas was really dominant. I mean, we saw how she really controlled the game. I mean, the way she used the ball today was better than anyone else on the floor throughout the whole game. She was incredibly consistent, and, you know, the shooting splits are okay, but the rebounds, the assists, I mean, that's a pretty solid stat line. 15, 8, and 6 is not something you see very often out here.
Yeah, and to me, it kind of looked like Celine. It looked like Cerritos had two different styles of play. You know, with when Salinas was on the court, it looked more like she was the player, and everything ran through her. And when she was off, it looked like Nakamura was able to distribute, and she doesn't have the assist numbers, but a lot of points came from her and her ability to distribute the ball.
And now we are here with Coach Trisha Kozlovsky.
Yeah, that's me.
Right after the game. How do you think it went today?
I'm just so proud of our players and the fight and the commitment to the game plan that our assistant, Taja Matthews, put together. It's not easy. We had to, you know, do a walkthrough today whenever you have back-to-back-to-back games. But we came out, we stuck together as a team, didn't turn the ball over. We had played Citrus in the showcase, and they killed us. So just to see that growth from September when we played them in the showcase and got beat, and then to now and getting them by 4. I mean, they're a ranked team. They're a playoff team. So really proud of our group.
Coach, what was the aspect of today, though, that really brought in the victory for you? I mean, I was watching it. You look at the offensive side. Was it really high shooting? Was it better? Did your defense play better than you thought they would play, or was it the offensive side that you thought played better?
We adjusted the defense to keep the high posts. Like, we're not going to step up to the high post. We kind of dared 21 to shoot, and she kind of did. She had 12 points, but we wanted to kind of take 24. I was actually surprised to not see them put 24 back on the high post, but I was happy about it. I was like, I don't want to deal with her on the high post. So just making that adjustment and trying to get out to their shooters. Wow, they shot 31 threes. And we caught them on a bad shooting night. So sometimes, thank you, basketball gods, for that.
It's also sometimes, though, because of the defensive play on your thing, even though they're not shooting well, it's the intimidation of the fact that if I'm always in front of you, if I've got my hands up, that's good. So let me give a little more love to your team than just thanking the basketball gods on that. When you look at your team and it grows, you come into a tournament like Colleen Riley, the history of the tournament, you look at some of the coaches that have been out here, Debbie Wilkie, other people that you could put around it, Marcia Foster, the women that have really pioneered the game of community college basketball. Do your young women get excited to play? I mean, it's holiday season. It's a basketball tournament. My family wants me to do things. People like Ari would go on vacation, the voice here. How do your women feel about playing on a tournament like this because of the history and because of the competition?
I mean, haven't really talked about Colleen Riley. They know that the tournament is for the Hall of Fame coach, but they know our history. They know Karen Welliver, who coached against Debbie for a long time. I saw Debbie here yesterday, Hall of Famer. But also yesterday, our first coach who started the Cerritos women's basketball team was here in attendance. And she started the team in 1977, and she talked to our players after and praised them for, you know, the shared experience of playing basketball together and handling the pressure and we knew that Citrus was going to press us. So it's not so much Fullerton's history, but our own, you know.
Well, then it's really the history of women's basketball. I mean, Corey Neyland, who's not on the air today, my partner that's usually doing games with me, is called Title IX. Because we're a great believer in women's athletics. So where is the status on a community college level for women's basketball?
I mean, we're really lucky at Cerritos to have so much support from ASCC to we're in the transition of getting a new athletic director, but I feel all of our coaches support women's sports. And if anyone's watching, I know you guys are probably watching the volleyball semifinals and now the final, where two women are going to be coaching in the NCAA final. And a female is going to win for the first time since 1981. So, the history is huge, and just getting women excited about maybe playing college basketball. It's not easy to play college basketball, and then maybe even thinking about coaching. you know. So just that love of the game. But it's been a rough start for us. We've lost some games, like a couple games by like 5, 6, 7 points. This was our best complete game of the year, and the kids really deserved it because it's not easy at practice. I'm a tough coach. I have high expectations, but they rose to the challenge, and it was good that they saw that their hard work is paying off. So it's all about hard work, energy, enthusiasm, a sense of urgency, and a sense of belief, you know. And I don't really have a rah-rah player, but that's okay. I'll do that for them. Like, I'll be the best coach I can be for this team. What this team needs this year is for me to be super energetic, like over the top. Some teams I didn't have to do that in the past. Like my last conference team, I never had to do that. But this team needs that because we're quite young. Jay and Francine are my only 2 returners. So we're pretty young.
Well, you know, you say you're rah-rah, and I mean, you're lucky enough. We know Cerritos College well. John Van Gaston, who is a very good friend of Corey's of mine, and Ed Ford. And then Cody, who's a softball coach.
Yeah.
Talk about somebody
Legend.
else like yourself,
Legend.
who is that coach that gives the spirit to the players and lets them come out so that you can take these student athletes, which I always have to emphasize, you're a college professor, first of all, not just a basketball coach, and a mentor to these players to get them to that next level, be it, even if it's not college basketball, that next level of education so they can be like you, be what you want to be.
Yeah.
I appreciate what you do. I appreciate the fun that you bring to the game. I love the fact that there's nothing but enthusiasm on your sideline. No coach is saying, what are you doing? You missed another layup.
The rest, I wasn't very happy. But that, you know what, for our team.
Who is happy with refs?
No, never. They did a good job, I thought. But that was a playoff ref kind of game. So we needed to see that because we're going to get in. I mean, to be honest, it's Long Beach City, and that's the team that we're going to have to go after to get a conference title. So I hope that this can kind of propel us to tomorrow. Fullerton got Citrus by 20, I think. So I just think we need to come back and try to do the same thing and be consistent with that effort and focus on the game plan.
Well, congratulations on your victory today.
Thanks.
It was a fun game to watch. Thank you. Congratulations on all the women, and have a great holiday season.
Thanks for covering us. Thank you.
Thank you. Gentlemen, you saw the game. You called it with Ryan Osborn here on Hornet Radio. You listen to the head coach at Cerritos for the Cerritos Falcons. I mean, you listen to what she had to say, what she talked about her team. What did you see on the floor when you looked at the Cerritos Falcons?
I saw great team play, you know, moving the ball back and forth, and especially when Nakamura was the main engine of the offense, when Salinas was getting her rest on the bench. It was quick passes, and it looked like Citrus was not able to keep up quite enough, and just kept getting nice open baskets.
And Ari, you're sitting there on the end of the table. I mean, you watch the same game. You agree with your partner? I mean, good basketball team, average basketball team that you saw tonight?
I think they're a slightly above average team that, you know, she was saying, like, yeah, they got lucky, like the basketball gods blessed them, because the other team had one of the worst shooting nights I've ever seen. I mean, 5 for 31 is just unreal. I mean, of course you're going to keep shooting them because you think at some point they might fall, but they just got unlucky today, and they were not able to connect on, like, any of their threes. And that was a big problem of Citrus's, but I do think Cerritos handled it well, and they played well. I mean, Citrus didn't really use their substitutions, while Cerritos was able to get the most out of all 7 of their players, I think. I don't know if there was anyone who could have done, like, too much better outside of maybe Nakamura, who only had 5 points for them. Normally she's averaging 10, so it's a little bit of a off night for her, but Salinas was able to definitely make up for that.
Well, guys, I'm going to get out of your way. I'm going to let Ryan Osborn come back on the air because game number 2 out of 3 here is on Sportsnet. I almost said it, on Hornet Radio here with Hornet Media. Ryan Osborn, Corey Neyland, Gabby Neyland sitting in the background, ready to bring you game number 2 on Hornet Radio, associated with Hornet Media.
So this next game, it'll be Porterville versus Imperial Valley. And, you know, we haven't seen these two teams yet, the two of us. But what we have seen is
Alrighty. Sorry, Ari, not to interrupt you. I'm also going to kick you off the air. How about that? We'll have you both go get the information that we need for this upcoming broadcast, as you're going to listen to Ari Nachshon and Caleb Ramos on the air here in just a little bit. I am Ryan Osborn. You heard me in that first game doing the play-by-play. It will be Ari and Caleb in game number 2. Those two guys are a part of the sports broadcasting class here at Fullerton College, the CRTV 145 and CRTV 146 classes here on campus. So if you have any interest in wanting to learn about sports broadcasting or wanting to learn about journalism, maybe you're more of a print journalism side of things, well, there are classes here on campus, a part of Hornet Media, Journalism, Hornet Radio, the Hornet, and also inside Fullerton that will be here for your credit. Gives you every opportunity to be able to go out and learn exactly what you need to get into the job force for both of these two avenues. So once again, just a few moments ago, as we mentioned, it is game 2 of the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover, day number 2. Remember, there were 3 games yesterday, 3 games today, 3 games tomorrow. Now, today's games at 1, 3, and 5 are all broadcast right here on Hornet Radio. And then tomorrow, they will also be broadcast right here on Hornet Radio at 1, 3, and 5. Now, in case you're looking for what games exactly will be today and tomorrow, today, just a few moments ago, 58-52, Cerritos with a win over top of Citrus. That was the 1 o'clock start. The 3 o'clock start will be Imperial Valley and Porterville. Those are the 2 teams that are warming up directly in front of you and on your screen. And then at 5 o'clock, it will be Fullerton. The host, Fullerton College Hornets, will be facing off against the Santa Barbara Vaqueros. We'll have all of those live right here on Hornet Radio for you. Now, speaking of Hornet Radio and this tournament coming up later on, and by later on, we mean way later on, tomorrow here on Hornet Radio at 1 p.m., it is Imperial Valley and Citrus, then Santa Barbara and Porterville at 3, and Fullerton College and Cerritos at 5 p.m. So that's going to be our 3 today, 3 tomorrow, 6 games overall, all here on Hornet Radio, as I am joined by the ever-present voice of not only Fullerton College football, but also the Cypress Chargers and the Saddleback Bobcats. Mark Pavlovich over to my right. Mark, we mentioned it with Caleb and Ari a few moments ago, but you and I have seen a lot of these Colleen Riley holiday crossovers in years past. It is an excellent opportunity for those who have not seen a lot of community college basketball to come out and see very quality community college basketball.
Well, I think what you're missing is you're missing the fact that you get to watch team grows. You and I have been around a lot of Fullerton College women's basketball. We've seen what Dan has done this year with his team, Ryan Osborn. And you know, we can go back all the way to Colleen Riley when the championships were won here. Marcia Foster, Deborah Wilkie. But you look at what Dan, you know, you go over the last couple of years and let's be honest, you came at her and you'd watch the women play and you'd go, oh my goodness. They're 12-1, right? Right now?
Yeah, no, you are correct. 12-1.
I mean, so
it's one of their best starts in the last 25 years.
Is it the talent or is it Dan? I got to ask you.
Honestly, I think it's a bit of both. I think you look at how well Dan has been able to kind of set up his own coaching staff and his own mantras and his own styles paired with the talent. Because you look at someone like Socio Hood, has only been playing basketball for 2 years. 2.5 if you want to be real technical about it. Soccer player that transferred over to the basketball side of things. That's talent. That is pure raw talent. It helps if you're a coach trying to set up the rest of your coaching staff and the rest of your years here at Fullerton when you can get a raw talent just like that.
Yeah, but besides having talent, I mean, Ryan, we've seen a lot of games where we've seen talent. They're not necessarily molded into the players. You and I and Corey sit around and talk about a lot of women's basketball, and at the same time, you sit there and go, I know that the coaches talk about rankings and everything else. I'm going to get out of the way and let Ari get back on the air with you here with Ryan. Ari Nachshon is going to be here with Ryan Osborn. Guys, I'm just filling up a chair for a little while. Ryan, why don't you put me down. Oh, well, don't put me down. You always put me down. Pop me down a little.
I can do exactly that. As Mark is going to take off here, and Ari Nachshon and Caleb Ramos are both going to take a seat in just a few moments. But once again, we want to remind everyone that if you are watching this online, we've got plenty of community college basketball coming your way in just a little bit, as Fullerton College is going to play later on against Santa Barbara, and then, of course, Porterville and Imperial Valley in just a few moments as these two teams get set to play one another. Ryan Osborn, you're going to hear from Caleb Ramos and Ari Nachshon in just a little. We want to remind you that if you are going to watch here tonight and this afternoon on Hornet Radio, we have a lot of stuff going on Hornet Radio on our YouTube page and on our Instagram page as well. Right here on our YouTube page, here on Hornet Radio, or KBPK as we used to be called, we had Dia de los Muertos, which was live. We had election coverage, which was live. We also were able to meet a lot of the different candidates across the election as well from our local community, all done by not only Hornet Radio students, but also journalism students as well as a part of Hornet Media. So if you want the opportunity to see what community college students and what the future of the profession of journalism and broadcast is doing, just look no further than this YouTube channel, as Hornet Radio can bring you some of the best that Southern California has to offer in terms of journalism students and broadcast students, giving you the future of the profession. That's all right here on Hornet Radio. Speaking of the future of this profession, I bring back Ari Nachshon. Ari, you have studied up on these two teams. These are two very different teams, but not quite like what we saw between Cerritos and Citrus.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, going off of the lineups alone, we're going to see a very healthy, very full squad for Imperial Valley. They're only missing one player today. But on the other side for Porterville, they're going to be missing 5 players, which means, once again, we're getting a team that's only able to field 7 people, which means only 2 subs on the bench. And, hey, I mean, it worked for the last game. It worked for Cerritos in their favor with only 7. So we'll see if that's going to be the same case for Porterville here today.
And you look at the Porterville Pirates. We were talking earlier about where the Porterville comes from. They had a little bit of a drive, to say the least, to be able to get down here, but they already played in 1 game so far this tournament. Ari, what did they do yesterday?
Well, I'm not sure, Ryan. Do you know?
Well, yesterday they participated in this very same 45th Annual Colleen Riley Crossover tournament that we always have here. I'll bring Caleb in on this. What did Porterville do yesterday?
They played the team that just won the last game. They played Cerritos, and they did lose 71-60, so they are looking for their first win in the tournament here today. And they also played, like I said, in this tournament last year, where they also lost to Cerritos on the first day.
So you look at this matchup coming up. Who are going to be some of the stars to look at for Porterville?
Porterville, I say you got to look at Danae Benuelos.
Yeah, she definitely one of their best players, if not their best.
She's currently averaging almost 18 points a game and has 13 rebounds, averaging a double-double. Pretty hard to do, especially at this level.
So I'll switch it over to the other side. If you're going to look at this Imperial Valley squad, who are we going to look for?
Well, going the other way, I think it would probably have to be either Amy Riley or Cece Costa, who are both averaging 13 points a game. So it's a bit more even when it comes to the top leader scoring. But I think I'll have to give the edge to Amy Riley, as she is averaging 8 rebounds a game, where, you know, Cece definitely doesn't have those numbers, but she definitely makes up for it with her assists, averaging 2.3 a game.
So you look at this Colleen Riley Crossover tournament. Now, of course, what Mark just asked a few moments ago from Coach Kozlowski is, for student athletes who usually look at the holiday break and say, hey, you know, I want to take a holiday vacation, I want to go to maybe someplace that's a little bit more warm than Southern California is right now. But instead, they have the opportunity to own their craft without having to have those classes at the same time. It's mainly practice, being able to be with your teammates. You guys were both athletes, are both athletes, I should say. How does it affect you mentally to be able to say, hey, this is all just about athletics and spending time with your teammates, not necessarily having the classes at the same time, even though these student athletes do a great job of juggling all three of those. But in this case, they have an excellent opportunity to bond.
Well,
go ahead, Ari. Sorry.
I'd say from personal experience, it just makes it easier. You know, you're able to focus more on you're able to put all of your brain power and everything you can just towards, your sport. Whether this be basketball or another sport, you can put your brain power. You can make sure that you get enough sleep. You can make sure that you're you eat well, and that you're not busy with schoolwork. So it's just easier to get your body into the right shape and your mind into the right shape for a big tournament like this when you don't have school on top of it.
Well, for the start of this game, as we get set for it, I'm going to send it back over to you guys and keep it with you guys as you start this one off. And we give you Porterville and Imperial Valley in just a little bit. So, Ari, Caleb, it's all yours.
Thanks, Ryan. You go to look at both Porterville and Imperial Valley, and Porterville, like Cerritos, is down to only 7 players today. And I think that they might be able to pull off an upset just like Cerritos did, but it's going to be close. Both teams have similar records, with Porterville at 5-7 and Imperial Valley at 6-5.
Yeah, it would definitely be interesting to see games so similar where you have one team that's missing a lot of players and they end up being the one with the worst record, and then they end up coming out and showing that they just wanted more and winning. But it really is just something that, we'll have to see. I mean, we don't know. We know that this coach for Imperial Valley, it's only her 3rd season, where for this Porterville side,
it's his first.
It's his first. So both relatively inexperienced head coaches for these programs. But, they have previous experience. It's not like they just graduated school and just started coaching, Yeah. So definitely will be interesting to see here.
You look at going back to first-year head coach Isaac Castro for Porterville. He comes in to a school that had a 5-21 record last season, and 12 games in already ties the amount of wins that they had last season. 5-7, still not a great record, obviously, but being able to get that amount of wins already this soon in the season is a huge turnaround for them.
Yeah, I mean, as long as they don't lose 20 games in a row, they're going to break their old win, I wouldn't say record, but their old win total from last year. So, even a win here today or a win tomorrow in this tournament would already exceed that, and they would already be having a much better season than the previous.
I agree, and on top of that, Isaac Castro brings in a lot of experience. His last job at College of the Sequoias, he was 127-33. Almost, if he had stayed one more season, probably could have had 100 more wins than losses.
And that is a pretty incredible record to have as a coach. I mean, having a winning, mentality like that and bringing it to a new program that hasn't had that same success in the past is always something interesting to see, depending on how the coach meshes with the players. And I think that'll be important to see today because, there's only 3 games that they play here, so it's not like we're going to see this team very often.
Yeah, and both teams coming off of a loss, Porterville coming off like I said earlier, a 71-60 loss against Cerritos, and Imperial Valley riding a 2-game loss streak versus San Jacinto, and who is ranked number 21, 44-40, and losing to the home team here, Fullerton College, 73-46 earlier in this tournament yesterday. And those are just 2 losses to really, really good playoff caliber teams. So I think that Imperial Valley could potentially make playoffs and even crack the top 25, and I think that they would be in it if they had pulled out that win against San Jacinto.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, you know, when you're playing against those tougher teams, they're obviously not going to be as heavy of a weighted loss, you know. If you see something like we just saw where Cerritos is beating that playoff team, now when it's decided who makes the playoffs, they're going to look and they're going to say, that was a bad loss. Are we going to take that into account when we rank all of these teams? And maybe it'll be a different, it'll be different going into this game because it's a very, very different team. And, this Imperial Valley side, I mean, look how many players they have. It'll be... That's 13 players here today, where Porterville's only got 7. So that is a very, very loaded bench. I mean, they barely got enough seats over there for everyone.
Yeah, almost double the amount of available players here today. And that is, we thought that it was going to be a huge problem for Cerritos, and it wasn't. But, you never know. And then you look also at Imperial Valley, tallest team here. They have 3 people above 6 feet tall. Nobody else has more than 1.
Yeah, and that's going to hold its weight alone. I mean, 3 players above 6 foot. I mean, if they are able to have, 2 of them on the floor at the same time, have one on the bench, and just keep rotating them out, I don't see why they don't dominate today.
Yeah, and on top of that, Porterville's tallest player, Mia Barboa, starting on the bench today.
So that might be a bit of a tactical change, save her for later in the game. Guess we'll have to see as the game goes on for Porterville. But as the starting lineups are being announced, we can give them to you here. Porterville will be starting with Jada Bravo, Angelise Cibrian, Alexis Vasquez, Andrea Perez, and Danae Buñuelos. And on their bench, they have Selena Mora and Crystal Maciel. And then, on the other side, for Imperial Valley, they have Carolina Sauceda, Julia Moreno, Marcela Lyerly, Cece Costa, and Amy Riley. Those will be their starters. And their bench will be Malia Jackson, Galilea Serrano, Eileen Moreno, Aaliyah Sampson, Luna Cervantes, Sierra Saiza, Erin Lizarraga, and Mia Borboa. The head coaches we already mentioned, Viridiana Salas, her 3rd season, and then it'll be Isaac Castro with his 1st season as we're about to get underway with tip-off.
Should be a good, exciting game, just like the one we just had. Pretty even teams, I think.
And Imperial Valley wins the tip. It's going to be Lyerly with the ball. She takes it down, takes a shot. It's no good off the rim. Ball's going to be poked out, and it's going to stay going the Pirates' way.
You see that right there? Big example of height difference. She was just able to shoot over the defense of Porterville.
Yeah, Banuelos inbounds it to Perez, who takes it down the court. Perez getting double teamed, and it looks like it worked as it was picked off there from Cece Costa, who passes it in the transition, and there's a shot and a make there from Amy Riley as the first points of the game are scored. It is now 2-0 Imperial Valley.
Amy Riley's dangerous, averaging 13.7, almost 14 points a game. You got to watch out for her.
Now with the ball, it was Alexis Vasquez in the corner. That's a shot from Buñuelos, and it's no good, just off the back of the rim. Now it's going to be Sauceda with the ball. She takes it all the way down. And it traveled there from Julia Moreno. It's going to be a turnover for Imperial Valley. And now Porterville will be inbounding it.
It's a little close. She looked like she tried and realized, but she just dragged her foot a little bit too much.
It's going to be Perez with the ball. And now a timeout. A quick timeout there from Isaac Castro of Porterville.
Looked like she had, looked like Perez had lost the ball and just didn't want to, turn the ball over, jump ball, all that kind of stuff. And, you know, it looks like everything seems to be going Imperial Valley's way so far.
8:37 left on the clock, a 2-0 game. This is Hornet Radio. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos. And it's, you know, 2-0. I mean, it's a bit early to call a timeout. You only have 5 in the game, at least, you know. Maybe space them out a little bit more, but I guess we'll see. Maybe don't be too stingy with them, but somewhere in the middle there.
Yeah, excuse me. You don't, like you said, you don't want to be too stingy. You want to use them when you have to, but you also don't want to run out at the same time.
Buenielos with the ball. She drives down, takes a shot, but it's going to be an air ball, and it's going to be caught there by Saceda, who takes it down and passes it to Lyerly, or to Costa, I mean. Costa continues to dribble the ball up top. That'll be Riley with the ball, and she gets another spin, and that'll be another layup for her, so that's 4 points.
Amy Riley scoring the only 4 points in this game so far.
Perez takes the ball down. A little fake there from Cervantes, but it's no good. That'll be Costa with the ball. That's a shot there from Moreno, and it's no good. But the ball was rebounded by Lyerly, and it looks like it's going to be, looks like she stepped out possibly. So it's going to be, or maybe a foul. So it's going to be a turnover, and it's going to be Pirates ball.
I think it was a charge. I think that's what I saw.
Perez with the ball now. She takes it down the floor. Three-point attempt there, but it's no good from Cibrian. Costa with the ball at the top of the floor, top of the key. And that's a three-point attempt there, and it's over again from Moreno. Cibrian with the ball again. Picked off and stolen, and now it's a 2v1, and it's going to be a foul and 2 shots at the line from Moreno.
It was quite a hard foul there. Obviously, like we said earlier, you want to make them earn it, but not at the expense of swiping through both their hands as they're trying to make a shot.
It's just a hard, tricky situation to be in when you're in a 2v1 there. You're not sure if it's going to be a pass or a shot, and, you know, last little desperation attempt right there, but the first shot is no good. So one more there from Moreno. And that one is good. Score is now 5-0. Just under 7 minutes left in this first quarter. And Buenielos takes it all the way down. Passes it to Cibrian, but that shot is no good. It's a little too short.
I think that might be, 5 straight air balls for Porterville?
Yeah, it looks like Saceda might have stepped out of bounds there, and it'll be a turnover, so now Porterville gets another chance. Did you say a bit sloppy like we saw in the last game at the beginning?
Yes. Both teams nervous, trying to settle in, and they're playing stiff, for lack of better wording.
Buenielos with the spin move, hit on that double team, and she's going to take 2 at the line. A little bit of contact there, enough for the refs to call it, and she'll be shooting 2 right now.
Both teams not great from the free throw line in their season, as Imperial Valley is only shooting 55%, and Pirates are around there as well.
Buenielos makes the first, but not the second. That'll be Costa with the ball. Some fancy dribbling, gives it to Saceda, who's able to get it out just in time to Moreno. And then she gets it back in the corner, takes the 3, and it's good. an 8-1 lead here for the Warriors.
Everything seems to be going the way of Imperial Valley. They just have all the momentum, and on top of that,
Vasquez loses the ball. Costa gives it up. And it's going to be a turnover there. And nothing comes out of that quick, fast break as the ball was lost by both Sauceda and Moreno.
Moreno trying to be a little bit too fancy. She had a good layup attempt and tried to pass it out.
Perez with a deep three, and it connects for a score of 8-4.
That was about, what, maybe 2-3 feet behind the three-point line?
Yeah, that was a deep three, and a great way to kind of get yourself back into the game as they're only down 4. Moreno with the ball, and she's going to take a three of her own, and that one's going to be a little wide right and an air ball. And a pump fake there, and it's not going to go in. Vasquez was a little too strong on that shot.
It was a great pass by Benuelos, though.
Costa takes it down once again. A little bit of hesitation on the shot there from Sauceda. She's going to drive in and just get it out.
She was
to
open.
Lyerly.
I'm not sure why she didn't take it.
And Moreno takes another three, and that one is just too short this time. So it hit the rim and just stayed. But she gets the ball back. Offensive rebounding has been great for Imperial Valley up to this point. Costa passes it in. Riley passes it out. And she gets the ball back, and she takes a shot, but it's 3 seconds in the key and a turnover there.
Both teams seem hesitant to shoot. They've been getting open looks, and they haven't been using them.
Buenielos with the ball. Full court press there from Sauceda, not giving her room to breathe. And the three just barely rims out from Vasquez.
Benuelos doing a great job at distributing the ball and finding her open teammates. Her teammates just aren't converting right now.
Malia Jackson just came in, and so she'll be getting her first minutes of the night along with Mia Borboa. Those will both be substitutes for Imperial Valley. And then on the Pirates side, it'll be Maciel who came in, and that's a quick two there. Jada Bravo with the ball at the top. And that's no good there from Buenielos. All the way down from Cici Costa, and it's just off the rim, and that's going to be blocked out. And it'll stay here on this side of the floor. Another substitute. It'll be Cibrian who comes back in for Vasquez, who will take a rest. And there's a bucket there. Another one there for Mia Borboa. She's able to get a quick little lay. Buenielos with the ball, gets it to Perez. Perez quickly gets it back to her. She's going to travel, but the three would have been good if it wasn't.
She tried to do a step back, and she gathered the ball one step too quickly.
Yeah. One too many step backs. Sauceda with the ball. Amy Riley drives in, a little too hard, but gets her own rebound and makes work of it, and that'll be 2 for her on a quick layup off the glass.
It's her 6 points of the game. She has almost half her team's points.
Buenielos drives to the basket, but it's just short as it hits the rim. Sauceda with the ball. She gets it to Moreno, but that's going to be a travel on another turnover there. So it'll be the Pirates' ball. 14-4 with 2 minutes left in this first quarter.
Benuelos is obviously the Pirates' star player, averaging almost 18 points a game, but I feel like she's trying a little bit too hard right now. She's trying to, it feels like she's forcing her shots.
Cibrian with the ball. Some good passing here from her and Bravo. A 3 there from Benuelos, and it's going to be a little too long and bounce off the rim. There you go. Riley again with another easy layup with a great pass there from Saceda. Benuelos taking the ball up quickly, and a miscommunication there as Cibrian tries to drive in. The ball was passed out, and that'll be another turnover.
Excuse me. This game is quickly getting out of hand for Porterville. If they don't make a change and soon, they're going to get blown out.
Costa came in there for Saceda, and it looks like Jackson came out, and in her place, it'll be Cervantes. Costa takes a 3 and connects, and now it is 19-4. They have a 15-point lead with a minute left in the first quarter. Imperial Valley on fire right now. And an and one there. Yeah, it looks like it'll be called an and one there for Andrea Perez. So she'll be taking one shot at the line.
Perez has 5 out of their 6 points right now.
Make it 6 out of 7 as she connects with that free throw. Costa taking the ball down. Tries to pass it over to Cervantes, but is poked out by Perez. It'll stay their ball, but now only 19 seconds left on the shot clock. 46 left total.
Good instincts and reflexes by Perez. She was just a split second too late. She was a tiny bit faster. She could have taken that the other way for a free layup.
Moreno dishes it out, but gets her own ball, and it's going to be a very wide right 3 and a turnover there. Perez taking it down. That'll be Benuelos who passes it back to her. And Cibrian who takes a corner 3, and it's just off of the rim. It's going to be no good. And now Costa takes the ball down in transition. She finds an open Cervantes back to herself. That'll be Moreno with the 3, and it's short once again. And that's the end of the first quarter there as the whistle goes out. That'll be 19-7. Imperial Valley Warriors ahead 12. This is Ari Nachshon here with my partner Caleb Ramos on Hornet Radio. What do you make of this first quarter so far?
First quarter, obviously all Imperial Valley. Like you got to look at both styles of play, and it is a huge difference in Porterville and in Imperial Valley. The Pirates struggling to move the ball, get shots up, get good looks, whereas Imperial Valley seems to be doing whatever they like.
Yeah, definitely using those substitutions like we didn't see in the last game, taking advantage of the fact that they have the height advantage and the amount of players that are able to be on that bench. You know, they've got 6 instead of 2, so that definitely makes up for it. We're also seeing a very different play style from them. They're able to get their big players the ball in those dangerous areas where the Pirates seem to be taking a lot more threes.
I think the Pirates are taking threes because that's the open shots that they can get at this point, you know.
Benuelos with the ball. to Cibrian, who passes it back, and a little back and forth, and she loses the ball. That'll be Sauceda, who takes it down on the fast break, but it looks like it's going to be sent back to Lyerly, who gets the floater and off the glass. It's going to be 2 for her. 21-7 now in the second quarter. The constant back and forth between Banuelos and Perez, with a little of Cibrian involved. Perez takes a 3, and it's off the back once again. Sauceda with the rebound, and she launches it down the court to Cervantes, but she couldn't get her hands on it. It was just too strong of a pass, and it's going to be turned over to the Pirates.
It was good placement right in their hands. You just missed. Couldn't keep control.
Not everyone can be a wide receiver, and that's okay. Cibrian with the ball. Up to Banuelos, who takes her first 3, and it connects. There you go. Her first 3 of the second quarter. And now they're up to 10 points, double digits, 21-10.
Banuelos finally getting something to drop besides a free throw.
And Imperial Valley still leads by 11. Amy Riley with the ball down the middle, and she gets 2 shots. She's going to be going to the line.
Amy Riley with 8 so far and looking to add on to her team leading amount of points.
Only way to guard her seems to be to foul her. But even that doesn't work because she hit the first free throw, so.
Beat me to it. That's exactly what I was going to say.
Great minds think alike, and as she hits the second one, she's dominating this Pirates team, and I don't know if they have an answer for her, honestly.
I don't think they do, at least so far.
Cibrian drives in, gets stuffed in the middle, but she passes it back out to Banuelos, who takes a deep 2, and that's just going to be off the rim, the backboard, and right back out. Costa taking the ball up. She's going to pass it to Amy Riley, who gets it to Sauceda, and she gets hit a little hard. And it's just going to be a regular common foul there.
Perez trying to break through her back, poke the ball loose, maybe get a transition bucket. Tried a bit too hard. It's the second foul on Perez so far.
Inbounded there. Cervantes with the ball, who gets it to Lyerly, and that's going to be a foul. They don't have an answer for Riley and Lyerly. Those two are just too tall for this Pirates team.
Especially when their tallest player in Maceo hasn't even stepped on the court yet.
I think she played a little bit in the first, but yeah, not in the second quarter yet. She has yet to see the floor, but it's only been 2 minutes. That first one from Lyerly was no good. Second one wasn't either. But Amy Riley gets the rebound. Still not going to be good. And now it's going the Pirates' way. And it gets picked off by Sauceda, who gets it back to Riley. And now it's a 2-0 fast break, and she gets an easy layup. Maybe she's already up to 11 points.
Can't really guard Riley, but Lyerly, I think you have to send to the free throw line.
Seems to be the way it works. But there you go. Alexis Vasquez gets 2 easy points there. Wasn't really anyone guarding her. The score is 25-12 with 7.5 minutes left in this second quarter. Sauceda with a no-look pass to Riley, and she gets an easy-ish layup that just kind of sits at the back of the rim and doesn't go in. So no points there, and the Pirates transition real quick. Cibrian with the 3, and it gets stuck. We don't see that too often.
No, you see it happen a decent amount when you're playing pickup, not very often in a regulation game.
Yeah, and the ball is stuck, so someone is going to have to go get that down.
I think they're just going to try and knock it down with a basketball, easier than trying to jump and get it. Not many people can jump that high.
There you go, first one, and he makes it in, the ref, so I don't know if they're going to...
1 for 1.
Yeah, I don't know if they're going to give any points to anyone there.
I don't think so. Ref's unaffiliated.
That was Trey Anthony who made that one. So he gets 2 points on the night. Sauceda and Costa taking the ball up. The front court was ready for them. And Cervantes was a nice, nice three. Great form, just over her defender. And now it's 28-12 with just under 7 minutes left.
It's getting out of hand quickly, and I know I've said that already, but I'm not
Bravo
sure.
with the three, and it's just off the backboard. And there you go, Banuelos with the three.
Benuelo is starting to find her touch.
Sorry, you were saying about it getting out of hand?
Excuse me. Yes, I was saying if something doesn't change soon, and I know I've said that already, but you need to find a way to stop Imperial Valley, and if you don't, you are going to lose, and it's not even going to be close.
A good possession there from Imperial Valley, but they couldn't make any points out of it, and now the Pirates have the ball down the floor. Banuelos with it at the top of the key, and she takes it a little to the right and hits another three. That's 3 threes now in the second quarter.
Benuelo is absolutely finding her shooter's touch, and I think almost all three of them have come from the exact same spot at the top of the right wing.
So she's going to keep taking those if no one's going to guard her. Costa fakes a three, gets it over to Saceda, who takes a three, and that one is just too far, and it's going to be out of bounds on Imperial Valley. And now we'll see some substitutions. It'll be Moreno who comes in. It's going to be almost a full personnel change here for Imperial Valley. 3 substitutions. So Moreno will come in along with Borboa and Jackson. Some valuable resting time for those starters. Riley, Saceda, and Costa will all be sitting. Or, excuse me, not Saceda. It'll be Cervantes.
Blocking foul there called on Lyerly. Trying to explain to the ref, but I don't think he's listening.
Vasquez with the three, no good. Rebounded by Jackson. Saceda with the ball. Jackson at the top. Lyerly takes a short two, and it's no good, but rebounded by Saceda, who was not able to make her own. And now it's going to be a foul, and it's going to continue to go the Pirates' way there. Some frustration.
Definitely frustration there from Lyerly. That's her 3rd foul already.
Yeah, and now that means that Amy Riley is getting ready to come back in because, you know, foul trouble this early into the game. There's still 5 minutes left in the second quarter. But that's going to be a shooting foul, and Perez will be shooting 2. And before she shoots 2, Castro will be taking his second time out of the night.
You look at both leading scorers for Porterville and Imperial Valley. It's Amy Riley with 12 and Benuelos with 10, and it's just who's getting more help from their teammates. And only 3 people for Porterville have scored: Benuelos and her 3 3-pointers that we had already mentioned, plus a free throw, and then Perez with her free throw, 2-pointer, and a 3. And then Vasquez with a 2-pointer. You know, there's only 3 people that have scored for Porterville, while Imperial Valley has 7 that have scored. So it's both stars for Porterville and Imperial Valley showing out, doing what they need to do. It's just who's getting more help from their teammates.
And as Perez starts her 2 free throws, she made the first one. I'm Ari Nachshon here with my partner Caleb Ramos on Hornet Radio. The score is 28, now 19. She does not make the second one, so it'll stay that way. We have just under 5 minutes left here on the second quarter. Amy Riley with the ball. She's going to pass it out, and that's going to be a 3, and she connects. That'll be Moreno. A big, big 3 there just to gain that momentum back after that timeout. But it'll be Perez, and then Banuelos with the ball. And Perez almost loses it there, but she's able to maintain possession. Cibrin from the corner once again, but that one is no good. And Moreno gets the rebound. She's going to take it down this time. or just give it back off to Saucedo like it's been all game. And she cuts, she takes it down for a nice layup. She's able to get it over all the defenders in the middle there. Perez on the fast break to Cibrian, who's able to do a little Euro step, but that's no good, and there's going to be a foul, and it's going to stay going the way of Imperial Valley.
Looks like a obstruction foul on Cibrian. Score is 33-19 with 4 minutes left in this first half.
Moreno and Saucedo, the top of the court. She gets the ball from Riley. Still going to be too wide. She just can't seem to find her groove tonight, and that's going to be Pirates ball. Porterville once again lucked out on another three.
Excuse me. I don't know why I'm yawning so much. You're correct. Moreno struggling a little bit. She's made one so far, but hasn't been able to fully get her touch back.
Bravo with the ball. She's only seen it a couple of times tonight. And it's a turnover there. That'll be Moreno with the ball. She gets to Riley, who gets what looked to be stuffed by Perez, but it seems there was some contact, so she's going to go to the line for another 2 free throws.
I think the lob pass was a good idea, getting it to where only your player in Amy Riley can get it, and there was definitely contact. It looked like she did get ball, but she also got half of her forearm on the way down. So
Cibrian came in for Perez, and also on the Imperial Valley side, it's going to be Costa who comes in for Saucedo. She's getting a break finally. It's a very versatile backcourt there for the Warriors, but the free throw was not made. Cibrian takes a 3 on the other end, and it's good. 33-22, 3 minutes left in the second quarter. The Warriors are up.
First points for Cibrian.
Amy Riley with the ball. She's being doubled. She finds the open man in Costa, who gets it to an even more open Jackson, and she hits the 3 to make it 36. 15-point lead now. Banuelos with the ball.
Porterville's got to be careful when they're bringing the ball up. They keep bringing the ball up with Vasquez and then tossing it back to Banuelos, but they are extremely close to the half-court line when that happens. I have a feeling they're going to get called for a backcourt once for not being careful enough.
And there you go. Maciel is in now. She's going to be in instead of what looks to be Perez, who might be taking a break, yeah. And then on the Imperial Valley side, first minutes for Eileen Moreno. Costa with the shot, and it's no good. It's going to be tipped out there by the just mentioned Moreno. Eileen, not Julia. And that'll be Pirates ball. Cibrian takes it up this time. That'll be Vasquez, who gives it back to Banuelo, who takes the 3. And it's, I think, the first one that didn't connect for her in this quarter.
Yeah, just a little bit short. Maybe she felt the pressure, so she felt like she had to rush it a little bit.
Yeah. Maybe it was also a little bit of a heat check there.
Entirely possible.
Jackson gets it into a triple-teamed Riley. And that ball was saved by Julia Moreno, but went to the other team in Cibrian. And Bravo gets stuffed and denied by Jackson, who was like, get that out of here, not in my house.
Jackson had the look on her face of don't even try.
Yeah, you could see that she wanted that block more.
She blocked it twice, I might add.
Yeah, Vasquez hands it into Banuelos, gets it back from Cibrian. She drives in, and it's going to be a foul, and she's taken 2 at the line. Scores 36-23 still. Both teams in the bonus, so any foul now is going to be shots.
There's a good fight there to get to the basket by Vasquez.
Minute 30 left on the clock. Her first shot is good. Vasquez makes it. Only a 12-point lead, so manageable. Not great, but manageable.
If it keeps going like it is, it's not going to be manageable for much longer.
Well, she continues to do so, and now it's only 11. So, you know, point by point, they'll get there. Costa takes it down the floor. That'll be Jackson with the ball. They're playing a bit of a small ball lineup right now. It looks like they've got, you know, 3 guards and a forward, maybe a center in right now, Imperial Valley, letting their star centers take a rest right now, and it's going to be a turnover there. So Cibrian has the ball at the top. She's definitely going to pass it there, yeah, to Benuelo. She felt a little bit of pressure. She's got 3 on her, and it'll be back to Cibrian, who drives it down and is able to make it there. Wow, she got perfectly around Eileen Moreno and was able to get a nice layup.
Great Euro step and a good scoop layup as well.
A 9-point game now. Moreno passed by Costa, but just too many people on her. Now it'll be the other Moreno with the ball, this time Julia, and she gets it to the other Moreno, Eileen. And she gets a nice layup with a little bit of contact there, and it is now a pretty close game. I'd say it's still very manageable. 11 points, 38-27. Maciel.
Ball comes over here by us.
Yeah, Maciel tried to pass that to Bravo, but it was just a little too out of reach, and Costa was able to get a hand on it. So it's going to stay their ball, but, you know, 15 on the clock, on the shot clock anyway, and 20 left for the rest of this half.
What you need if you're Porterville is you need someone besides Benuelos to get hot from either 3 or 2, or you just need something.
Perez comes in for Cibrian and blows by the whole defense to get a quick 2. Now it's a 9-point game. Very manageable. 7 seconds left on the clock. Costa with the ball. She's going to take it up at the top. She's going to make something out of this. She gets it over to Cervantes, who is not able to get the ball over to Moreno in time. And that's going to be the end of the first half. Score is 38-29. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos on Hornet Radio. What do you think of that first half?
I think it's not as close as the score shows. I think that the Warriors have been extremely tough from the get-go and have been able to push and get open shots and make Porterville make mistakes.
Yeah, Porterville, I mean, on the offensive side, they haven't been bad. We've seen some good play out of them. That's the reason they were able to get to 30 points. But it does seem to be a bit of hero ball. There's really only 3 players who have scored, you know, a good amount of points. But even 3, let's say 2. Perez and Benuelos, who've scored a majority of the points for this team. And so it's going to definitely be interesting to see how the rest of this game goes. I mean, Imperial Valley maybe saw something last game and was like, we're not going to do that. We're going to make sure we get these adjustments right, and we're going to do it the way that it should be done here with the much deeper bench.
Right. You look at Porterville. They need Benuelos and Perez to step up. 18 and 15 points a game each. They need more.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, when you average that just means expectation, you know? You shouldn't be, especially in a big tournament like this, you shouldn't be having games like that, you know? No
right.
day off. And now, let's turn everyone up. And now at halftime, we are here with Santa Barbara City College head coach Sandrine Krull.
And we would like to thank you for coming over, and we just have a couple of questions. First off, how do you feel going into this game against Fullerton College, knowing that they have a 11-1 record and they have home court advantage as well?
Well, I think you look at Fullerton 11-1, we're 9-3. You look at strength of schedule, so we've played comparable teams, and honestly, it's not about what Fullerton's going to do or not do, it's what we do, and that is to defend, and our defensive intensity leads to our offensive freedom.
Is there anything from the last game that you want to maybe change, and like players, is there anything that you wanted to make some sort of adjustment going into this game?
Well, I think what Citrus did to us last night was they took us out of our rhythm in the half court. And, I mean, we pride ourselves on rebounding, scoring, and getting steals, and we were 20 points under our average last night. So credit to Citrus. They did what they needed to do. And we didn't shoot the ball well. And so when that happens, we got to get our running game going. So that's our bread and butter is we run. I mean, I have thoroughbreds. It's so nice.
This is your 20th year coaching.
31.
Oh, sorry. I meant specifically at
SBCC.
Yes, at Santa Barbara College. Excuse me, I can't speak. You are currently on pace for your best record ever, which with your last one coming in 2006-2007 at 23-8. How do you feel that this team compares to that one, and do you think you can break that record?
You can't compare the team of 2004, 5, and 6 because it was a different world back then. So we don't look at the past. We just take one game at a time. And if you worry about the performance, the records get broken, your wins over 500 get better. So we just stay in the moment. We just stay present.
Coach, you looked at the fact, and you happen to bring up the fact that you're 9-3, and Dan's got a surprising team this year. I mean, if you look at the history of Fullerton College, the recent history, when I'm talking about with Marcia Foster and things like that, Dan Olson took his team last year that struggled and flipped them around to a team that now everybody's looking at going, where did this Fullerton team come from? From that perspective, when you go out and play a team, do you want to play those tough teams before you get in conference play?
Yeah, we do, because we have a category called RPI. So RPI is your strength of schedule. That's one criteria to get into playoffs. So right now we're at 6th out of the state in RPI. They're at 11. So your strength of schedule gets you into playoffs. So I've been at City College for 21 years. We've made the playoffs 19 out of those 21, even with a losing record, because we play the toughest teams. And so does Dan. You know, don't be surprised on Fullerton. Dan coached the heck out of them last year. And now they're just a little bit more mature, and they're playing with the maturity. So no one's surprised that Fullerton's doing well today or this year.
I'm going to upset the Santa Barbara coach because she used a term that it really bothers me. RPI bothers me. It really does, because you get credit for playing teams that are better than you, no matter what your outcome. I know there's more value in a win than there is in a loss. So is there a better way to make it so that there's equality in basketball to make the playoffs?
Well, you're missing the point, not you, but with RPI, because we have a 5 criteria, it's also a multiplier. So we add the multiplier. So you're not dinged when playoffs comes for beating terrible teams in your conference, right?
Okay.
So that's where the multiplier comes in, and that's, to answer your question, that's how it becomes equitable and fair across the board.
Okay, because I mean, I've looked at the different formulas for RPI.
Have you looked at the women's and the multiplier?
Yeah, I've looked at, I've seen 5 different formulas if I go to Northern California and I go outside the state. And the NJCCA, when they talk about RPI, and I've looked at it, and Corey and I, my partner that's sitting over there, we've done softball for years. Last year, volleyball, because I did Saddleback and Cypress, and so I dealt with teams that, you know, you're looking at it. So when I look at your conference play and where you play at, I'm going to ask that other hard question. How difficult is it to get the talent to come to your school? A lot of coaches will tell me recruiting is so difficult because they have really good teams and programs around them. So why or how hard is it to get the really good players to come to your college?
So I've won over 325 games in 20 years. The reason why recruiting is we are unique to other schools in the state because everyone that we comes from out of the area, they have to live on their own. And in Santa Barbara is godly expensive. So we lose out on your best athlete down south where they can live at home and go to Ventura or Moore Park. So that's one criteria. So we don't pride ourselves on recruiting. What I pride myself on is we graduate 100% of our athletes for 20 years. And that's really important. We just try to have a good time, man. It's an experience. I mean, a lot of these kids, some of them don't want to play at the next level, so this is the best time that they're going to have in their life. And we just have fun playing. It's fun.
Thank you for saying that about graduation because I think
Yes.
coaches get a bad rap. You're never thought as educators. You're thought as, you're a basketball coach, and you never get the love you should get on the other side. One thing I want to say to everybody from Santa Barbara out there, we had the pleasure of doing a football game up there. You have one of the most beautiful campuses that Corey, myself, and Ryan Osborn, the gentleman up there, we all showed up. We went, Santa Barbara. We looked at each other. Guys, before I let her get away, I guess I, once again come over here and ask all the good questions. Got anything else to ask the coach before she leaves us?
I have a couple, if you don't mind. With your stats, team-wise, being very similar to Fullerton in many ways of you're within 2 points for points allowed and points for. How do you know that and go into it thinking that it's going to be a close game, but you have a huge advantage in the rebounding category, 47 to 33 rebounds per game? How do you take that knowledge and instill it into your players and give them confidence in that way?
With this year's team, we don't look at stats. We just look at what we do, and we got to rebound the ball. That's one thing we have to do because we're undersized. So we don't talk about like, we're averaging this, we're averaging that. We just do Santa Barbara basketball, and that's really you just play hard for the minutes that you get. This team is wonderful at just playing for each other, and they're so positive. Even like yesterday's game, which was it's a funky time to play. Finals are over,
Yeah.
Christmas is around the corner. And they're like, okay, coach, tomorrow's another day. And you got to love that. So we don't look
Right.
at other teams, to be honest. We look at us. And what we didn't do well last night, we will do well today. So, and if you look at, to answer your question, we don't just play 7 players. We don't rely on one player. We have rotated all 14 players in. 12 for sure, 14 when we have a substantial lead.
It's interesting you say, like, you really only look at yourself and not other teams, and then you say you're undersized. You've got some, decently tall players. I mean,
have you seen Imperial Valley? That's what I mean by size.
They've got.
See, we don't have that in
They
size,
definitely-
meaning as a true center. Again, the world is different. Athlete is different than 20 years ago. There are no more true centers. And then you look at Imperial Valley. That is why I say I'm undersized. We don't have that.
All right, that's fair. I mean, they do have some 6-footers,
Jeez.
so it is
Yes.
pretty impressive to see. But I'd say overall, your average height on the team is pretty up there.
Yeah, when you compare it guards to guards,
Yeah.
for sure, for sure.
But when you talk about basketball and you look at bodies, height, slightness, it's got nothing to do with athletic ability. You might be 5 inches taller than me, but I might out-jump you
That's the key.
by 5 inches. You might be a good shooter, but I'm quicker than you, so I can move my feet. I've got my hands out, so my defense becomes better. So when you look at your team, those are the other aspects that you have to look at. I mean, you can't teach height. You
And
can't
coach
necessarily,
height.
and you can't teach speed.
Nope.
So you've got to have people that are willing to do that. So, I mean, I sort of look at that and say, is that a factor or not? Well, if I've got somebody that's quicker than your players and your players are bigger than mine, I don't really care.
Right.
And I love the fact that you love your team running.
Yes.
If you flip it on before we let you go, I'm listening to you talk, and I'm thinking of Perry Webster, the men's teams here. you get your team to run. That's what Perry's teams do. That's one thing we hear. And the other thing your team does is it plays defense. As much as you want to look at those offensive stats,
Right.
if I smother a good offensive team, it doesn't matter how well they are
Exactly.
or how well they shoot. They can't beat me because I play defense.
Are you sure you never coached?
No, I've been around a lot.
Well, thank you for having me. This has been so awesome. I appreciate you guys.
Thank you for coming on.
Yeah, it's awesome.
Best of luck, Coach, and have a
Thank you.
great holiday.
Yeah, you too.
And that there was Sandrine Cruel from Santa Barbara City College Vaqueros, their team name.
Gonna
definitely-
look forward to seeing her on the sideline along with Dan Desmond.
Yeah, that'll definitely be a fun matchup. I think both teams are going to be, that could be the two best teams that come out of this tournament,
I agree. Going into this tournament, they definitely seem like the two best teams.
And then coming out of it, I could totally understand an argument for them being the best teams out of it, no matter the results of these next two games for each team, because Fullerton has just got that flair, and then obviously now we just heard from Coach Cruel. This is a team that just focuses on themselves, which is unique because the whole point is like to prepare for who you play against. But if you're just focusing on how well you play, then I guess what you see on the other side doesn't matter as much.
Yeah, and on top of that, like you said, going back to them being one of the top teams, both Fullerton and Santa Barbara are ranked 20th and 23rd respectively, but you go over to Citrus College, who did just lose earlier today, and Santa Barbara has a better record. I wouldn't be shocked if by the time the next poll comes, Santa Barbara is ranked higher than Citrus.
I would be a little bit, only a little surprised, just because they did beat them yesterday. So I feel like that game, beating another ranked team does have some sort of importance to it,
Right.
But, I could totally see if they did switch places in the rankings. It wouldn't be too surprising, but definitely a little bit.
All comes down to the next 2 days, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does. Today and tomorrow to wrap out this 45th anniversary of the Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover Tournament. And now, the third quarter, the second half, is about to start. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos, and sitting next to him is Ryan Osborn here on Hornet Radio. We have Mark Pavlovich and Becky Nguyen on the cameras today. And then also helping out, it was Corey Neyland and Joseph Pavlenko. And now we are about to start here. It'll be Pirates ball. Perez will start with the ball at the top of the court. Being hard pressed there by Sauceda. That'll be Bravo with a three. Looking to get her first points of the game, but it's going to be just wide right and hit the rim. And then that's Costa who takes it slowly, takes her time, and gets a nice lay for 2 points to start this second half. It's now 40-29. So, getting that lead back up, trying to stay as comfortable as they can. Banuelos passes it there to Vasquez. That'll be Vasquez with the ball. She has 4 on her, and she's going to take it anyway, but it's no good, and it looks like it's going to be a foul there.
Could not quite see what happened.
Yeah, it was a little, when there's 4 people around someone taking a shot, it's a little hard to see, but it looks like it's going to be a foul there on Amy Riley. She looks a bit confused.
No, I think from what I saw from the ref, the foul was against Moreno, and Riley's just confused on what happened.
There you go. But anyway, Vasquez makes the first of the 2. She's been shooting pretty well today. Hopefully I don't jinx it right there. Thankfully I didn't, because she made the second. Costa with the ball. Oh, but you realize the ball needs to be checked in to the ref.
That is usually pretty helpful when you want to start playing,
That'll be Amy Riley with the ball in the middle, and a shot there. It's going to be no good from Serrano, but it would be rebounded, and now Costa will be inbounding, or now it'll be Jackson inbounding to Costa. The ball almost stolen there, but Costa gets it back. It takes a 3, but it's no good. And that's a smart play there. That's a smart play. Perez hits it off of the leg of Riley, and it's going to be their ball.
That was, you're right, good high IQ play there from Perez to let themselves reset and just continue playing without having to rush a ton.
40-31 here. Cibrian with the ball, stuck on the sideline. Banuelos with the ball at the top right wing. She's going to hit the side of the backboard on a shot attempt there. And Jackson will get the rebound and drive it all the way down and pass it to Costa, who slides it right in between two players for Riley, who couldn't get her hands on it to get the shot. But Sauceda, full court pass there to Costa, who couldn't get the 3 to land. And that'll be rebounded there from Banuelos. And now Perez is being double teamed on a full court press. And it looks like she's going to step out. Or a foul, actually. Looks like it was a push, not a step out. So Banuelos will be inbounding.
The push against Amy Riley, but you look, and that was just a beautiful pass that led to an easy layup. And I not very often you hear me say this, but slightly unlucky there was a foul call there.
Yeah, sometimes you might as well take the easy bucket over the foul.
I mean, not like you really have a choice. It's all up to the ref, but, you know, if it comes down to it, I would decline.
Like a flag. That'd be interesting. The time ran out, so Perez's shot did not count, but the 3 did make, so no points there. It'll be a turnover, and Costa takes the ball up the floor.
Beautiful
she passes
shot,
it to a very open Serrano, who gets it to Amy Riley, and she hits it off the back of the backboard. And that's going to be a turnover there.
It looked like she just lost a little bit of control on that one, where she was just trying to hook the pass and just slipped out of her hand.
That'll be Vasquez, who drives in, and double team and a foul there. Looks like it's going to be credited to Serrano, number 3, and it'll be Vasquez with 2 shots once again. She made her last 2. And she makes this one. That'll be 1 of 2 from the line so far.
She has almost, if she makes this, 3 times the amount of points she does from free throws than she does normally.
There you go. She made it. So that's 4 in just this half. Costa with the ball to Riley, who gets it tipped and loses it. And that's going to be a full court pass from Banuelos to Perez, who gets a nice layup in transition. And it is now a 5-point game, 40-35.
Oh my goodness, what a pass. That was one of the best passes I've seen so far today.
Yeah, it was a very good pass. She just kind of shot put it with her right arm and got it right to her teammate. And now we're going into a timeout being called here by Isaac Castro. And it'll be 40-35 with just under 7 minutes left. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos on Hornet Radio.
Banuelos has definitely cooled down since her hot streak of hitting 3 straight threes in the start of the second quarter, but it's looking like it doesn't matter. They are coming back, and they're only down 5, which is probably their lowest deficit since early in the first quarter.
Yeah, it looks like the rest of the team is going to pick up the slack there. You know, again, very small lineup. They don't have very many players to give the ball to, so it helps that Vasquez has started her little free throw scoring run in this second half, because it's really just still only 4 players have scored. Not even a full starting 5 of players has scored for Porterville yet.
Yeah, it's it's great, like, scoring punch from the three that have needed to in Perez, Vasquez, and Benuelos. And it is exactly what this Porterville team needed.
And now the timeout is over, and Saucedo will be inbounding it to Costa. And that's a deep two there from Mia Borboa. She'll be in now for Amy Riley, who will be taking a break. Saucedo is in as well. Vasquez passes it to Cibrian, who is short on the three, so that's going to be no good. A little bit of contact there as Saucedo has the ball, and she gets it over to Jackson in the corner, who does not shoot, but she gets it to Borboa, and Costa will shoot from the top, and it is just too strong, too far to the right, just inaccurate. Serrano with the ball now. She gives it to Saucedo, who drives in. She's not able to find a shot, but she gets it to a wide open Costa, who hits the three from the corner, and that's money. 43-35. Imperial Valley Warriors are up. Perez with the ball. You can see she's looking a little tired there. She just gets it poked away from Saucedo. Now Saucedo in a little bit of transition action. Gets it to Costa again, but this time it's going to be short, so no three there. And it's a jump ball, and it's going to go the way of the Warriors.
Yeah, and the reason why that's a jump ball is because three different players had an attempt on the ball. They all had their hands on it, and there was no possession change as well. So at that point, you just go right to the possession arrow. It stays the way of the Desert Warriors.
A substitution for Porterville. That'll be Cibrian, who comes out for Maciel. It's a good closeout there, and now it'll be Porterville's ball in the transition. Quickly gets it to the corner for Bravo, who airballs it. She's been ice cold tonight. Costa with a couple nice moves there, and she gets it to Serrano in the corner, who isn't able to hit it. The ball rebounded by Maciel. That'll be Banuelos, who takes the balls up, but she's getting double teamed at the half. And that'll be Saucedo, who pokes it away and steals it, and Costa and her cannot make up for that on the play there, and she gets blocked by Bravo at the free throw line. But then she makes it a jump ball again. So, you know, a bit of a miscommunication and a mess up there on the offensive side, but definitely made up for it on the defense.
Looked like Benuelos was a little bit too nonchalant heading up the court, and she got maybe a little careless and then ended up turning the ball over, but no points came out of it somehow, so no harm, no foul.
Pirates ball. Cibrian came in for Perez, getting her first break. That's going to be turned over as the ball's passed to Jackson, who shoots it and gets fouled hard by Bravo, and she's going to go to the line for two.
Jackson talking a little bit of trash there while she's on the floor. You could see her grin, at least from where we're at.
So yeah, she's going to be taking two free throws. It looks like two more substitutions are going to come in, this time for the Warriors. It'll be Costa, who comes off, and Serrano, who comes off, and it'll be, let's see, it'll be Lyerly, and it'll be Moreno, Julia Moreno, who comes in for Imperial Valley. On the sideline, Perez is already ready back to check back in. So she's going to come in on the next pause, which is right now. So, you know, about 30 seconds of stop, but this time it won't be Cibrian who comes out. It'll be Vasquez. So she'll get an earned break as well. Perez takes the ball up. Gets it poked away, but is able to retain possession. This time it'll be Maciel who loses the ball, and it is recovered by Lyerly. And now Saucedo takes it all the way down, passes it to Jackson, slightly in the corner, off the backboard, no good. Rebounded by Saucedo, airballs it, gets her own rebound, passes it back out to Jackson. Has a wide open Moreno all the way on that far side, but couldn't get it to her in time. This time it'll be Saucedo with the ball. She takes layup. It's going to be rebounded again, and now a jump ball for the third time in this quarter.
The Warriors cannot get anything to fall right now. They have gotten, 3 to 4 offensive rebounds in a row and haven't been able to convert one of them. But at the same time, Porterville, I don't think, has gotten a good shot up in 3 or 4 possessions.
And now is their chance with Banuelos, who gets the rebound off of that shot from Lyerly. And it'll be Perez with the ball, and she finds a relatively open Bravo, who can't connect once again. That'll be Saucedo who takes it up. Jackson in the corner again, this time on the other side, and this time she can connect for a big 3. It's now 47-35.
Imperial Valley taking back all the momentum that they had. They're on a 7-0 scoring streak.
And that is with just under 3 minutes left in this third. And now that streak is ended by Perez, who gets a relatively easy layup there. Now it's a 10-point lead for the Warriors. Saucedo with a bit of a no-look pass there to Lyerly, but she passes it back off to Moreno. Lyerly at the top of the key gets it to a wide-open Saucedo in the corner, who just can't seem to hit the shot. Looks like it's going to be a foul there, and it's going to stay with the Pirates. And the sub as Moreno comes off for Costa, so she'll be back on, and it'll be Borboa who comes off, and the dominant Amy Riley is back in the game.
With that last layup, Perez takes over Banuelos for leading scorer with 13-12, and Banuelos hasn't scored since the start of the second half.
Yeah, that third quarter, in this third quarter, she was playing well at the beginning, but silent since then. It's going to be another jump ball. It'll stay with the Pirates this time. A lot of jump balls this game.
A lot of little fights for the ball. Neither team willing to give up anything.
Bravo open in the corner. Still can't get that first 3 to fall.
She's got to be frustrated. You can see it in her face.
Costa dribbling it. Gets it to Jackson. Now she has the ball all by herself at the top of the 3, and she makes it. And the Hornets hit 50 points on Hornets. The Warriors hit 50 points on the night with a 13-point lead. That's going to be an air ball there. Costa with the ball once again. This time gets it to Saucedo. And it's going to be messed up a little there and a turnover. Seemed to be some confusion with her and with Lyerly. And Banuelos with the ball. Gets it to, with 4 around her, tries to shoot it. Couldn't get it, and this time she gets it to fall for her first points in roughly 8 minutes.
Good turnaround jumper there.
11-point lead now, 50-39. Jackson gets a corner 3, but it's no good. Rebounded by Saucedo. Tries to get it to Lyerly. Lyerly has it all the way on the 3-point line now. She's going to try to find an open person, and it's going to be passed to Jackson, who's wide open in the corner. But it's an air ball. Can't capitalize on the bad defense there as Perez gets the ball and is being full court pressed by Saucedo. And now another jump ball. This time it'll go the way of the Warriors.
It seems like Imperial Valley is putting a lot more pressure on the ball handlers in this second half. Ever since the timeout, they have been more uptight. Even in half-court defense, they've been more in your face than they have in the past.
Amy Riley drives in. Thinks there might have been contact, but It's just going to be their ball. Might have gone off the foot of the defender. That'll be Jackson, who is inbounding, though. Lyerly takes the close little shot, but can't get it to fall. Cibrian gets the ball, and a nice transition layup from a deep pass. And now there's only 5 seconds left for the Warriors to do something. Riley takes a shot, but it's no good. And Banuelos just lets the clock run out. And now it is a 9-point lead, 50-41 at the end of the third quarter. I'm Ari Nachshon, here with Caleb Ramos on Hornet Radio.
You look at the runs that both teams have went on in this past quarter when the Pirates bringing it as close as 5 when it was 35-40, and then the run to what it is now of 50-41, and the 7-0 run that I had talked about earlier. It's just basketball is a game of who gets hot, win, and right now it seems like Imperial Valley is hot.
So, prediction. Do you think that it'll continue to stay where it's just this, 10-point manageable deficit for the rest of the game and Imperial Valley is able to finish the game strong? Or do you think Porterville has a chance to do something with the ball today?
I think that Porterville will make a run. Maybe, I don't want to say make a comeback. I don't think they'll win, but I think they could get as close as like 3 or 4.
So a much closer game than it is now.
I'll actually oppose that because you look at the way that Porterville is able to manufacture offense, especially there towards the end of that quarter. They have the ability to be able to get back into this game and get themselves a win, especially you look at that first half of play. You saw a Porterville team that when their offense is clicking, when they're able to find the spacing that they want, they can go out and score at will. So I think they have more than an excellent opportunity not only to get themselves in this game, but also get a win out of this.
10 minutes left in this game as the fourth quarter begins. That was the voice of Ryan Osborn.
I do kind of agree, Ryan. I think that they have the firepower to do it. It's just a matter of will they, can they? And with the pressure that the Warriors are putting on them, especially since that timeout when the deficit was only 5, I don't think they'll be able to do it.
Cibrian with the ball on the wing. She drives in. She's going to pass it back out to Perez, who's going to have some fancy moves there. Can't get it over both of her defenders. Costa will have the ball now after it gets rebounded by Lyerly. And now it'll be Cervantes who gets it back to Lyerly on the far side. She's wide open, but I don't think anyone sees her. Lyerly gets stuffed at the rim by Banuelos, and now it'll be Cibrian who takes the ball down. She passes it to Perez, who gets it to Bravo on the wing. Going to be some passing around the arc. No one in the paint. And Bravo takes a 3 and connects for her first points of the night. She gets the 3. And now Porterville has 5 scores on the board. Finally. Only took till the fourth quarter, but it is now 50-44, 6-point game. Saucedo with the ball, gets it to Amy Riley, gets it back out to Costa. And she takes a 3 of her own, and it's no good. Rebounded by Vasquez. Vasquez gets it to Banuelos. She loses the ball. Costa on the fast break. 1v2. She's going to take it herself and make it herself. That was all CC right there. 52-44. 8.5 minutes left in this game. Perez slows it down a little. She's going to pick it back up, though, and gets it to Cibrian, who passes it to Vasquez, who's wide open for the 3. But the hands of Lyerly are just too big, and it's going to be a miss on that 3. Costa with the ball at the top now. She passes it to Cervantes, who's quickly guarded. The closing out has been way better in this fourth quarter. And that's going to be a light layup there for Lyerly. 10-point lead, 54-44 for the Warriors. Perez and Cibrian in the corner. She loses the ball on an attempt there, and it's going to be Costa who passes it up to Saucedo, who's flying ahead. And it's going to be a foul. I believe it's going to be a charging foul. She ran into Bravo pretty hard there. It's going to go the other way, a turnover. 7.5 minutes left.
That looked like a football player. I'm going to be honest.
Yeah.
That just looked like she dropped her shoulder, tried to truck her to get a foul.
She did. She hit her pretty hard, and as a result, it'll be a turnover. And now Maciel comes in for Banuelos, finally getting some rest. She hasn't seen the bench much at all tonight.
I think this is her first sit.
It might have been. Perez gets a quick drive and blows by everyone, but it just puts a little too much power. I don't think she was expecting to be that open and misses the layup. That'll be Lyerly who gets blocked by Perez, but the ref calls it a foul, and now the ball is stuck again in the rim. The
Same
second
hoop.
time it's happened.
Same hoop, other side. It was a ref's fault this time, though, so.
Ref is going to try, see if he can go 2 for 2. He got it down, but not in, so 1 for 2 on shots.
Guys, just really quickly want to promo the rest of the weekend as we have this matchup between Imperial Valley and Porterville, and then tomorrow we're going to have 3 as well. So the 3 today were Citrus and Cerritos. Then you have Imperial Valley and Porterville. And then at 5 p.m., the host Fullerton College Hornets are going to take on the Santa Barbara Vaqueros. That will be a 5 p.m. start just after this one is over. Tomorrow afternoon, 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 5 p.m., Imperial Valley and Citrus, joined by Santa Barbara and Porterville, and then Fullerton College and Cerritos. All those right here on Hornet Radio.
So during the promo, we did miss the free throws. Lyerly missed one of the 2, but I believe that was her first made one of the night. Then there was some back and forth there on that same side, but then Porterville was able to take it down the other way, and now it'll be Vasquez who shoots 2 free throws of her own.
Vasquez has 6 free throws made this game. She's doing extremely well from the free throw line, but not much else scoring-wise.
She keeps that streak going. She makes another free throw. You know, even 1 point at a time, keeping the Pirates in this game. It's difficult to shoot that many free throws in a row and make them all. And she makes the second one too. I don't know if any of us could do that. You know, if we did 10 free throws in a row, I think we'd get maybe 4. Maybe 4,
We would get
not
one.
in a row.
Let's be honest. We would get 1.
You think so?
That
Just
might
one?
be a collective.
I was a
Collective
90% free throw shooter.
I was a pretty good free throw shooter. I think we
Hey.
could do a little bit better than 1.
Not in game competition, I'll
Not
tell
in
you
game.
what.
No, maybe like just a free throw, just like, you know, pick up at the local courts, you know?
And see, that's where the beauty of this competition comes in, right? You get the Colleen Riley crossover, and you see these players who are going to go against some of the best ranked teams in not only just California, but also across community college sports in general. And they are going to have to go up against that pressure of having to hit free throws when they need to, of having to hit shots when they need to, clamp down on defense when they need to as well. So that's what's interesting about this tournament, is that it's really an early season tournament, and by early season we mean prior to conference play type tournament, that gives you the opportunity to see where you stack up against other teams across the entire state of California. It gives you a good look at where you're sitting just prior to conference play.
And back to that last play, Vasquez got hit hard and fell, and that would be a turnover. Now she has the ball on the other end. She's going to drive in, and it's going to be a timeout right as she's about to get there. There's 6 seconds left on the shot clock, so when we get back from this timeout, we'll see how the rest of that play goes down. But I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos and Ryan Osborn on Hornet Radio.
Obviously, they got to get a playoff quickly. Only 6 seconds on the shot clock. It's basically you get the ball, maybe 1-2 dribbles, and then shoot. I don't know if you have time for multiple passes, but it'll be close, you know, and they need these points. They're currently down 9, 55-46, and with only 6 minutes, with almost a little less than 6 minutes left in this game, they need points and they need them fast.
Yeah, and I mean, they've been putting up a good battle today. I don't know if we expected it to be the same as the last game, where it was a surprise win from the underdog that was under-prepared, like they had not enough players, similar to today, or right now. But I think they're putting up a good fight in this one. And it's going to be a violation there. She's not able to inbound the ball in time, Vasquez. So it's going to be a turnover. And they're only down 9, which is definitely doable, but it seems to have stayed that way for the rest of the game. And now Saseda with the ball. She passes it off to Jackson, who drives and gets it to Riley, who almost lost it, but was able to get it. And now another timeout. So back-to-back timeouts. But this time, it'll be the Warriors who call the timeout. I'm Ari Nachshon here with Caleb Ramos and Ryan Osborn on Hornet Radio.
That timeout was just, we don't want to lose possession. We don't want to get accidentally called for a travel trying to stand up or anything. So you look at Imperial Valley, and they have a lot more spread out scoring versus Porterville. Porterville has their top 3 people of 10, 14, and 8, or I want to say 12 now, excuse me. And Imperial Valley's highest scorer has 12. So having 3 people almost as high as the other team's highest score is usually good, but not when you're letting everybody else on the team do what they want as well.
Now there's 5.5 minutes left as we're back from the timeout in this fourth quarter. 55-46, Warriors are up. And the same thing that happened on the last play, couldn't get the ball inbounded in time, and it's going to be a turnover. They seem to be pretty frustrated about that one.
Saseda and Jackson yelling at each other a little bit, saying, why didn't you go here? I thought you were going here.
Bravo with the 3. She's not able to connect with another air ball. And that'll be Jackson running down the floor with the ball, and she almost gets it in. Rebounded by Riley, who gets a nice 2. And that'll be 57-46. This lead is starting to pick back up again. Saseda getting a little handsy there. It'll be Vasquez who takes the ball down. Bravo with another 3, and she's able to connect for her 2nd of the day. Trying to make this lead as small as she can. Saseda with the ball once again. Jackson on the wing being doubled. Lyerly takes a deep 2 and hits the top of the backboard, but is able to be rebounded there, and Jackson will have a chance at a 3 in the corner. And it's wide, and Riley tried to get a hand on it, but it's no good. And now Vasquez will take the ball down. She gets it to Bravo, who doesn't want to test her luck there. But now it'll be Cibrian who has the ball, and she takes a nice little layup. And that'll be a 6-point game with 4 minutes left. Just over 4 minutes.
Quick comeback here by Porterville.
Perez and Costa about to check in. They'll come in after that blow the whistle. And now it'll be Maciel and what looks to be Lyerly who come off. So it'll be a bit of a more small ball lineup again for this Pirates team. Costa with the little pump fake there. Riley gets the rebound, misses her shot, but gets her own rebound again. And then Jackson gets the ball from Saseda, way too short that time. And
Nobody
it's going to be
even closed
rebounded
out.
by Perez. Cibrian and Jackson fighting over the ball. And what is that, the 6th jump ball of this half?
I think so.
I think 6. I've been counting. I think it's 6. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah.
That's a lot of scrappy play there. I don't know the last time I saw that many in a game. Costa gets the ball over to Moreno, who gets it to Saseda and back to Costa. The 3-guard play down to Riley, and Riley gets an easy layup. Her first points in quite some time, and it is now an 8-point lead, 59-51 Warriors. Vasquez gets the ball from Perez in the corner, and she's not able to connect on her 3. A messed up rebound there, but it's tipped out by Banuelos, and it'll still be Warriors ball.
Banuelos was able to corral that. I think they had a chance to try and get some points, maybe get a little bit of a run going, but with only 3 minutes and 21 seconds left, down 8 against this really good Imperial Valley team, I don't think they do it.
And
Yeah, but you say that, and we've seen 14-point leads erased in 90 seconds at this tournament. 2 years ago, we actually saw a 17-point lead erased with less than 2 minutes to go in this same tournament. So that's still very much possible. I think that the biggest thing for the Pirates is that when you're watching them go down the floor, they're having too many one-touch possessions, right? So they're coming down the floor. The first person who gets the ball outside the arc is taking a shot, and it's rushed a little bit, and they're not actually setting up the offense that they want to. Instead, what they're doing is they're finding that first person on the wing, they take the shot. If it goes in, cool. If it doesn't, no one's crashing the boards and trying to get the rebound. You can't have just that one pass possession if you're trying to get back into this game. So that's the biggest thing for the Pirates. If they're going to get back into this game, and they definitely can, it's a matter of can they make sure that they set up a quick offense. Don't just find that first person and let them take a shot from 5 feet from beyond. If it's open from beyond, go for it, but you still have plenty of time to be able to get into this with just 2-point baskets. It's only 8 points. That's just 4 possessions.
Yeah, and I guess now it's 10, but I guess what I was trying to say is it possible? Yes. Plausible? Not really.
And now we are back from that timeout here on Hornet Radio. It is me, Ari Nachshon, with Caleb Ramos and Ryan Osborn. There's just under 3 minutes left. It is a 10-point game, 61-51. The Warriors are up, and the Pirates just wanted to talk things over using one of their last 2 timeouts. And now the shot clock about to expire. Costa takes a 3, does not connect. That'll be Banuelos with the ball. She's getting pressed hard down the court. She gets it to Perez, who's going to fly down the court, and she makes the layup over the tall Amy Riley.
Little bit of a body check there, but because Riley is just that much bigger, she didn't even move, and it just kind of rebounded more.
And Riley's wide open on the other side of the floor to get the score back to a 10-point lead, 63-53. Just 2 minutes left now.
Riley up to 20 points on the game with that.
Vasquez driving the ball down. She gets it to Bravo out. And Bravo hits her 3rd 3 of the night. She's starting to really pick it up in this second half.
That's exactly the type of possession that you want, right? You look at it from this perspective. They get the ball in. They get good penetration on that right side of the block. Once you get that opportunity to spin towards the middle, it's almost like you're sealing things off for that shooter in the wing. So if you notice, she turns to her right inside the key, and she's sealing off what would be the closeout defender, and it ends up turning into a wide-open 3-point shot.
Costa gets it to Riley, who gets it to Moreno, and then it'll be Saceda, who's fouled with the ball.
And Ryan, I agree with you. That is exactly what you want on offense, but you also have to play defense. And right now, they're not doing that. They're letting Amy Riley get whatever she wants. And it's not, you can't win a game like that.
A bad 3 there from Moreno as the Pirates got the ball. They take it down, and Sibrin is now at the line for 2. And the lead is only 7. 7? 8? 7, yes. I was right the first time. Sorry, my math isn't. You know, we're getting there. It's all right. 7-point lead, a minute and a half left, just under actually. And Cibrian makes the first.
Do you intentionally try and miss?
No, you try and make it as much as you can. You still have plenty of time on the clock.
Yeah. 1:26 left. It is now a 5-point game.
As you're looking at it, only 2 possessions separating these 2 squads.
Costa gets the ball, and she's able to make the 2. The defense from the Pirates has not been the best in this last couple minutes. Cibrian gets a 3 in the corner, but it's short. And Saceda drives it down once again. She's going to look to see if she can find someone open for a quick shot. She gets it up to Costa at the top. Costa's going to stay, and they're just going to see if they can run the clock out as much as they can here. Moreno gets the ball low. Riley passes it back out to Costa, who hits a big three with only 5 seconds left on the shot clock.
And that's the dagger I'd be willing to say.
There's only 10 seconds left, 30 seconds left. It's a 10-point lead. They got the ball back. It's over here. They're just going to run the clock down. Pirates know they can't do anything. Saseda will have the ball at the top. She's being hawked by Cibrian, but this game is effectively over here.
Last shot is just going to be for stat padding purposes, also as well as getting rid
And
of the shot
now
clock.
the shot clock has expired. There's 6 seconds left. They're going to try to score here, and Cibrian does make the 2, but there's only 3 seconds left on the clock, and it is an 8-point game. And that's how it's going to end, 68-60. The Warriors take down the Pirates. I'm Ari Nachshon, here with Caleb Ramos and Ryan Osborn on Hornet Radio.
It was a good game. I still think that Imperial Valley controlled possession a lot more than score shows, but give good credit to Porterville to keeping it.
So we have it on our YouTube. Oh, okay. It's like we got 2 afros and dreadlocks. Okay. Gotcha.
Credit to Porterville for keeping it as close as they did and scoring like they did, but Imperial Valley, the strength, height, and skill of Amy Riley just a bit too much.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about it before the game. They're probably the best, if not the second best team here. I mean, maybe the third. I'll give them third place, actually. I'll say Santa Barbara and Fullerton are still better.
I would agree.
A little bit biased on the Fullerton side, but it's true. They're a very good team. So I'll put the Vaqueros. I'll put the Vaqueros second, Fullerton first, and then, of course, it'll have to be the Warriors in third. And they showed that today.
Right.
And I think they will get a chance to show that they maybe could be the 1 or the 2 going into tomorrow. But that we'll just see depending on how they play. But right now, we have the Vaqueros and the Hornet. Well, the Hornets are not here yet. Just the Vaqueros. They are warming up now, and it'll be very interesting to see that game.
I think it's going to be one of the better games. I don't know if it'll be as good or as close as the first one, but I do think it'll be better than this one.
So you played basketball, right?
Yes, I did.
As a basketball player, you kind of know scores, and especially because this is not going to be like NBA level scoring or WNBA
right.
level. There's not going to be as many points. It's just how it is. The games are shorter, so you can't score that much even if you have the same players. So my question to you is, if you have to predict for this upcoming game what the final score would be, what would it be? What do you think the final score is?
I think it'll be somewhere in the realm of 55. No, that's a bit too low. I think it'll be somewhere like 65-62, somewhere in that range.
I like that. I think I'm going to go something similar. I'm going to say 59-66. That'll be my final score, and I'm going to pick Fullerton to win.
I agree. I also picked Fullerton. Maybe a little bit of homer bias.
Maybe.
But, it's all right.
So we just got the stats, the official stats back from Porterville versus Imperial Valley. So some pretty notable stats. We saw Jada Bravo hit those 3 big threes at the end. Wasn't enough, though, because she shot 3 for 9, which is not really an ideal look when you are, one of the better three-point shooters on the team. As a team total, they only shot a quarter, 25%, which is not great. 1 of every 4 threes is not something to write home about, but both teams did. So the shooting splits when it came to field goals and free throws, and 3 points, similar. But look at that free throw differential.
I was just about to say that. You beat me to it by 0.2 seconds. The free throw percentage for Imperial Valley, 41%.
To come out and win a game shooting under 50% on free throws, I mean, I don't even know how that, when we looked at that game, when we watched that, it did not look like that.
Oh, no, it didn't feel like that at all.
It didn't. It wasn't like oh my God, they're playing terrible. How are they winning? It was just they're the better team. So being able to shoot 41% on free throws and win, you don't see that very often.
Oh, no, not at all. And if you look at the by-quarter breakdown, they were 1 for 2 in the first, 1 for 2 in the third, and 1 for 2 in the fourth. And then in the second, there were 2 for 6.
Yeah, so definitely free throws a part of their game to work on because Porterville, who they beat, was 82%, perfect in the second half. They didn't miss a single free throw. I think half of those, if not 3/4 of them, were Alexis Vasquez. Actually, I think she hit all those, if not all of them. I think there was someone else who got a couple. I think it was Cibrian who had 2, but 6 is an impressive number, an impressive feat for sure. Some more notable stats from the night. Amy Riley had 20 points. She had 19 rebounds. That's almost a 20-20 right there, to go along with 3 assists and a block. Only 3 turnovers, which is a bit high for a player of her size. She's not the one who's normally handling the ball, but a 20 and 19 game is amazing. And
extremely, extremely impressive.
Saseda, 5 points, but 18 rebounds and 10 assists. I mean, that's, especially for a guard of her size, I mean, she's one of the shorter players on the team. She's only 5'5", so to get 18 rebounds as someone who's 5'5" is very impressive.
You hear all this, like all this stuff about in the NBA triple doubles without points, like Draymond.
She almost got it, 7 steals.
I know. Wait, I didn't even see that. Oh my goodness.
She almost had a triple double with only 5 points. So
that's extremely impressive.
So yeah, very impressive stats there. I think another interesting thing is Saseda and Riley combine their rebounds. That's 35 if my math, no, 37 if my math is correct. If you look at the total rebounds for Porterville, 36. 2 players
out-rebounded an
entire team. You do not see that often, if at all. That's just unheard of numbers. When you look at the assists even, Saseda almost at the same number as the whole team, 10 compared to 14. When it comes to blocks, though, the Porterville side definitely takes the cake. 10 over the 5 of Imperial Valley. 5 for Imperial Valley, 5 for Danae Buonello. So she equaled their block total. But the turnovers just cost Porterville. I mean, they had 21 with only 7 players.
That's about 3 a player. That seems kind of standard, and it wasn't really that many more than Imperial Valley. Imperial Valley had 15.
I wouldn't say 3 a player because you have to forget, or you have to remember, Selena Mora played 3 minutes. She didn't commit a turnover, so scratch her minutes, scratch any of that. Now that's 21 to 6 players. That's a little on the higher end. You're getting closer to 4 there, and that's not that's not a very healthy number of turnovers.
No,
you want it to be lower, especially when you're in a situation like that where you don't have many players to rely on the bench. 7 turnovers from Perez. Yeah, she's the main ball handler for the team, but 7 is a high number. The main ball handlers from Imperial Valley didn't even combine for 7. You had Saseda with 2, Moreno with 3, and Costa 0. Cici Costa, one of the main ball handlers for the team, 0 turnovers, at least credited to her. So
extremely impressive.
The ball handlers, the backcourt for Imperial Valley outclassed Porterville. The front court for Imperial Valley is way better, and it was just a dominant performance. Porterville did play well, though. They were able to keep their heads in almost the whole game. So stats aside, the score is only an 8-point game, and it looked further than that all game, but the stats are the stats, 8 points.
Yeah. Like I had said earlier during the game. I had said earlier during the game, it looked a lot further apart than it was. The score was closer than it seemed. And credit to Porterville for doing that. It's just you got outplayed. Plain and simple, you got outplayed.
Yeah. And I'm going to hand it off to you with one more question.
Yeah.
If there's anything that you could bring excitement-wise from that last game to this upcoming one, what would it be?
I think it'll be the competitiveness. You know, you look at both. You look at both the last game and this current one, and it is going to be an extremely competitive game. There were a lot of jump balls, a lot of fighting for the ball in this Porterville Imperial Valley game, and I have a feeling it's going to be the same here with the Hornets and the Vaqueros, with both of them being the better teams coming into today. I think that there's going to be a lot of competitiveness, maybe a little bit of pettiness.
I wouldn't say pettiness so much between these two teams. They don't necessarily have that traditional rivalry that you would see with Fullerton taking on like a Santa Ana, or maybe Santa Barbara taking on a Santa Monica or so.
Maybe not pettiness per se. I'd rather say chippiness.
Keep going.
You know, you look at how competitive each of these teams are and what it's going to be like for each team trying to score and all that kind of stuff, while they are facing one of the better teams in the state, as both teams are in the top 25. One of them, Fullerton, being ranked number 20th, and
Real quick, sorry, Caleb, not to
You're okay.
interrupt, but I'm going to release you here. You can go ahead and get the information for the upcoming game while
Cool.
I get to talk to Isaac Castro. And, Coach, you look at how things played out in this last matchup. You have a team that, to me, is very interesting. When you want to run, you have the ability to. You've got some shooters on your squad, too. How would you define your team so far? I know it's early, but to this point.
You know what? Just players that really want to get after it and want to get better. We got a good group of people who just love playing together, love being together, love serving each other. And so we just have a good group of people who are willing to get after it, willing to grow, and willing to battle out there.
Now, when you mention that, you know, a lot of people don't realize when they're looking at student athletes, all they see is the word athlete.
Oh, yeah.
When you incorporate that student aspect and you talk about each and every one of your players being able to serve each other, help each other,
Right.
develop with one another, how do they help each other when it comes to the classroom aspect?
Yeah. So, I mean, this carries over, and I'll tell you from the basketball world, what they do constantly as far as picking each other up. I watched film, and I wasn't watching for this, but I watched film, and I saw my players give so many touches during the game. And so that vibration or that interaction that they do, they carry that over into the classroom, just being able to check on each other, being able to lift each other up constantly. But being able to see that on film first and then know that that translates over into the classroom for our players is an amazing thing.
Now, as a coach, how difficult is it to be able to go out and recruit, knowing that, yes, I know you want to get the top talent as much as possible, but you're also trying to cultivate a culture when it comes to your program. How do you recruit for not only the talent, but also a culture that you're looking to build?
Yeah. You know what's interesting is I think the people who you want in your system, they find you, right? So, yes, recruiting is a big deal, and it's probably the difference maker in top programs. But ultimately, if you put yourself out there and do the things that you have to do, the people who fit with you find you. It's so interesting. I tell everybody the group that I have right now is amazing, and I got on late this year. And so just to see how they all came together, it's all about me just believing in, like, hey, they're going to find you if you can put yourself out there and build it. They say build it and they will come, right?
No, you're absolutely right. And one thing that I also love to talk to coaches, like you mentioned, getting there maybe later in the process, but where did you realize that coaching was really calling out to you?
Yeah, that's an interesting question. I'm going to be honest, it probably was towards the end of last season when I was at College of the Sequoias. Like, I could really start myself feeling like, man, I think I want to coach, you know, because before that I was content to be an assistant coach for my head coach there, Ray Alvarado, and just keep serving that way. But as soon as he left, I could feel myself kind of having like an interest and an understanding of, you know what, it's probably my time and it's what I'm supposed to be doing.
Did you look to anyone as a mentorship? I know you mentioned Coach Alvarado, but when you become a head coach yourself, now you get a chance to establish your own program how you would like it to be. Was there anyone you reached out to say, hey, how do I really get this going the way that I'd like it to?
Yeah, so I'm going to be honest with you. One is, I talked to a couple of my mentor friends, Doug White, Coach Velasquez. Like, I talked to them, but the biggest thing for me, what I searched was the Bible. And so that was the big, I was like, how do I build this business, right? And that's the best business principles that you can get. And so that was my ultimate mentor.
So do you feel that your faith has also allowed you to be a better coach going forward, not just in building the program, but also establishing personal relationships with a lot of different personalities that people don't realize?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's all about us being able to serve the athletes that come across us, serve the coaches that come to us, serve the coaches that we're playing against, the players we're playing against. It's all about service. So, yeah, it's totally – it gets us to focus on the right things.
One thing I love about these types of tournaments before I let you go is looking at where all the different colleges are in the state of California. What would you say is the best thing about Porterville that you can say, you know what, people need to stop here and look at Porterville because it's got X, Y, or Z?
Yeah, well, one is we're sitting right at the bottom of of some hills and some mountains with beautiful lakes right above us and access to them right there. But then, two, it's really homely. So there's a strip of little cities that align right next to Porterville. And all those cities are just so family-oriented and really focused on, like, hey, we want to grab onto something and just belong together. And so that feeling about Porterville is amazing.
Awesome. Well, thank you very much, Coach. We'll let you go. We look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
I appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Thank you very much. And we were talking with Isaac Castro, the head coach of the Porterville Pirates. We will see more of them tomorrow as Porterville is going to continue to be here at the tournament, the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover, as we get set for even more action here on Hornet Radio. Ryan Osborn joining you live here courtside as Fullerton College is going to get set to take on the Santa Barbara Vaqueros. That's our big matchup to finish off night number 2 of the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'll be joined by Caleb Ramos in just a little bit. You'll hear from Mark Pavlovich as well as we continue to move forward in this one. In a little bit, you'll hear from Caleb Ramos. He's going to take over the play-by-play for this upcoming matchup between Fullerton College and Santa Barbara. If you're looking at this Fullerton College team, or maybe you're a Hornet fan, and you're thinking to yourself, okay, how are these Hornets doing? I want to know how this team is performing to this point. Plain and simple, Fullerton College is off to one of their best starts in the last 25 seasons. You heard it from Mark Pavlovich earlier. If you were tuned in to our broadcast earlier tonight, you heard him say that this is one of the better teams that we have seen, not only talent-wise, also coaching-wise in recent memory. You have to go back to those playoff teams that you had just a few years back with Marcia Foster as Santa Barbara gets set for their matchup in just a few moments. But Marcia Foster had herself a couple of playoff teams that were very good as well. You're starting to get glimpses of that from this Fullerton College program as they continue on moving towards Orange Empire Conference play. Of course, conference play has not begun, but they will have that opportunity coming out of the new year. For Fullerton College, they are led by none other than Socio Hood. We talked to Socio Hood on the Coaches Show earlier this season and asked her all about what her experience is. Now, I'll bring in Caleb Ramos later on as he gets set for the play-by-play, but one thing that I'll note for him is the fact that Socio Hood has only been playing basketball for 2.5 years. That's one of the biggest things for Socio. When you talk to her, you'll discover she's a soccer player. She began as a soccer player and was a soccer player until a couple years ago, until she decided, this is one of the coolest things I discovered about her, she decided, I'm going to start playing basketball at my local park. She started getting buckets. Then she said, let me go to my local gym. Got buckets. Then she said, let me go and play in organized kind of a rec league sort of a deal. Got buckets. So she said, okay, at this point, I got to see if I can make a college team. Fullerton College was the closest team to her. That is how Fullerton College gets their #1 scorer so far this season, as she's averaging over 16 points per game and is one of the top 5 scorers in the Orange Empire Conference.
Extremely, extremely impressive. You know, going to just from playing just casually at the park and then being so good that you can just walk onto a college team, be their best player, make first team all OEC in your first year there. and then have a strong case to go back-to-back.
We talked to Coach Dan Desmond earlier this season as well. We asked him, okay, what are you working on with Social? He said the biggest thing that he has to work on or had to work on with her was not necessarily the basketball IQ, but really learning systems, right? He said the basketball IQ and the natural instinct for her was already set in place. It was already there. The scoring touch was there. The understanding of defenses was there. But now, how do you work it into an offense that flows? How do you work it into a transition? How do you work it into a transition defense as well? That was what they worked on the most in the summer, and it has shown so far. She has become one of the best, most well-rounded players in the Orange Empire Conference, and she is set up for yet another first or all OEC selection, and she would get back-to-back selections if that were the case. Now, for this matchup, of course, you go up against the Santa Barbara City College team that is a very good basketball program in Southern California with an excellent shot at beating Fullerton tonight. But the question is, can Santa Barbara get away from Fullerton College's defense, which has had a very good go of it the first half of the season, preseason to be exact. We're going to have more on this in just a little bit. Caleb, I know that you were able to talk to some of the coaches here. The sense in this one, Fullerton College, of course, with a 12-1 record, they are having an excellent start. But this is a Santa Barbara team that you cannot count out.
Oh, absolutely not. You know, as you saw if you were on the broadcast earlier, we talked to Coach Kroll of the Vaqueros earlier in the broadcast, and she said, we don't focus on them, we focus on us and what we know we can do. And you got to know that that is something that is extremely hard to do. So for them to be able to do that, knowing how good that this Fullerton team is, extremely impressive. And I think it's going to be a very, very good game. Earlier on, when Ari was still here, we put in our score predictions. Ari said 66-59 Fullerton. I said 65-62 Fullerton. Ryan, you got any guesses?
You know, I've never been one to guess what it was going or what the end result is going to be before the game actually starts. To me, I'd say the biggest prediction that I will say is that this is going to turn into a track meet. Both these two teams are very comfortable getting up and down the floor and moving into transition offense. What you'll see a lot from Santa Barbara as well, they'll get a rebound and you'll see two different wingers take off. That's what you're going to watch for in the rest of this one. If Fullerton College can start their offense the way that they want to, they're quick, they can move up and down the floor, they can defend all lengths as well. So my prediction isn't necessarily a score one. I think that it's going to be a fast run-and-gun type of game tonight. I don't think that either team will score under 50 points.
I would agree with that. I think it is going to be high scoring, and both teams are up near 70s in points per game scored, but down in the 50s for points, around 55 each for points per game allowed. So that's kind of where I got my prediction of it averaging out to about 60-65. And then for each team, obviously we talked about Sochi Hood. For the Vaqueros, you got to look at Isis Poti. You look at her, and before their loss yesterday, she had 6 straight double-doubles.
Now, Caleb, before you end up finishing off, I'm going to first off let you finish your chicken sandwich.
Okay,
because
thank you. I really appreciate it.
You need an opportunity to do that. I'll take it the rest of the way. When Caleb comes back, he will be able to take over the play-by-play. It's not my fault. Look, I was trying to keep Caleb on the broadcast, but I looked over and I saw my broadcast partner staring at that chicken sandwich and saying, you know what? Enough of the score predictions. Let me have my chicken sandwich. So, Caleb Ramos, you are more than welcome to have your chicken sandwich. We'll hear more from him in just a little bit. As Fullerton College gets set to take on the Santa Barbara City College Vaqueros, I am joined by Mark Pavlovich. And, Mark, we have seen this tournament. And Corey Neyland is over to our right. He'll join if he'd like. But as we look at this tournament, Mark, we have seen it many years in the past. This is a Fullerton College hosted tournament that brings a lot of the talent across Southern California, but now it's expanding more and more. You get Porterville, you get Imperial Valley, lots of different styles of play.
Well, what it's done is once you have a winning program, everybody wants to play with winning programs. Coming to a tournament is fine, but you heard the Santa Barbara coach. RPI, RPI, RPI. There are coaches that will look at this, and when you get to play top 20 teams, you're already looking at playoffs this early in the season. So if I can beat everybody coming out of this tournament, even though there's not a trophy or anything else, my RPI goes up. I could be a 500 team and be ranked in the top 20.
Nothing wrong with that if you're a 500 team ranked in the top 20. If you play well, you just have some solid defeats, that's okay. It doesn't mean you're a bad team. We don't like RPI over here. That's okay. But we understand why you would like it, because you're playing those tough teams. Even if you do lose, it gets you ready for that playoff competition. Doesn't mean you're a bad team. It just means that you haven't gotten over the hump yet.
So then why don't we penalize the good teams when they play that lowly team and that lowly team beats them? Why does an RPI get reduced?
Because they're good.
It doesn't.
Because they're good. That's all I got to say.
Because the good team is good?
Yeah, exactly. That's pretty much the statement that you'll see from RPI. A lot of people who are experts in RPI, it's very similar across the board. You see it in softball all the time. It doesn't matter whether or not you lose to a bad team. It's a matter of whether or not you consistently play against good teams. That's what's usually measured when it comes to the playoffs in the 3C2A and also the NJCAA, which uses RPI as well.
Yeah, well, I brought that up to the Santa Barbara coach. But, I mean, Corey says, well, there's nothing if you a bad loss. I mean, a loss is a loss. Let's just be realistic.
I didn't say anything about a bad loss. I said a solid loss is fine.
A loss is a loss.
A loss is a loss. If you're playing quality teams, you win one, you lose one, that's fine. You're still playing quality teams. Now, a bad loss is losing to a team that's 0-15 and you're 15-1. That's a bad loss. There's nothing solid about that. But if you're 8-5 and you're playing a team that's 10-3, if you lose by 2, you lose by 1, that's a solid loss. You're competitive. That's what it shows. If you beat that team, it's a good victory. That's what RPI is saying.
Yeah, but you're not bringing in, and Caleb, what's he not bringing into this is you end up beating me, but you don't play up to your standard when you and I play. You average 100 points a game, but when you and I play, you only average 63, and I lose 63-61. He'll say it's a quality win. I'll say, hey, you had a crappy
Wait. So if I average 100,
yeah,
but I only score 63 and win, or I average 100 or I lose by 2.
You average 100, you lose 63-61. To me,
RPI is that team that the underdog. That's RPI. That makes you get better and higher up the rankings.
That's ridiculous.
That's what RPI benefits.
That's ridiculous. You play crummy, and I get rewarded for you playing crummy.
No. Here's the thing. Didn't play crummy. I just played better than you.
I think that's what it comes down to at the end of the day. You got to play better than who's in front of you. Doesn't matter how good they are, how good you are. You play better than who's in front of you. Obviously, you're going to win. And when it comes to RPI, it'll be a huge thing. And back to what I was saying before I left to go eat. Sorry about that. You got to watch Isis Poteet today. 6 consecutive double-doubles before yesterday, averaging almost 15 points a game and 9 rebounds a game. You got to watch out for her, got to figure out a way to contain her when possible. And then, if not her, Araya Fox. You got to watch her, also almost averaging a double-double with 10 points a game, 8 rebounds a game. It's going to be huge and extremely competitive game here between the Vaqueros and the Hornets. As we get ready to go, I have starting lineups for you. For the Fullerton College Hornets, we have number 4, Haley Lakey, number 5, Aaron Choi. We have Leilani Banco, Juliana Conklin, and Sochi Hood. And then for the Vaqueros, we have Araya Fox, Kaylee Lawson, Kaylee Bassetti, Isis Poteet, and Kennedy Nutter. And I'm Caleb Ramos here with my partner, Ryan Osborn, and it is the last game for today as we have the Fullerton College Hornets taking on the Santa Barbara College Vaqueros. And We also have the games tomorrow with same teams, just a tiny bit of a different schedule. We have Citrus versus Imperial Valley at 1, Santa Barbara versus Porterville at 3, and Fullerton versus Cerritos at 5. We have intros going on right now as we get ready to go. A little bit of an extra thing for the home Hornets here. These last 3 games for each team. Fullerton on a 5-game win streak, and their last 3 being a win against Skyline 66-59, a win against Hartnell 68-47, and a win yesterday against Imperial Valley here at this tournament 73-46. Vaqueros coming off a loss yesterday 63-52 against Citrus, and then their 2 games before that were on the 16th versus Santa Ana, a win 69-58, and then a win against Riverside the next day 80-55.
Agreed. Now, as we get set for this one, don't forget we want to promote tomorrow's games that are coming up for the Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover that will be taking place right here on Hornet Radio. Again, we thank you for joining us here tonight, 1 o'clock, 3 o'clock, 5 o'clock. We have had a blast covering these matchups, and we will have 3 more games coming up for you tomorrow as we get set for even more and day 3 of the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover right here on Hornet Radio.
Fox and Hood going for the tip. Fox controls it. Back to Bassetti. Bassetti dribbling left. Guarded closely by Choi. Hood guarding Poti in the post. And blocking foul. Blocking foul called against the Hornets, and that is Leilani Ponko. Kennedy Nutter will go to the line for the Vaqueros. Makes the first for the first points of the game. Second free throw is up, and it is good. Choi gets the ball in the middle. Santa Barbara pressing. Choi going Euro step. Up and under. Beautiful layup from Choi. Both teams running a full court press right now.
Fantastic move there. I mean, you look at what she's able to do. Like you mentioned, the up and under. She keeps her footwork working well. Momentum towards the basket. Square to it, and she's able to make it.
And Nutter drills a 3. It was a beautiful shot, and press is broken, and one there from Ponko. Beautiful layup. I didn't see much contact, but it was called.
It was contact to the body, so as she goes up and puts up the layup, what you end up seeing is hip to hip. That's where the contact comes from. It's going to be called each and every time. And you know what? My prediction's going pretty well so far. This is a track meet to start things off.
Oh, for sure. Especially with the press and both teams trying to break it. It is extremely fast-paced. Little bit of loose control there, and it is picked up and scored by Poti. Choi dribbling, back to Hood. Hood over to Conklin. Conklin, that is Lakey, back to Choi. Hood, jab step left, jab step right, drives left, and she is called for a travel. Looking for a bit of a foul there, doesn't get it, gets the travel called instead.
She sets her pivot foot initially on the drop step and then ends up taking one extra small step. But nonetheless, it's going to be called each and every time.
Press, once again, is broken. There is Lawson. Now it is Bassetti at the top. Bassetti in the middle. Fox. Fox driving left. Drop step. Back to Lawson. Lawson is stripped by Choi. Choi pushing the ball. Going left. Another up and under. And it is good. Oh, my goodness. Aaron Choi with 2 beautiful layups, and the ball is thrown away by Santa Barbara. Turnover, and Fullerton retains possession. Aaron Choi doing absolutely beautiful things on the glass so far.
Yeah, and she's able to make her own space, create it, so that way she gets separation.
And now she's open for 3 off the front iron. Rebounded by Bassetti. Bassetti to Lawson. Lawson, pass in, is stripped by Hood. Hood double teamed, gets it to Lakey. Lakey, stop, goes hard again. Pressing right. Back to Choi. Conklin for 3 is good. And Fullerton takes a 10-7 lead with only 2.5 minutes gone. And 1 foul on Hood. That was beautiful by Poti. I think that your prediction is absolutely correct, Ryan. It is so fast-paced. I can't believe there's only 2.5 minutes gone.
Yeah, that's the thing with these 2 teams. They really like to get out in front. They like to work into their transition offense. I mean, you look at Fullerton, right? They're getting a rebound, and as soon as they get a rebound, you've got 3 people up the floor in addition to the person who gets possession. Watch right here. You get the first person gets the ball, 3 take off. So now if you're Fullerton College, you're very comfortable being in that running style. Santa Barbara, also a similar type team.
Choi for 3 on the right wing, no good, off the back iron. Rebound goes to Bassetti. Bassetti going up, screen, mid-range, deep 2, off the front iron and back out, rebound by Hood.
That's her 3rd.
Impressive to have 3 just this fast. Hood dribbling up the court now. Jab step cross, gets stripped by Bassetti, and there's a foul.
That will be against Socio Hood, and the reason why is because she does lose the basketball, and what happens is she grabs the wrist of the other player. That forces her to end up getting the foul call.
That is Hood's 2nd as her and Choi take a break to start this game, as we have Solorio and I can't quite tell who that is at the moment. Ione coming in for Choi and Hood. Poti in. Ball is layup, no good. That was Camargo. Lakey pushing the ball up the court. Desmond, you can hear him yelling at his players to push. Solorio. Pass is deflected, but possession stays with Fullerton. I haven't said the score much. It's changing so fast. It is 10-9 Fullerton College with 6 minutes and 24 seconds remaining in the first quarter. Solorio 3, corner, no good. Bassetti pushing, looking. Fox throws the ball away, trying to get it to Lawson, and doesn't quite make the connection. Ball goes into the stands. Caitlin Gloomis is in for Haley Lakey here, as we have Lawson sending it into, or Conklin sending it into Solorio. Solorio dribbling the ball up. Hard contact, no foul. Bassetti to Lawson. Back to Bassetti in the corner. That's Poti. Back to Lawson. Lawson for 3, no good. Rebound by Ponko. Solorio going up the right, crosses back left. High pressure by Bassetti. Conklin now on the wing. Ball goes to Gloomis. Now into Conklin, down low and good. Tough layup there from the angle she was at, but gets it to go, scores 12-9 halfway through this first quarter. Bassetti guarded up tight by Solorio. Fox out to Lawson. Lawson to Poti. Drive through and good. Poti with a good layup, and now we have Conklin bringing the ball up. Conklin going left, screen. Gloomis in the corner, backing down. No shot. Blocking foul, it looks like. Haley Lakey and Aaron Choi coming back in. Conklin and Ponko are out. Solorio to inbound the ball. They're running what looks like a stack. Nobody's open. Lakey down low. One dribble, pull up, no good. Bassetti up. And that is Hoban. Back to Bassetti. Back to Hoban. Bassetti for three and buries it from downtown. That is their first lead of the game. It is 12-14. Choi. Pass gets to Ione, but little bit of a loose ball. Pass into Lakey. Back to Ione. She's double teamed. Long pass to Choi. Choi corrals it. Resets. Cross left. Gloomis. Midi. No good. Rebound by Ione. Solorio for three. Also no good. And the ball goes out of bounds.
I think if you're Fullerton College, and especially Solorio, I think you're looking for a different shot selection. Solorio, if she takes one extra breath, she can actually step into that one. I think that where she took the shot is a good selection off that right wing, especially off that initial pass. But if she takes just one extra second, she has one spot that she can really stride into and take an in-rhythm shot. So I think where she takes it is fine. If she had taken just an extra second to pause, she has a little bit more space.
I agree. Now we have Garcia backing down. Rebound is tipped out. Vaqueros retain possession. Extremely close, extremely competitive, extremely fast game once again. Ball is out to Losack. Losack back to Hoban. To Bosi. And the ball is now with Losack in the right wing. Pass in is blocked by Choi. Ione dribbling the ball up. Pushing. Nobody's with her. It was 1-on-4. Decides to take it slow. Choi back to Solorio on the right wing. Solorio floater. Air ball just a bit too far. Now we have Hoban bringing the ball up. Bassetti, pump fake, down low. Garcia, drop step, no good. Gets her own offensive board. Losack, three, no good. Not sure what was called there. I couldn't quite see.
That's going to be a push. So what it ends up being is she uses her offhand, that left hand, as she's tipping the ball up with her right, to create separation by fully extending and pushing away from the defender.
Got it. Wasn't quite sure what was happening. A couple of players in my way, but Hood is now in for Gloomis. Solorio bringing the ball up. Pressured right at the half-court line. Solorio spins twice. Tries to do a little no-look dump off to Lakey. Goes off feet, and Lakey corrals it, gets the shot up. Air ball's no good. Both teams scoreless in about 2.5 minutes. Bassetti bringing the ball up. Guarded closely by Solorio at half. Jaden Bone in to Camargo. Now Bassetti. Bassetti's shot no good. Gets her own offensive board. Layup is no good. Rebound Hood. Lakey up to Solorio. Lakey's pass to Solorio is a little bit high. Couldn't corral it. Turnover.
And part of that is their willingness to run turns into a shade of antsiness, right? So they're trying to get that ball up as quickly as possible. But what you want to do is when you're trying to get that lead pass and get it off to that right sideline, you need to make sure that the person that you are passing to is taking their momentum towards the basket. In this case, the momentum was going away towards the sideline. Can't adjust in time.
We have Hoban up at the top between her legs. Gets a screen. Guarded closely by Choi. Back to Garcia. Garcia, Hoban. Now Nutter. Going left. Back out. Bone. Offensive foul I couldn't tell if that was a block or a moving screen, but
That was going to be a moving screen. And the reason why that is because, well, as the name implies, the person was still moving. So the screen gets set, but you drag that right foot as the person makes contact, you're going to get that call.
tough attempt there by Conklin, doesn't go. Still an extremely fast-paced game, but the scoring has slowed down a ton. Ball is stolen. Choi pushing up, running with Lakey and Hood. Choi, hesitation, layup, no good, but a foul. And now the Hornets are in the bonus, but shooting foul, so it doesn't really matter anyways. We have Aaron Choi stepping up to the free throw line to potentially tie the game at 14. Aaron Choi averaging 9.5 points a game. And as a team, Fullerton is shooting 66.3% from the free throw line. Take a little off of it. Might have jinxed it. Choi misses her first one. Setting up for the second. Second one is good. Scores 13-14, Vaqueros. Hoban pushing the ball, guarded closely by Choi. Choi very tenacious defensively. You see that all game. Ione screened. Ball is thrown away. Choi steps out, realizes she had no lane. Passes to Lakey. Lakey double teamed. Conklin loses the ball. And Hoban, tough layup with Hood in her face, but gets it to go. Scores 16-13. Hood passes it into Conklin. Conklin crosses, loses handle a little bit. Screen. Lakey is blocked. What a block by Fox. 10 seconds left in the quarter. Hoban into Poteet. Poteet backing down Hood. Hook shot, no good. And they fall on the ball, and that is the quarter. What an entertaining first quarter we have here in this last game of the day.
Yeah, both these two teams more than content to run, as we saw there. The biggest thing for either of these two sides is that they really didn't stress settling down and calming down. So that's the other portion too, is that you can run as much as you want. And Mark Pavlovich can tell you offenses can run as much as they would love to. But if they can't control themselves when they are in transition, it's going to lead to turnovers, and it's going to lead to you not putting points on the board. There was a 3-minute and 17-second portion of this first quarter where there was no scoring. And then there was also a portion of this first quarter that spanned over 4.5 minutes where every single possession for either squad was a score. So it's a matter of, can you be controlled when you're trying to push the ball up the floor?
Well, it got hectic is what it did. And when you see haphazard hectic, you know, but one thing, give both these teams, Caleb, a lot of credit. The cuts that you see, the balls are getting to individuals when they're making their cuts. So it's very quick, run, pass, and shoot. It's not what you would say slow down, set basketball.
Right. Took the words right out of my mouth. I was going to say hectic. It got chaotic. Like you said, hectic, chaotic, basically the same thing.
Yeah, I mean, what happens, and both you guys know this, I mean, once you get into a phonetic place, sometimes you just can't slow yourself down.
No, you can't. Solorio driving right. Runner, no good. Rebound by Hood. Solorio, corner, drives in. Lakey, mid-range, is good. What a shot by Lakey.
Mid-range basketball, something that is obsolete.
Some people bringing it back, some people doing absolutely nothing for it. And Solorio slaps the ball out of bounds on the pass. Ball stays with the Vaqueros. It is once again, an extremely fast-paced game, but since this quarter started, it seems only 30 seconds in, it seems a little bit more controlled. Good shot there by Nutter off the glass for 2. Solorio goes right, dribbles middle. Pass for Lakey a bit too high, intercepted by Poti. Poti passes, and the layup is missed by Fox, but then Fox gets her own rebound and gets a putback. Pass Hood, going left. Crosses back. Solorio gets a screen from Hood. Double teamed. Troy on the wing. Gets a pump fake, step back for 3. Just off the mark. Score is 20-15, 8 minutes and 37 seconds left in the second quarter. It's Bassetti passing. Back, and now Poti. Scoop layup, no good. Hood with the rebound. Double teamed. Gets the ball out to Choi. Choi going against Bassetti, gets a screen from Lakey. Now switch, and a tough layup, and it is good. Choi doing wonders on layups so far. Bone bringing the ball up, guarded by Choi once again. Bassetti over to Nutter, into Poti, guarded by Hood. Drop step, layup, no good, rebound Hood. Pivoting, gets the ball to Choi, almost intercepted. Choi on the left, double teamed, into Lakey. Lakey fading, no good. Bassetti, pass intercepted by Hood. Hood, Lakey, pump fake, good off the glass, and the score is 19-20. Beautiful basketball from both teams. A little bit sloppy, I might add, but still extremely good.
No, I'm gonna give defense a lot more credit than call it sloppy basketball. I'm gonna give defense where they're there. Ryan, when you watch them, because if you watch Santa Barbara when they go back on defense, they set up a back line. So for a second, even though it's person to person, it's a modified zone on the back line where they cheat towards the key. So I'm going to give them a lot more credit than the D sign.
Well, I mean, Mark, you're to exactly what you're talking about. It's a way that you can get back transitionally on defense without you having to get all 5 back at the same time. As long as you get your 3 wingers who weren't involved in the offensive rebounding portion of things, you get them back to, let's say, the free throw line. That's what Santa Barbara's doing. You have all 3 of them set up in a zone, cover an area, a third of the court as they're coming back. Then you don't have to have all 5 back. You just have to slow down the opposing side until those other 2 can join you.
And welcome back to the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. After that timeout, there was a offensive foul on the Vaqueros, as the score is 22-19 with 7 minutes left in this first half. We have Conklin going left, getting a screen from Hood, going back right. Handoff to Ponko. Ponko's pass, little high for Choi, and the ball goes back to the Vaqueros. Now we have Bassetti bringing the ball up, guarded by Ponko. Handoff to Fox. Fox back to Bassetti. Mid-range, little long, air ball. Rebound by Conklin. Conklin pushing the ball. Over to Ponko. Choi, top of the key, gets a screen. Hood in the middle, cross court to Ponko. Choi now with it at the top of the key. Choi for 3. Bank is not open yet. Rebound by Lakey. Back to Conklin. Conklin for 3. No good. Bassetti pushing the ball to Fox. Fox resetting. Bassetti, right wing. Camargo. Ball is knocked out, but maybe a kick ball on the knockout.
No, it's going to be a foul, as that should be a knee that ends up going and hitting Bassetti's hip as she tried to come across on that shot fake. So what you end up getting is a foul, goes baseline, and what you're looking at, Mark, is from Fullerton's offense, when they're in transition, they're happy. But once they get into that half court, they're having a little bit of trouble trying to set themselves up, especially on that left-hand side. You saw them take a couple of shots that weren't in their rhythm.
Yeah, one of the things I'd like to see from either one of these teams is I'd like to see a few screens set, even if you come up with a double post and set it on both sides and free somebody up. You haven't seen that yet in there. Nobody's doing it, and anybody's coming up to do a quick scrape. No pick and rolls, which you could do against either one of these teams because they over-jump defense.
We have Zavaleta. And we have a foul. And going back to what you said, Ryan, about the knee from Hood, that is her third foul. So just 2 more and she's disqualified already with only 5 minutes left in the first half.
Well, both teams are actually running into a lot of foul issues. I mean, you look at Santa Barbara, they got to 5 in the last quarter. They've got 2 team fouls here. Social Hood with 3, as you mentioned. She's not going to come back in until midway through the third quarter.
Yeah. Lakey loses the ball, and that's a kickball violation right there. Ball comes over by us here at the announcer's table.
You see the reaction
I
time
saved
there?
it.
Yeah.
I saved it. Did you see that?
You kicked it to me. I kicked it back over. We were all set.
So quick. Hey, well, that's because we've done Hornet soccer here
That's
on
true.
Hornet Radio.
Football Fridays. They prepared us.
That's right.
That's right. When Joe and I went out onto the field and got taught by the players on how to play their positions, well, there you go. Now,
yeah, I just
now
kicked
that comes in handy.
I just kicked the ball like Cho.
Missed the goal wide left.
Conklin.
Oh, there's a carry on a hip.
Zavaleta. Ione for 3. Buries it from the corner. First score in a long time, and it is 22-20 lead change. Bassetti into Poti. Poti. Ball is stripped by Solorio. Solorio loses the ball, gets the layup anyways. Bit of a lucky layup there.
Happy holidays. There's a gift.
My bad. Solorio, top. Dribbles right. That is a foul on Aria Fox as she reached in. We have Ione inbounding the ball here. Solorio with the ball, guarded by Fox, screened by Lakey. Into Lakey. Lakey's little floater is good. Scores 26-20 with 4 minutes and 20 seconds left in this first half.
And Mark, I like that play there because you get Lakey on the low block. You get that backdoor cutter to take pressure away. You pop her back up towards the top of the key. It's a wide open shot.
And that ball is once again stripped by Solorio. Solorio 2-on-1. Ione, stop. It's way too powerful on the layup there. Bassetti bringing the ball back up. Over to Lawson. Lawson to Fox, into Poti. Poti loses the ball. Gets it to Nutter. Nutter out. Lawson for 3, no good. Rebound Lakey.
And guys, if you see what both these teams, they are limiting their opponents to one offensive attack every time down.
Not a lot, you're right, not a lot of offensive boards, and that is huge as that was a good 3 attempt from Conklin, no good. 30-second timeout taken by the Vaqueros. Like you were saying, Mark, going back to offensive rebounds, there were so many in these first 2 games. So the fact that both these teams are limiting the other team to 1 possession per time down and getting all the defensive boards instead of offensive boards, I think that is a huge difference in the not only, I want to say, entertainment value for this game, but just making it a lot easier for both teams.
Really quick, guys, want to remind everyone that coming up tomorrow, 1 p.m., 3 p.m., 5 p.m., we have 3 games right here on Hornet Radio, all coming up, brought to you by Hornet Radio, and also the 145, 146 class here at Fullerton College, CRTV 145 and CRTV 146, giving you the opportunity to learn how to become a sports broadcaster and a multimedia faceted well, I said broadcaster. It'd still be broadcast.
Yeah, and Ryan, let's give a lot of credit to the studios that we have and what you and Joe have done to create with the best equipment around right now. You look at some of the stuff that the kids have to work with. It's fantastic.
And we have Bassetti now. High pass to Poti. And the layup is good. Score is 26-24, Hornets.
And that's one of the plays we had talked about, Caleb, where all of a sudden Pulte rolls to the basket. You kick it down low. Nobody's there to pick her up. Easy little shot from about 2 feet out.
It's exactly what you want in half-court offense. Lakey, fading jumper, rolls out. Bassetti seems to lose the ball as she's bringing it up. Guarded closely by Solorio. Fox now guarded by Conklin. Ball goes back to Garcia. Garcia, and now Fox, wide open, decides not to take a 3. Back to Poti. Poti backing down Lakey. And the layup is good, and it is a tie game, 26-26.
Man, she could go left or right. That's what's so nice on her pivots, either direction.
Lakey, deep jumper, no good. Loose ball foul. I believe it's going to be a shove against Conklin.
Well, it actually was a grab from behind. It'd be like somebody going to Buffalo Wild Wings and be sitting at a table next to Ryan Osborn and myself. Could be Corey Neyland snatching a couple Buffalo Wild Wings right out there. You know, I go to the one either down on the block or there's one over in Buena Park, is there not?
There is one over in Buena Park. So, you have multiple options when you're trying to go to Buffalo Wild Wings, that's for sure.
Lakey's layup attempt, no good. Own offensive board, and good. You get to hear her saying, I'm sorry for not getting the assist for her teammate there, but as long as points go, it doesn't matter.
Mark's trying to get me to hum on the broadcast. I'm not going to do it.
Fox, errant layup. Rebounded by, that was Lawson, and her layup is no good. Lakey back to Choi.
Caleb, that was one of the few times that a team had multiple offensive attacks on their own end.
Right.
Well, guys, I just came down to visit for a few seconds. I'm going to leave you again, and you.
As soon as Mark said he's off, we turned him right back off.
Bassetti now bringing the ball up. Score is 28-26, Fullerton. Poteet to Lawson, guarded by Zavaleta. Now Bassetti, deep 2, buries it. Choi bringing the ball up. Little bit of lost balance there. Zavaleta now. And that is going to be a reach-in foul against Poteet. That is Poteet's second foul of the game. And the Hornets are in the bonus, so Zavaleta is going to go to the free throw line with less than a minute remaining in this first half.
Yeah, and you look at how things are working out for Fullerton College. We've seen them play a lot of close games so far this season. They're not unfamiliar with 1 to 2 possession ball games. The question is, how do they continue to come out with wins in those 1 to 2 possession ball games? And I think right here is the answer for you. They are able to get to the free throw line with reckless abandon because of how well they attack the basket. They can continue to do so they're going to force Santa Barbara into some really tough lineup decisions because of the foul trouble they've had.
Fox guarded by Choi. And that is a blocking foul. Desmond talking to the refs, looking for a travel call instead of a blocking foul. And it is changed to a travel call. Not often you see that.
No, it's more the aspect of the two officials. One guy sees it one way, the other guy sees it the other way. It's always going to defer to whoever had the better positioning on that specific play. In this case, it was the near side official. He said he had a travel, so they changed it to that.
Choi going left, guarded by Bassetti. For Choi for three. Attempt is called off, and it is travel against Choi. 27 seconds left. Shot clock has been turned off. Bassetti calls a timeout. And now we have still 26 and a half seconds left before halftime.
Yeah, and if you're looking at it for Santa Barbara, I think the biggest thing that you're going to want to do is try to find a way to get that ball into Poteet's hands, especially on this near side block. She's done a very good job of sealing whoever is behind her off to get good positioning. You see her drawing 3 different fouls against Social Hood. That is where they can succeed. You get it over to you get it over to Poteet on that low block near side. All you have to do, get it to her, let her do her drop step, get positioning, and you have a couple of easy points getting yourself into the half.
It'll be a huge point going to the half, as it will take momentum, and on top of that, it'll take the lead. We have Bassetti bringing the ball up. Over to Poteet, to Fox. Fox going light, goes back left. Just as he said, she's trying to seal off Lakey, doesn't go. 10 seconds left on the clock. Bassetti screened by Poteet. 3 is good. She gets it to go. Almost a buzzer beater to end the half, not quite. And that will make it 31-29 to end the half.
So at the end of one half of play, 31-29, a 2-point difference between these two sides. You're watching the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Crossover, Holiday Crossover, I should say, on Hornet Radio. Ryan Osborn joined by Caleb Ramos, Corey Neyland, Mark Pavlovich, Becky Nguyen. We also had Ari Nachshon and Joseph Pavlenko. All of us here bringing you the action live courtside from the Hornets' Nest. Caleb, you look at that first half. It was hectic for both sides. Each of them is on pace for 62 and 58 points, if my math is correct.
They keep on pace. I'm going to have a decently accurate prediction.
There you go, as both these two sides very happy to run with things. Corey, you look at how it's going to shape up in this second half really quickly. If I can bring you into this. You've seen a lot of basketball at these crossover holiday tournaments for Fullerton College. This is some of the more hectic that we've seen in a few years.
Sorry, been hectic and been as good as we've seen in quite a few years. This is the best team we've seen, I might say, since the Noel Cobb years.
2014.
2014, 2015, and this team has a chance. Last year, they started off strong, similar to this situation, and they faded once they got into the OEC. I think this will be a little bit different.
The irony is that you go back to that 2014 and 2015 team. The last time that Fullerton College had a team this strong, they also had a Social on that roster. Social Nava. She was also a first or second team All Orange Empire Conference selection as well. So Fullerton College with a great roster and a excellent opportunity to get themselves not only into the playoff, but have a strong showing right before conference play begins.
I absolutely agree, and they, in this tournament last year, they were 3-0, and they did beat tomorrow's opponent, Cerritos, by 72-51 in last year's tournament. And you also look and just eye test. These is one of the better teams we've seen in a while out of Fullerton College. And while it was hectic, it was also controlled, if that makes sense. They know where they wanted to go, and they got to it, those points, for both teams. And it was just a little bit fast and a little bit, like, chaotic when there were a couple of back-to-back turnovers.
And you look at the way that things are going to shape up for these two squads in the back half of this game. I mean, you take a look at some of the halftime stats, right? You look at it and you say, okay, Isis Poti with 10 points. She's leading all scorers for either squad. Kennedy Nutter, 9 points to her credit. But you also have to look at the shooting percentages for both these two teams. 3 of 7 from beyond for Santa Barbara. 2 of 9 for Fullerton College. Fullerton not shooting all that great from beyond. Santa Barbara shooting decently. Not great, but they're shooting decently. But I think where it's really going to come down to is free throws made. As this game goes on, Socio Hood so far with three fouls. You look at Santa Barbara, they have 10 team fouls. They are going to be putting Fullerton College at the line quite a bit in the second half just because of how many fouls they've already accrued as a squad. If Fullerton can't hit those free throws, they're going to be in for a long night. But if Fullerton can, and they stay above that 60% mark, they'll be just fine.
I think they will stay above that 60% mark. You know, they're, like I said earlier, they're averaging 66% on the season. So I think that they just, like, their total free throws were 3 of 5. So that's not a necessarily bad thing of you obviously want one more, but each person, there's only been 2 people to miss free throws, and they weren't by the same person is what I'm trying to say. So it is going to be a bit easier and more spread out, the fouls, and none of the players on the Fullerton roster are in their heads about missing free throws because each of them has only missed 1.
Yeah, and you look at how things are going from the rebounding perspective of things. 22 rebounds for Santa Barbara, 17 for Fullerton. Santa Barbara has done a good job, not a great job, but a good job of cleaning up the offensive glass. You got 6 offensive boards, 16 defensive boards. On the other side for Fullerton, it's 4 and 13 for 22 and 17. If you're looking at things from a Santa Barbara perspective, the one thing that you have to look at and say, hey, you've had a decent amount of success in, is making sure that the ball is distributed well. 11 assists so far to their credit. They have a total of 13 field goals made. So that means on 11 of the 13 field goals you have put in the basket, you have an assist on. They're moving the ball around well, and they're making sure that they put in those opportunities when they get open shots.
Yeah, and that ball movement is obviously key, especially when it comes to the fast-paced game that we are seeing. Making crisp, clean passes and not wildly throwing the ball out of bounds is a huge, huge impact. And I think the first team that is going to get to that point of getting, because like you said, it is a track meet right now, and conditioning is going to play a huge part in it. And that team that gets tired and starts making those mistakes of throwing the ball away is the team that's going to lose the game.
So we'll see what happens in this back half of this ball game. Caleb, you look at tomorrow afternoon's matchups. Imperial Valley at 1, Citrus, they are going to be there as well. Santa Barbara and Porterville at 3. Then Fullerton and Cerritos will be at 5. Those are 3 interesting matchups, especially considering how we saw these teams playing out earlier in this afternoon that we have covered the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. Is there a matchup tomorrow that you're really looking forward to so far?
Yeah, actually, it is the Fullerton Cerritos. Purely for the fact that even though Cerritos did not do extraordinary against Citrus, they still won. And they were able to pull out that dogfight of a win. And they are only 5-7 on the season, but they have been fighting, and they just knocked off the number 22 ranked team in the state. And so having them go against the potential 20th or even higher ranked team in the state, I think that them knowing that they can do that is going to be enough to like motivate them and say, hey, we've done this, we can do this, and it's going to be more of a fight than I think most people expect.
And that'll be interesting, too, because Cerritos is a team that doesn't have very many people on their bench. They only had 2 people today who are on their bench, so it's going to be difficult for them to be able to keep that energy high. I know that a lot of people look at it and say, okay, energy isn't all that much when it comes to competition because you get the adrenaline going, you're able to get yourself into the game flow, but when you have a team like Fullerton College who brings 4 or 5 off the bench, I mean, you saw them finish off the half with 5 different players than they started off the half with. You go up against a team like that, and after a while, especially if you're going against Fullerton who likes to run, eventually you get tired, and eventually you start to fade. It's going to be interesting to see how that matchup fares for Cerritos because of how many people they're able to bring off the bench.
I 100% agree, and I think that they will get tired, and I do think that Fullerton will win. I just think it's going to be a closer game than people think. And going back to the Ramos here with Corey Neyland and Ryan Osborn as we get set to start this second half. We are so far we have the Santa Barbara is 3 for 7 from three-point land, while Fullerton is 2 for 9. And the free throw disparity is Santa Barbara is 2 for 3 and Fullerton is 3 for 5. There's a 5 rebound difference in the amount of total rebounds, as Santa Barbara has 22 and Fullerton only has 17. But Santa Barbara does have 4 more turnovers with 12 to Fullerton's 8. And we are back as Fox passes the ball in, and Bassetti now over to Nutter. Nutter to Poti. Poti misses. Fox with the rebound. Now Conklin. Conklin covered, gets the ball. Choi. Choi pushing it. Looking, surveying. Layup, no good. Rebound goes to Poti. Now Lawson and to Bassetti. Bassetti to Nutter. Over to Lawson, over to Fox, back to Bassetti in the corner. Down to Poti. Poti looking. Jumper off the front, no good. And Ponko, good box out. It is a 5. It was a 5-on-3 before the ball gets lost. Choi, right wing. Long pass to Conklin is picked off. Bassetti driving. Defense by Lakey, and that last attempt is blocked by Choi. Now Ponko, ball is stolen. Oh, and a foul. Not quite sure what happened there. Maybe a pull on the jersey, but Bassetti went down hard. The score is still 31-29 with a minute and a half in this third quarter gone. Bassetti dribbling up, guarded closely by Ponko. Choi guarding Fox. Fox down to Nutter. Nutter's layup is good, and it is 33-29. Conklin passes to Choi. Choi, nice crossover, floater, off the rim and good. Timeout taken by Fullerton College, 30-second timeout. And that was a quick timeout, only 2 minutes into this second half. And right after a score, not quite sure why a timeout was called. But we have Choi, who is doing extremely, extremely well. And she has about, I want to say, 8 points. Excuse me. Sorry, she has 9 points. And that was a good floater to start this second half. 8 minutes and 2 seconds left in the third quarter. Hornets are now pressing. Choi pushing onto Bassetti. And it is a zone press. Bassetti way over to Lawson. Into Fox. Fox blocked by Lakey. Conklin pushing the ball up. Little bit of jumble of players there. Conklin over to Choi. Guarded by Lawson. Choi loses the ball on the drive. Stolen by Nutter, and Nutter throws the ball away. Conklin picks it right back up. Lakey over to Conklin. Guarded by Bassetti. Drives right. Now Ione on the left wing. Conklin tries a cross-court pass. Not very strong. Picked off by Fox. Fox now cross-court to Lawson. Now Bassetti at the top. Poti guarded by Lakey. Drop step. Is good, and the foul. Score is 35-31, and that is an N1 foul. Foul is on Haley Lakey as Isis Poti goes to the line to try and make this a three-point play. Sochi Hood comes in for Leilani Punko. You got to watch out for her as she is one of the better Fullerton College players, but she currently does have 3 fouls already in this game. So you cannot afford to have her get another one. Poteet's free throw. Off the front and back iron and good. Choi gives the ball to Conklin. Heavy pressure. Ione. Choi. Guarded closely. Drives right. And that's a foul on the floor against Poteet. Or, sorry, Fox. Excuse me. Solorio is now in for Aaron Choi. Sochi Hood taking the ball out. Conklin has the ball near the half-court line. Ball is into Lakey. Lakey double-teamed. One dribble. Fading jumper is good. What a shot. Bassetti for the Vaqueros now bringing the ball up. Back out to Nutter. That is no good. And the ball goes. Ref pointed the wrong direction. It is Fullerton ball as that 3 from Nutter goes out of bounds. No press from the Vaqueros as Solorio gets ready to bring the ball up. Met at half court. Hood guarded by Poteet. Back to Solorio. Hood. Solorio now back. Drives in. Kicks out. And the ball is poked out and stolen. Fox. Chased by Lakey. And the layup is good. The score is 38-33, Santa Barbara. With just under 6 minutes left to go in this third quarter. Right wing, Ione. Hood down low. Loses the ball, and it is out on Hood. Score is 38-33 as Nutter takes the ball out. About to inbound to Bassetti. Bassetti to Fox. Back to Bassetti. And Poteet gets the layup to go, and it is 40-33. The Vaqueros on a great scoring run right now. Hood, guarded by Poteet, into Solorio. Solorio gets the layup to go. The score is now 40-35, halfway through this third quarter. Poteet, back out to Bassetti, now gets a screen. Bassetti closely guarded by Solorio, into Poteet, double teamed. Layup is no good. Hood with the rebound. Almost loses the ball, doesn't. Solorio for 3, no. Ione. Back to Conklin, resetting the offense now. Hood tries to get the pass to Solorio again, but it is poked away. Bassetti, scoop layup is good. 42-35. Conklin bringing the ball up to Hood. Top of the key. Now it's Solorio at the top of the key. Hood, pump fakes for three. Step through, no good. Out of bounds on Hood. Aaron Choi is now in for Conklin. Hoban bringing the ball up. And that is Nutter. And now Lawson on the right wing. Down low. Layup is good. That is Camargo. Choi now pushing. Solorio for three. Little bit off balance. So goes a little bit far and off balance there. Kind of a bad shot. If she had taken a second, maybe dribbled once, got into a rhythm. Dan Desmond calling a timeout here. Solorio just rushed that shot a bit. It seemed like she was trying to get it up before somebody closed out on her, but nobody ever ended up closing out, so she was leaning forward off balance and just ended up shooting it way too far. There are 3 minutes and 30 seconds left in this third quarter. The score is 44-35. The Vaqueros are on a massive run, outscoring their opponents 13-6 in this quarter, and kind of running away with the lead, although knowing this Fullerton College team, I wouldn't ever count them out. I want to once again remind everyone of the game schedule. Tomorrow we have at 1 p.m. Imperial Valley versus Citrus, and then we have Santa Barbara versus Porterville, and then Cerritos versus Fullerton College at 5 p.m. We are now back from timeout as Hoban starts to take the ball up, and bounded by Bassetti. Guarded closely, and now that is Nutter, guarded by Choi. Bassetti. I believe that is a reach-in foul on Solorio. A lot of fouls here in this game, and that is Solorio's first. Ball is out to Lawson at the top, and that is thrown away. Almost a backcourt violation. Hoban, guarded by Ione. Ball is out to Lawson. Lawson, layup is no good. Rebounded by Gloomis. Gloomis almost throws the ball away, but Choi recovers it. Choi now double teamed. Passes to Hood. Into Gloomis. Gloomis throws the ball away. Ione not quite able to handle that one, and that is a turnover. It is still 44-35 with 2 minutes and 40 seconds left in this third quarter. Bassetti bringing the ball up. Now past Hoban, right wing. Camargo in the corner. And that is a loose ball foul against Caitlin Gloomis, and now the Vaqueros are in the bonus, so Poteet will shoot two. Poteet has 10 on the day, trying to make it 11. And she does. Hornets are now down by 10 with 2 minutes and 20 seconds left in this third quarter. Solorio. Pass is picked off, and that was Hoban. Beautiful interception and a free layup. Hornets now pushing the ball as much as they can. Choi with a nice cross. Pump fake, step through. Layup is good by Choi. That is her 11th points of the game. That layup is no good. Rebounded by Choi. Choi pushing once again over to Hood. Hood, step. Bassetti, spin move on Solorio. Out to Camargo in the corner. Now down, Poti, baseline. No, but a foul. Gloomis is saying, my hands were straight up, but refs saw differently. First half, the lead was changed 4 times and hasn't really changed much since. Fullerton College has 9 turnovers in this quarter alone, which is a huge difference compared to the first half, where they only had 8 in the entire first half. Potit's free throw is up and good. The score is now 48-37 with 1 minute and 17 left in the third quarter. Before this quarter, the largest lead by Santa Barbara was 5 and Fullerton by 4, but now Santa Barbara is currently up by 11. Conklin, pump fake, back out to Hood, driving in, loses the ball. Lakey picks it up, Choi pump fake, and then 2 is good by Erin Choi. Choi doing everything she can to keep them in the game. Poti down on the block. Stolen. Hood. 39 seconds left. Conklin. 13-second difference between the shot and game clock. Hood's 2 is no good. Poti now pushing. Sets back. That is Bone. Back to Poti. Scoop layup, no good. No. Offensive foul on, that was Araya Fox. 16 seconds left. Shot clock is turned off. We have a 9-point deficit here. And Choi bringing the ball up. 13 seconds left. Not really a rush. 8. Choi. Tripped. No foul. Could not get the ball. No. The basket buzzer beater would have been good. Didn't get it off in time. The score is 48-39. The Santa Barbara Vaqueros. Both teams have incredibly high scoring offenses. As you can see, Isis Poti for the Vaqueros with 17 points over her season average of 14.3. And Erin Choi has 13 for Fullerton, and her season average is 9. Both teams doing extremely well at pushing the ball, while also maintaining control. A little bit more sloppy play from the Hornets in that quarter, as they had 9 turnovers in just that quarter alone, which I had mentioned before. Dan Desmond and Coach Kroll are both talking to their teams, getting ready for the fourth quarter, trying to make a push to either make a comeback or hold on to their lead. It was extremely close throughout the first half, but there were only 10 points scored by Fullerton in that quarter, while the Vaqueros scored 17. Got outscored by 7 in that quarter while already being down 2 going into half. Fullerton gets the ball to start the final quarter. Sochi Hood inbounding. That is Conklin. Over to Choi. Over to Lakey. Lakey with a cross. Back to Choi. Choi getting shifty. Back to Ione. Conklin for 3. No good. But Ione the rebound. And 1! Tough and 1 from Ione. Offensive rebound and puts it back up. And that will bring it to a 7-point game with a chance to make it 6. Losac comes off for the Vaqueros as Camargo comes back on as Ione gets ready. Free throws up. And it is no good, but rebound goes to Hood, so they have another offensive possession. Conklin. Blocking foul. That was a hard foul. She looked like she was trying to make it a shooting, and she did. She kind of just lost control, threw the ball up in the air, and made it work. Conklin's first free throw is no good. This is going back to what Ryan said earlier of who's going to make their free throws the most, and if Fullerton can stay above that 60% clip, and they are not right now. They have missed 3 in a row. They make the 4th, but still get it. And the score is now 42-48. Poti drives, layup no good. Fullerton is shooting 50% from the free throw line as they are 4 of 8 and they're 2 of 12 from the 3-point line. We have Bassetti getting a screen, mid-range, is good. The score is now 50-42 as Conklin brings the ball up. Goes left, Hood, left wing. Choi cutting through the middle, gets it. No look pass to Lakey. Lakey, deep 2, no good. Rebounded by Camargo. Now we have Hoban. And that ball pass is stolen by Lakey. Easy layup is good, and it is 44-50. That was a bit of a mess up on the scoreboard operator here in the gym. Poti, layup no good, rebound by Lakey. Lakey is fighting right now, and that is a hard foul. She was trying to. Scoring leaders for Fullerton are Aaron Choi with 13 and Haley Lakey with 12. Bit weird not to see Sochi Hood up there. Aaron Choi to Hood. Lakey. And Ione saves it. The ball was going out of bounds. She gets it off the foot of the Vaqueros. Couldn't tell whether that was Camargo or Hoban, but ball was off the foot of one of them, and possession remains with Fullerton. Hood taking the ball out. Choi gets a screen. Hesitation. Lakey drives in. Floater. No good. Rebound Bassetti. Pushing the ball. Ball is over to Bone on the right. And Bone gets the floater to go. Score is 52-44. Conklin bringing the ball up. Pass over to Choi here on the right wing. Choi back out to Conklin. Lakey. Pass. Choi starts to go left, crosses right. Ione. Hood for three. No good. She knew it. Chasing after her own offensive board. But Choi gets there first. Choi double teamed. They were looked like the Santa Barbara coach was calling for a backcourt. Didn't get it. And that is a charge. That was a charge against Conklin as Lawson and Nutter come in for Bone and Camargo. And Sienna Counts comes in for Sochi Hood. Hoban, guarded by Conklin, over to Lawson. Poti, guarded by Lakey, drop step. Layup is good, and it is a 10-point lead once again. Conklin, over to Choi, left wing. Choi driving through, loses the ball, and that is an on-the-ground foul against number 22, Kaylee Bassetti. And Choi shooting two now. Chance to bring this to just an 8-point deficit with 6 minutes and 34 seconds left in the game. First free throw is no good. And that will make this 4 for 9 total free throws for the Hornets. And that is 5 for 10 as Choi makes the second one. It is 45-54. Hoban guarded by Choi. Now Poti in the corner. Down to Nutter on the block. No good. Gets her on board, and that is a foul. The score is 54-45 for the Vaqueros as Nutter goes to the free throw line to try and extend it to a potentially 10 and 11-point lead. First one is up, and it is no good off the back iron. So best she can do is make it a 10-point lead with 6 minutes and 20 seconds left in the game. Hornets have found themselves in this position before, able to make a comeback, but we'll see if they are able to do it this time as the second free throw is good. Choi pushing the ball. Pass into Keones is intercepted by Lawson. Lawson, layup, no good. Ball is out, and it stays with the Vaqueros. Hood is now in for Keones. Nutter, top of the key. Ball is knocked out, and it is Fullerton's ball. Vaqueros bench can't believe that that is the call, but now it is Conklin bringing the ball up the court. Met by Hoban at half court. Hoban very active. Into Lakey. Lakey shot, no good. Rebounded by Poti. Hoban, Poti, top of the key. Nutter, layup, blocked. And that one is ripped from Poti. Nutter gets the own offensive board. Lawson, Hoban, 10 on the shot clock. Poti, top of the key. Tries to rip through, no good. Asking for a foul, doesn't get it. Lakey back to Choi. Choi pushing the ball. Hood into Ione. That is on the floor. Neither team in the bonus yet as Keones and Solorio come back on. As Conklin and Lakey step off. Ball is to be inbounded by Solorio. Choi open, top of the key. Pump fake, gets him jumping. Mid-range is good. Erin Choi doing everything she can to keep them in the game. It is 47-55. This is Camargo back to Bone. Bone guarded by Solorio. Now to Fox. Fox's pass is stolen by Ione. Doesn't have the numbers. Pass to Hood. Hood's layup is good. And now it is only a 6-point deficit. Really, really fast here. Timeout taken by the Vaqueros. The score is 55-49 for the Vaqueros. 4 minutes and 13 seconds left in this fourth quarter. The Hornets going on a bit of a run here as they scored, stole the ball, and immediately scored again. Sochi Hood with a wide open layup. You got to think that the Vaqueros took this timeout to try and halt the momentum of the Hornets because Hornets are really doing anything they want to right now, and it is working extremely well. The Vaqueros seem a little bit stressed, a little bit panicked. Even though they are still in the lead, it seems like they do have a little bit of stress trying to keep the lead. Here we are, back from timeout. You are listening to Caleb Ramos on Hornet Radio at the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover Tournament. Erin Choi leads the Fullerton Hornets with 16 points, and Kaylee Bassetti has 9 for the Vaqueros. And that is a deep three from Bassetti to cut the momentum. Choi pushing, backs out. Solorio, Keones in the corner. Double teamed, Solorio. Down, and a tough foul by Fox on Ione. Fullerton is now in the bonus, so they will shoot free throws on any foul so far from now until the end of the game. Lakey now in for Keones. Ione shooting 2. First one is up and no good. Free throws are killing them right now. They're shooting under 50%. Down by 9, 58-49 with 3 minutes and 45 seconds left. Getting ready for your second free throw, Ione. Second free throw is also no good. Rebound goes to Camargo. Bassetti bringing the ball up. Now heads off to Bone. Bone back to Bassetti, goes left, goes back right. Mid-range is good. Kaylee Bassetti deep 2, and she is on fire. Sochi Hood. Layup is good. Kaylee Bassetti now with 14 points after those last 2 possessions. The lineups for both teams, we have Kaylee Lawson, Jaden Bone, Kaylee Bassetti, Kennedy Nutter, and Amarisi Camargo for the Vaqueros. And for the Hornets, we have Sochi Hood, Amaya Ione, as Solorio passes to Hood at the top of the key. We have Haley Lakey in there as well, along with Aaron Choi. That is almost an and one there from Hood. She gets a layup, just a little bit too powerful off the iron. Shooting 2 to try and hopefully bring this back to only a 10-point deficit instead of the 12 points that it is right now. It is 63-51 with 2.5 minutes left in this game. First free throw is good. Sochi Hood, second free throw, swished. Timeout taken by head coach of the Fullerton Hornets, Dan Desmond. We have, the score is 63-53. The Vaqueros of Santa Barbara College are in the lead with 2.5 minutes left. It'll be tough for the Fullerton Hornets are getting outscored in this second half by 8. They only went down. They went into the second half down by 2. And in the first quarter, Santa Barbara was winning 16-13. And then at the end of the first half, they were winning 31-29. And ever since then, it has been all them as they outscored Fullerton 17-10 in the third quarter and are currently outscoring them 15-14 in the fourth. Fullerton bringing the press back. Bassetti, harshly covered. Hoban, dribbling. Bassetti makes it past half court. There won't be an 8-second violation. Nutter, top post. Ball is stolen and loose ball. Pass picked off by Hood. Hood pushing, guarded by Lawson. Back out, Choi. Solorio for 3, no good off the glass. Hoban with the rebound, pushing the ball up. Guarded by Ione. Nutter into Poteet. Poteet looks for Lawson, guarded by Solorio. Lawson, layup no good. And that is out of bounds, and Fullerton will take possession. Minute and a half left. Fullerton is down by 10. Choi takes the ball, goes up the court on the left wing. Over to Hood. Now on the right wing. Choi sets her feet, shoots off the front iron, not enough. Hoban now bringing the ball up, passes to Bassetti. Now back to Hoban, near half court. Goes right, hands off to Bassetti once again. Lob pass into Poteet. Good is good, but layup is no good. Nutter with the rebound. Layup is no good, but a foul. 53 seconds left, and Nutter has a chance to. The game is already pretty much over, but she has a chance to put the final nail in the coffin, as she will, if she makes both, she will take them up 12 with only 53 seconds remaining. First one is good, 64-53. Second one Also good, 65-53. Timeout taken by Dan Desmond. They have to take as many timeouts as possible, try and preserve as much clock as possible so they can try and make a comeback. It's going to be extremely, extremely hard with only being down at maximum or at minimum 3 possessions with 3 and 1 3-pointers. But to do all of that in 53 seconds plus get stops is going to be incredibly, incredibly difficult. Not impossible. I just don't see a way it happens. Desmond rallying his team, trying to get them to believe that they can make this comeback. And Kroll telling her team, we can do this, we will hold this lead, and we will win. The Hornets are in the bonus, but they have 2 fouls to give before the Vaqueros are in the bonus. But if the Vaqueros hit their free throws, none of it is going to matter. And, of course, Fullerton has to score. For Fullerton, we have Lakey, Choi, Hood, Ione, and Conklin in. And for the Vaqueros, we have Hoban, Poti, Lawson, Nutter, and Bassetti. Hood hands off to Choi. Choi looking, trying to get a good shot. Everyone is smothered. Choi pump fake, spin, out. Ione for 3, no good. Choi, rebound, and the offensive putback is good. Oh, and Choi goes down. I think she might have rolled her ankle or something. Not quite sure what happened. That's going to be a huge loss for Fullerton if she is out an extended period of time. She is their leading scorer in this game and their main ball handler when it comes to just any game, really. The score is 65-55 with 36 seconds left as Choi gets attended to. This is the last game for today, but not last game of the tournament, as we have we have 3 more games tomorrow, all same teams. Reminder once again of the schedule. We have Citrus versus Imperial Valley at 1, Santa Barbara versus Porterville at 3, and then the Hornets versus Cerritos at 5 once again. And we will all be here. I am Caleb Ramos here with Ryan Osborn and Corey Neyland, as well as Becky Nguyen on the camera. And earlier today we did have Ari Nachshon, Mark Pavlovich, and Joe Pavlenko, as Choi is able to stand up and limp off. Ponko comes in Choi's place. Santa Barbara took a timeout so they can advance the ball. Lineups for both teams. We have Amaya Ione, Leilani Ponko, Sochi Hood, Haley Lakey, and Juliana Conklin for Fullerton. And for the Vaqueros, we have Isis Poti, Kennedy Nutter, Kaylee Lawson, Kaylee Bassetti as she had the ball, and now it is Fullerton ball. Sochi Hood inbounding to Conklin. Conklin pushing. Layup, no good, but a foul. Sent to the free throw line, 24 seconds left, down by 10. Conklin to the free throw line. First one is good. Second one, no good. Rebound by Hoban. Timeout is taken just to advance the ball. It is 23.7 seconds left, 65-56. The Vaqueros are about to win against the 11-1, soon to be 11-2 Fullerton Hornets. Hoban working against Ponko, trying to just run out the clock, maybe get a little stat pad. Nutter into Poti. Poti back to Hoban. Back to Poti. High post. Attempts a last second shot. And there's a foul. That shot was not needed. Maybe a little bit of stat padding attempts. But foul goes against Haley Lakey. 1.6 seconds left to go up by potentially 10 or 11. Goes up by 10. Poti. And goes up by 11, 67-56. And that will be your final score here in the Hornets' Nest. The Santa Barbara City College Vaqueros win 67-56 against the Fullerton College Hornets. And you have been listening to Hornet Radio. This is the 45th Annual Colleen Riley Holiday Crossover. I'm Caleb Ramos here with Corey Neyland, Ryan Osborn, Becky Nguyen, and earlier we had Mark Pavlovich, Joe Pavlenko, and Ari Nachshon. And we will be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock for day 3 of this tournament.